Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shake your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Hey, welcome. This is Optimizing Energy, and today is a President's Day. You know, it's the President's Day. So listen, I know I had like a crazy night where I was playing like Natural to Hootie. I went to sleep, forgot I was. Listen, sometimes I'll be burning at midnight oil on both ages, and so I fell asleep. My daughter turned the video off, and it was like a pause, like for like a few hours, and I resumed it and played it the rest of the day. But so Natural Tahuti is a friend of mine. He's incarcerated in the Pennsylvania State Penitentiary, and I was just giving him some love. He has a book out, and so I wanted to like actually show him some love. Because it's hard for these guys. That are locked up, and we need to support our locked up brothers. When the chips are down, we need to they don't forget them. Okay. Sometimes, the only thing they do have is their family. But if you just reach out to a person that's locked up and help them out, some of them are very brilliant individuals. Natural Tahuti being one. So let me just move forward and let's talk about Trump, honey. DHS shutdown, okay? And it is heating up, y'all. It is getting crazy. So let's talk about what's going on with this DHS shutdown, okay? Here we go. Let's start it off with this video because I was going to start off with a funny video, but I'm gonna just wait till more people come in because I think y'all need to see this. I think more people need to see this because it's a very funny video I have. That man, the ICE thing is getting kind of hilarious and hysterical. Like they are. The people that are protesting are doing just crazy stuff, okay? But before I show you that, I want more people to see it. So I'm going to just wait a little bit because, man, you should see what the tactics that they're using on ICE now. It's like, bro, what kind of a protest is this? What are we doing? So just stay tuned for that. But let's get into this whole Trump and ICE destroyed.
As ICE, and they want to fund it more. They are buying warehouses that they are going to turn into concentration camps. And the Democrats in power keep playing patty cake with this administration. And you have what I believe are fascist collaborators in the upper tier echelon of the Democratic Party because the resistance is so obvious. And it is so such a moderate position to abolish ICE. Yet Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer continue to play patty cake with fascists. And when we go to court, here's what happens. Put this up. According to Reuters, courts have ruled 4,400 times that ICE jailed people illegally, and it hasn't stopped. ICE is still continuing. So we have three branches of government. We have the executive branch who wants full-blown ICE. I believe they are going to use ICE as a voter suppression tactic and scare force on election day. And then you have the legislative.
Honey, there's what you call Steve Bannon said that they're going to do this. So there people that might be jaded about this and not think this is true. Why would Steve Bannon come out and say that? Let's go.
Branch, which the Democratic Party in the legislative branch has all but just given Trump a green light to continue with this insanity.
Here's the thing. We see court rulings against ICE and against the Trump administration, like in droves. They do what they want anyway. They do not give a shit about breaking the law. There is no checks and balances because they're willing to break the law to do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay, and then here's Chuck Schumer on CNN. And if you notice, Chuck Schumer typically does like corporate media. Here he is, and I cannot believe he said this. He thinks Republicans are going to appeal to their common sense as it pertains to ICE. Pop this up.
So your fellow Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who voted against shutting down the government, he pointed out that, quote, this shutdown literally has zero impact on ICE functionality. Democracy demands a way forward to reform ICE without damaging our critical national security agencies, unquote. And it is true that CBP and ICE are fully funded this year, and you're using the funding of other parts of DHS, such as the Coast Guard or TSA, as leverage. And in the meantime, ICE can keep doing whatever it wants to do. So the question would be, how does the shutdown do anything to accomplish the goal of reining in Trump's immigration crackdown if ICE and CBP are not necessarily directly effective?
Well, 2 points. First, we have proposed that the guardrails that will be applied to ICE are applied not just to the present funding, but to the previous funding that was in the big bad bill. That's very important to us. So that will rein in all of the ICE agents, no matter where they're funded. But second, there's a simple answer to this. Republicans, go along with these common sense proposals, and we'll fund the whole DHS bill, the whole Department of Homeland Security bill. Just go along. Again, I cannot repeat enough. These are common sense. Police departments across America use them. We have a rogue agency. Why don't we rein them in? That's what the American people are asking Republicans, and that's why they're going to have to go along with us. And I believe they'll have no choice but to go along with us because it's so common sense and so much supported by the American people. They're losing support every day.
Man, what is the problem? Okay, they're asking basic stuff. Don't wear masks. Don't go against the Constitution. Don't just bust into people's house. Have a warrant. Like, this is not like hard stuff to actually enact, bro. I don't understand. And people are like, like they just want their civil liberties. Like a lot of y'all, like Trump supporters, y'all just want the Constitution to be abolished or something. Like, do you really want people to be able to just rush into your house thinking you're an immigrant or whatever and just do whatever they want to do? Are you serious?
By not supporting these common sense proposals.
You talked about.
Okay, this is what we've been talking about. When Trump first won, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer were not on my radar. I just assumed it was going to be a full-blown resistance. And when there was all of this assuaging and capitulation and coddling, that's when my own political evolution, I started thinking, why? Why are they going along with this? It wasn't that huge of a victory. It's not like this man has a shit ton of political capital. And furthermore, he campaigned on having a goon squad like this. And everybody out of Trump 1.0, all of these neocons came out of that administration and said, this guy is a Nazi. He's a fascist through and through. He wants generals like Hitler. So why we know all of this stuff as fact? And then we say Republicans they're going to go along with common sense. There is nothing common sense about the Republican Party. Nothing. That is the fool's errand in his statement. And so then we're all out here as Democrats, as independents, as Americans saying, okay, where's the resistance? And time again, Chuck Schumer proves to be a fascist collaborator, period. There is no other explanation for it. He is not the man of the moment. I think he needs to resign his leadership position. I think he needs to resign from the Senate. That's how dire this is. But Chuck Schumer's never going to be affected by the stuff that other people are affected by. He's so incredibly out of touch with the base of his party and the American people.
And I just look at this, like if the Republicans were going to have common sense, wouldn't they have done it? Alligator Alcatraz, the $1 billion jet from Qatar, bombing people, reining in the tariffs, all the things they're doing. If they were going to have common sense, it would have been long before now. So that to me, that just seems like bullshit. That means nothing.
The Republican Party when all chips in on a convicted felon as their nominee. So we have to just stop right there.
Yeah,
Everything
you're right.
that happens after that is just what criminals do. He's a mob boss. And so to have this expectation that his colleagues in the Senate and his colleagues in the House are somehow going to be overcome with common sense when they voted for, endorsed, and provide oxygen for a convicted felon. Everything under that is just crime. They elected a criminal, and then we have to have a party that is the resistance. We need to have a full stop resistance. And all of this playing patty cake with them makes them full-blown fascist collaborators. Now I can sit here and focus on, okay, Trump did this. Rinse and repeat every day. It is going to be crimes, hypocritical actions. They're going to keep out crazing themselves. They're going to keep out crueling themselves, and it's going to get worse and worse. So my focus right now is the people who have power that can resist this. What are they doing? They're not listening to the base of the party, because put up this chart, Seth. Okay, AOC has numbers with young Democrats. Plus 81 is comically popular. So Chuck Schumer is at minus 18. Hakeem Jeffries is at plus 6. AOC is at plus 81. This is a non-corporate taking, non-APAC, economic populist, Hispanic woman. And she is at plus 81. The two people that we're counting on to do something here for us, Chuck is minus. He's so underwater. And Hakeem is single digits popularity. And this disconnect, this disjointed resistance, I don't like disliking Chuck Schumer. I don't like disliking Hakeem Jeffries. But when Kamala lost and Trump won, and I started looking at the Democrats to put up a fight, and time again, they have not arrived at that moment. So then you start looking at, oh, the same PACs that fund Trump also fund these people. Oh, they're paid controlled opposition, and they're governing as such. The outrage, I have zero expectation that MAGA isn't going to, this next news cycle, completely outdo themselves in moral depravity. I know that will happen. I want to focus on who is sane. And it's not Chuck Schumer, because for him to sit there and talk about common sense and not look at all of these polls, poll after poll after poll after poll, people want the Democrats to fight. Pop up this next one. So CBS, percentage of people describing each party as weak. 70% say the Democratic Party is weak. Extreme, only 45%. And 64% think the Republican Party is extreme. So for those of you that get caught up in this, we need to move to the center, we need to move to the center, all of those Republicans, they think that the Democratic Party under Kamala Harris, under Barack Obama was extreme. But the electorate at large, only 45%, where clearly the Republican Party is the extremist. And this is a narrative where the Democrats allow the Republicans to define them. Reasonable. 43% think the Democrats are reasonable. Only 29% think they're Republican. This is a dagger. Effective. Democratic Party, only 16%. And this poll is among independents. Independents. And then 14% of independent voters think they're strong. So keep this up for just a second, Seth. If they're going after independence, if that's what it is, swinging to the center is not going to work. They want people that are strong, not weak. And they believe that the Democratic Party, they believe that the Republican Party is far more extreme than the Democratic Party. And this is what makes me insane. The polling, the support within the Democratic Party for candidates taking APAC is at an all-time low. Democratic approval ratings at an all-time low. The populist candidates are at an all-time high. Yet we have Tweedledee and Tweedledipshit in the Senate minority and the House leading us and leading this resistance. And I'm always just so disappointed, because I want the Democratic Party to succeed. I want I believe that it is the best party to fight for working class Americans. I believe you can look at the stats from blue states and red states and see how much better it is, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough. And it leaves a void and a vacuum for all of this fascism to flourish.
Here's the thing. I suspect if you polled Democrats regarding effectiveness and strength, you would probably get the same numbers, because we can put lipstick on a pig all day long. The Democratic leadership right now is not fighting, period. They're not doing enough. They're not urgent enough. They are not strong enough, and they are not fighting. One hand, they'll say, oh, we're fighting for democracy. The next thing is, oh, we want bipartisan. They're just not getting it. So I'm not surprised by this. I suspect within the Democratic Party, it would be the exact same numbers.
All right, that's all we have. Please like, subscribe, comment, and we'll be back later with more news.
As he's finding out that the boycott of his State of the Union coming up next week, it is growing. We're hearing from more Democrats saying they are absolutely not attending this State of the Union. Midas Touch got the exclusive right here of Democratic Congress member Dr. Ami Bera. He writes, Donald Trump continues to run roughshod over the Constitution, display utter disregard for Congress, and openly engage in corruption to enrich himself and tarnish the country I love. I will not give him the dignity of having my presence at the State of the Union. In less than 48 hours, the Midas Touch Network is going to announce our counter programming to the State of the Union, and we will be featuring senators and Congress members who will be boycotting the State of the Union. I can't wait to make that announcement. Make sure you subscribe. Help us hit 6 million subscribers. I'm going to show you more about what Dr. Ami Bera had to say in just a moment. But I also want to talk about internationally, we're seeing real presidents, real leaders stand up to Donald Trump, like President Zelensky of Ukraine. Here's what he just posted on President's Day. And I should note, Donald Trump has yet to post any message on President's Day as of the recording of this video. I mean, he did say Nicole Parker, formerly of the FBI, is doing a great job explaining on Fox News the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Others also working so hard with so much expertise and knowledge. Hopefully, there will be a positive result, he says. What president talks like that? Hopefully, there will be a positive result. Didn't y'all kidnap a guy named Carlos, who was a delivery driver who had nothing to do with this at all, and then parade him in front of cameras? This is the most sloppy and despicable FBI, not to mention, of course, that y'all are covering up the child sex trafficking ring. And by the way, new reporting out there, this is what I've been saying the entire time on the Midas Touch Network as well, suggests that there are now over 50 terabytes of documents in the Epstein files, and only 1 to 2% has been produced. So remember how people have been saying, well, they produced half of the documents. Imagine what's in that other half that they're still hiding, right? They produced redacted documents, but there's 3 million unredacted documents, and then there's another data set of 3 million documents. There may be 100 million documents, 150 million documents. And what researchers were doing and analyzing is they looked through a lot of the communications, which seemed to indicate 50 terabytes of documents, and maybe a fraction of that has been produced, but I digress. Okay, going back to what I was saying about Zelensky, here's what Zelensky's post this morning. He goes, when you want to get a real president of Ukraine, when you want to get compromises from people who are under attack and who are not aggressors, what do you give them? They don't trust anybody. They don't trust anybody because we had a Budapest memorandum that was security guarantees. We gave up our nuclear and other weapons, a lot of aircraft, dozens of jets. We gave them up and received security guarantees of sovereignty and independence. Just so you remember what he's talking about, 1994, Ukraine enters into the Budapest memorandum. They give up their nuclear arsenal. They had one of the biggest nuclear arsenals out there. They give up their weapons. And then there was supposed to be security guarantees. The United States, the UK were members of this. Russia was a member of this. And the entire Budapest memorandum was obviously violated. Zelensky goes on to say, in the end, we don't have those weapons. and we don't have security guarantees. Nobody saved our independence, it's true. And that's why it's understandable our people have no trust. They don't live in a fantasy world. They are realistic, and they have lost a lot. Their families, their houses, their way of life. That's why people have to see what the security guarantees look like. What if Russia comes? Many of them are asking. What if they come? They're asking. What will happen when they come? Because they are sure that Russia will come again, and they will simply say, no, we will not run away. We will just want to hear what it means. What is the price? What do the security guarantees mean from the world, from the United States? What do they actually mean? And our American friends, they are preparing security guarantees, but they're saying first swap your territories, and then we'll talk about security guarantees. We will not give up our territories. We're not ready for compromise. What kind of compromise are we ready for? Not for the compromise that gives Russia the opportunity to recover quickly and come again and occupy us. That is an important thing. First, we want security guarantees. Second, we can talk about the compromise and the stuff like that. This is how we see the priorities. But in any case, security guarantees will work only after a vote in Congress. So what is there to be afraid of? I don't understand. We can sign the document on security guarantees for Ukraine with the leaders. It will be a strong signal for the people. But let's do this in the right order is essentially what Zelensky is saying. Let me go back to the boycott letter that was exclusively published by Dr. Ami Bera here on the Midas Touch Network. Here's how he puts it too. I just like to see people standing up to this regime on President's Day as well. And I'm going to show you Senator Ossoff's speech in a moment too, which was, I thought, absolutely incredible. Here's what Dr. Ami Bera writes, an exclusive on the Midas Touch. As a senior member of the House of Representatives, I feel an obligation to attend the State of the Union out of respect for the president as they outline their vision for the country. But this year, I feel different. After watching President Trump run roughshod over the Constitution, display utter disregard for Congress, and openly engage in corruption as he and his family use the office to enrich themselves and tarnish this country I love, I will not give him the dignity of having my presence at the State of the Union. Donald Trump is a troll. As such, I expect him to use this annual event at our nation's capital, a building I hold sacred, to troll both my Democratic and Republican colleagues. I expect him to intentionally make outrageous and inflammatory statements that will make Democrats furious and rise in protest. I expect him to make outright lies and exaggerations, boastfully talk about his brilliance, and stare down my Republican colleagues until they stand, applaud feverishly, and demonstrate their fealty to this malignant narcissist. I would urge my colleagues and friends on both sides of the aisle not to fall for his traps or feed his massive ego. Remember, we are the first branch of government. We represent the people of this great nation. We work.
Listen, I just put a poll in the chat. Do you think that we should boycott the State of the Union? What do you think that's going to do? What do you think? What is the point of that? Well, I mean, I don't know. Do you think it'll make a point, or what do you think it would mean? Yes or no?
For our constituents, not a maleficent autocrat. And by the way, we had Congresswoman AOC tell us that she was going to not be attending last week. Our DC bureau chief, Pablo Manriquez, was there. Here's what he had to say. Here's what she had to tell Pablo, just to remind you. Here, play this clip.
The administration.
Congressman, are you going to go to the State of the Union?
Probably not, no.
Congressman, what did you make of in the Munich?
When was the last time you truly trusted the seafood you brought home? For me, it used to be a constant question mark. Nutrition, sustainability, taste, where it even came from. That all changed when I discovered Wild Alaskan Company, friends. The healthy oceans and fish. Wild Alaskan Company offers
President's Day, other than praising the FBI's investigation into the Guthrie kidnapping. That was his one message today. Well, hope they do well. Good luck, folks. It's not exactly reassuring. Let me show you somebody who certainly looks very presidential, who's running for re-election in a Senate seat in Georgia, Senator Ossoff. He gave an incredible speech on President's Day this morning. You're not really going to see this many other places. Hat tip for Rupert for getting it. Let's show you what he said here. Incredible speech. Here, play this clip.
First, I will affirm what you can all clearly see. You can see it, right? Our nation is afflicted and in crisis. Americans losing insurance in the middle of chemo, hospitals closing down services to fund tax cuts for the very wealthiest people, masked federal agents profiling, brutalizing and killing American citizens. And maybe amidst all the cruelty and the chaos, you start to feel a little doubt, and you start to wonder whether our republic can survive it. A government transformed into a tool of one man's vengeance and enrichment. A spiritually broken president who digs the moral pit deeper and deeper. But Pastor, Proverbs says, whoever digs a pit will fall into it.
Honey, you know he had a black church saying this because all that, well, yeah, clap, you know, he had a black church.
And scripture is full of kings brought low by their own arrogance. Ahab surrounded himself with 400 yes men, false prophets paid to affirm the king's delusions. And those delusions led him to his defeat. And among today's false prophets are the election deniers, who indulge this president's obsession with overturning the 2020 election. Now, hear me when I say this. They tell a lie so absurd and therefore so debasing to tell that the act of telling it proves the teller's total and humiliating submission.
And just to show you the priorities, what is the Trump regime doing today on President's Day? Well, you had Marco Rubio is in Hungary. So that's where Marco Rubio is spending his time right here. You have Russian TV, Russian propaganda reposting Rubio. Rubio's campaigning for Viktor Orban, the authoritarian Putin bootlicker leader of Hungary right now, who's trailing significantly in the polls. But this is what the U.S. is trying to do. U.S. is trying to prop up right-wing Putin, extremist Putin-backing candidates and destroy democracies in Europe. That's the stated goal of these treasonous, traitorous, fascist Trump regime people. And here he is. Here's Rubio, right? Rubio, you know, he went and booted. He went to Munich and he was like, and we're going to stand with our European allies. No, you're not. This guy's a clown. This guy's a fascist clown, and he's a Putin bootlicker is who he is. Here's what Russian TV quotes him as saying: "We're entering the golden era of relations between our countries," Rubio says in Hungary. "I don't think it's any mystery and shouldn't be a mystery to anyone here how the president feels about you," Rubio told Viktor Orban. "At the end of the day, we are still human. We are still people." This is the U.S. interfering in European elections to try to prop up Putin proxies. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, writes, Hungary holds elections in 2 months, and the U.S. Secretary of State is in Hungary campaigning for Viktor Orban. As you can see, Russian state media loves it. Now, finally, I'll just share this with you as well. What else is the Trump regime focused on? Well, the new health department chatbot advises the public on the best foods to insert into their rectum, recommending bananas and cucumbers is what the chatbots.
Are you fucking kidding me? What? What foods, the best foods to insert into your rectum? This is what they're talking. This is what they're doing. It's really, really into your rectum. Putting food into your rectum, really? What are we doing here? Come. What new foods to put into your rectum? This is what people are talking. Come on. Now.
Says RFK Jr. has a new chatbot on the Department of Health website, and it's advising the public on the best foods to insert into their rectum. Oh, I'll give you two more data points because I want to arm you with the right information heading into on President's Day. Too. So there's an AI company called Anthropic, which runs the Claude system. And that's used a lot in the military. And it's also, it's also has a lot of business uses as well. They want to limit the government's use of it to spy on Americans and to allow military weapons to shoot without like commands. So they want to place some limitations on their AI. And as a result, Axios is reporting exclusively this morning that Pete Hegseth is close to cutting business ties with Anthropic and designating the company now as a supply chain risk, meaning anyone who wants to do business with the U.S. military has to cut ties with the company, as senior Pentagon officials telling Axios. The senior official said it will.
You know why it's stupid, this whole thing? So meanwhile, the DHS is shutting down. They want almost $200 billion for DHS and ICE. And the best we get for health insurance and medical stuff is what to put into your rectum. Are you freaking kidding me, bro? That's all we're gonna get from the Trump when it comes to health. So bump. Listen, just shove this into your booty hole, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? And they up in there just type it away. Put this into your booty. That's the answer. What is going on with our administration? This is a joke. And y'all are all for it. Like, yeah, go Trump.
Be an enormous pain in the ass to disentangle, and we're going to pay the price for forcing our hand like this. And the reason it talks about is that Anthropic and Pentagon have held months of conversations, and they want to limit its use for spying on people, spying on Americans. And Hegseth wants it to be able to spy on Americans. That should tell you everything right there. Anyway, there you have it. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Thanks.
Hey, listen, hit subscribe, everything. Ooh, but what to put into the rectum? Out of all the things going on, we talking about what's gonna go into our rectum to like have better health, rather than like actually getting a better health bill. We're not talking about like taking some of the money we about to give to ICE. That the whole government is shutting down, airports closing, FEMA closed down. It could be a storm any moment now because we're getting into like tornado season. FEMA closed down, shut down. If it shuts down into March, honey, it's tornado season. So if that's shut down, what do you think is going to happen if there's any kind of major storm? And I'm down south, but rather than us talking about what's just why does DHS need more freaking billions of dollars? The best we get when it comes to healthcare is what to shove into our booty hole. Are you kidding me? You're fucking kidding me. This is bullshit, okay? What are you talking about? Put this into your rectum. Like, come on now. Oh, Lord, it just pisses me off. The whole thing just irritating the fuck out of me, bro. And I'm not a Democrat. People want to get on my thing, but Democrats suck. Whatever. You ain't hurting my feelings. I'm not a Democrat. So you can say all this Democrats still like it's hurting me. They hurting me. You ain't talking about me.
Democrats are refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security until Republicans agree on reforms to immigration enforcement tactics. That means 90% of Homeland Security workers, including personnel at the TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA, are working without a paycheck. A major impact on this busy travel week could be at the nation's airports.
Isn't it also tax season? So they're having the biggest government shutdown right when it's time to get our money back. God dang it. I hope this don't, hell, they already cut down the IRS by zero. You know what I'm saying? You barely can get your refund. Hell, I'm still waiting for my little money I had from last year. They've been struggling to get my damn money. And now you got this government shutdown. I don't know what I'm going to get paid. They trying to take our money, y'all. I'm sorry. You can't tell me they're not. Why would they do this right when it's time to get our money, bro? I swear to gosh, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro? Then they just try to make it harder to like leave the country. All this whole stuff, it all affects like travel and all this stuff. Can't look at this look at the airports, bro. People ain't getting paid, they ain't coming into work, they saying bump it. Now you got like long ass lines, airports and stuff. long ass overlays over, come on.
A
Bro.
major impact on this busy travel week could be at the nation's airports. During previous government shutdowns, many TSA workers called out sick, leading to long security lines and delays. Here's what Democrats are demanding to end the standoff. They want to require judicial warrants for immigration arrest on private property, ban ICE agents from wearing masks, and require agents wear body cameras and ID numbers on their uniforms.
We need masks off. We need cameras on, and we need every ICE officer to be identified. ICE is rogue, out of control.
But Trump administration officials
oh my God, look at that image. Oh my God. But here's the thing. Why do they need to be dressed up like this? What is the stormtroopers? They're not in, this is not World War III. We're not in the military. And what are we doing? This looks like the damn military. They don't like the police anymore. These people have all this military stuff on, machine guns and this, that, the other, to talk people to listen. This is what they're fighting against. I'm glad I finally got people up here. These are the terrible, evil protesters they're fighting against. Okay, this is what they're fighting.
Clear out, Ruff. They're coming.
Oh, look at this. Ooh, they have to have all this garbage for this. They're throwing dildos at the freaking. Oh my God, the killer dildo. They're throwing dildos, bro. They got all this on. Against people that's throwing dildos at they. These people are crazy. They're throwing dildos, bro. All these are dildos around. They're throwing dildos at them. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Oh, the biggest threat. Oh, they're such a threat. We gotta have our full outfit on and the military guard gas man, because they're the ones throwing the gas, but meanwhile they're throwing dildos. They throwing dildos.
Who would have known the dildo would be an act of defiance in 2026? It truly is a sight to behold. The dildo, usually a fixture for self-pleasure amongst its clientele, is pleasing a different part of the body. ICE agents are being hounded by them, even getting hit in the face by them in Minnesota.
Ooh, look at the dangerous. Look how dangerous these protesters are. They're so dangerous and attacking the law against the government. Oh my God, that dildo could have they could have broke the window. They're yelling and they're throwing dildos. Oh my God. These are the evil protesters. Everybody be looking at them. They shouldn't be going to get the ICE.
Are you collecting those for later? Move! Move!
And why are they doing this?
Hold on, just on this side.
Sir, is it possible, if we were able to contact somebody from the family or something, that we could help them, come pick up the kids so they're not, in the middle of all this? I don't know them, but if we could get in contact, we have their number, so we could help get in contact with someone for them.
Call whoever you want, man.
Yeah, but I'm just asking, would you, let the kids, be taken to school?
No one's holding those kids in the house. Did someone tell you we're keeping the kids in the house?
I'm just asking you if you would let them, if they came
I'm
out.
asking you,
No. So I was.
So are you assuming that we're keeping kids in the house and keeping them from going to school. We're not.
I think they're afraid to come out because they see all this commotion. I would be afraid if I was a little kid.
So here's just a FYI.
Yeah.
I was on the perimeter at that house.
Mm-hmm.
The kids were having a good old time saying, I can see you, like, not in some child psychology stuff, but just almost taunting. So, like, saying that they're scared, you lost me on that.
I mean, if I were a child, I think I'd be scared seeing all this. So I was just wondering, like, if we were able to arrange that, would they be allowed to go to school?
If you could arrange to talk to me without a camera in my face, I would respect this conversation.
Will you take your mask and glasses off?
Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Given the nut jobs like yourself and other people that come out here and cause chaos and anarchy, now my kids or something go to school and they got to say, oh, isn't that your dad? Without that, we know your dad, and they might be of the same mindset of you guys. It's nonsense.
I'm just talking to you calmly, asking a question, sir. That's all.
I'm talking to you calmly. You came to me with some nonsense, so just stop talking to me. Matter of fact, do whatever you want. Just.
Are we allowed to approach and talk to them? I'm an attorney. If I were to approach and talk to the mom, would that be allowed? Sorry?
Because they are absolute cowards. What a tell this video is, saying that people would basically be ashamed if they knew who he was. It says a lot. Many are speaking out.
You are at an event like this, it's Hollywood glamour glitz, but you have the ice out pin life.
I hate ICE. ICE is evil and ICE is racist and violent, and I don't think it should exist. They get more money from our administration than teachers, and that's ludicrous and devastating, and I'm heartbroken over all the loss, and
You noticed that, didn't you?
I'm going to turn it up. It's insane that cops get significantly more training. Like, they don't have training. It's insane. It's nothing. I'm over it.
What do you say to people like Ricky Gervais and Kevin O'Leary who say Hollywood shouldn't be speaking out?
Shut the up. Shut the up. Ricky Gervais and Kevin O'Leary. Shut the up. I can say what I want. I am here for one night and I get a mic for one night and I'm allowed to say because it's stupid and it's horrible and it's violent and evil. So I'll wait for your message.
She's a leftist.
Sorry Baby director Eva Victor would make her feelings known.
If ICE come in here, we're gonna jump their asses. I got some bear mace in the back. They ain't taking my fans. Let's go.
As did Bernie stan Cardi B.
We're doing a law enforcement operation.
Yeah, I get it.
Just stay back.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Back up. Get in the car.
They see your face everywhere, bro.
What? You gotta put it on. One under. No, you're all good, man.
Meanwhile, in Staten Island, ICE agent Brendan Cunney was back at it with his fellow officers terrorizing communities. Stay safe out there, y'all. Hey, I appreciate
They're mad about the dildos, bro. Them dildos, they have all this armor on it and just to block themselves.
To be identified. ICE is rogue, out of control.
But Trump administration officials insist they won't let the shutdown stop their agenda.
I don't like the masks either. These men and women have to protect themselves.
Despite the ICE drawdown in Minnesota after the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, officials say a small security force will stay in Minnesota.
We already removed well over 1,000 people. Monday, Tuesday, we'll remove several hundred more.
The partial government shutdown comes ahead of a high-stakes week for the Trump administration. U.S. and Iranian officials head to Switzerland tomorrow for a new round of nuclear talks as the U.S. builds up forces in the region. And on Thursday, President Trump's newly created Board of Peace is expected to meet in Washington. Trump says members will discuss $5 billion in commitments to help rebuild Gaza. Some reports estimate rebuilding the war-torn territory could cost up to $70 billion.
Where the fuck is all this money coming from? 70 billion from where, bro? Why do we have to rebuild Gaza? No one's asking this question. Why do we have to rebuild? What the hell is going on? Like, can we rebuild Minnesota? After you had all this bullshit going on there and destroying businesses and everything, what about how much millions of dollars gonna go to rebuild Minnesota? We rebuilding Gaza. This shit is stupid as fuck, bro. Oh my God. Oh, she don't know what she talking about. She's a black woman and she don't know whatever.
And back to the Homeland Security shutdown. The Senate is technically on recess until next week. So unless one side gives in, those airport security lines could get a lot longer as the days go on.
Stupid. A bunch of bullshit, stupidity.
Yesterday, I got a flurry of texts from people, and a bunch of my Signal chats were blowing up with this New York Times story about how DHS has been subpoenaing
all y'all Trumpers. Oh, we're America first. I'm mad. Blah blah blah. Keep America first, but we rebuilding Gaza. Meanwhile, y'all done ravished Minnesota. All this BS going on because Trump didn't want to go in lightly and get rid of the immigrants like any other president did. The Democrats y'all claim is so terrible. Honey, they was able to do this shit without destroying a whole fucking town, state, whatever. They were able to go in and grab whoever and were successful at it. Their numbers were far more than 4,000. They do all this stuff for 4,000 immigrants. Just do. This is because they was protesting and stopping them. Well, just because they were being too out in the open with it. Trump is up there just telling everybody what he about to do. Come on, now you don't do that. You say you're about to do it, and that's it. That's all you say, and then it just happens. You don't every day. It's like everything he's doing. Okay, we about to be over here doing this. We about to be over here doing that. And then, of course, the protest is going to show up and say, no, they're going to go down like that. Who tells everybody what he about to do when he about to do it? Like, what kind of what are we doing? But you know what he didn't do? He didn't tell everybody he was going to go to Venezuela. You see how successful that operation was. Why the hell is he doing the same thing with ICE? Why didn't he do the same thing? Secretly go in, grab people up. You know, they come up missing, whatever. But the way you're doing it, broad daylight, people at their job, people at school, you rushing into the school, doing all kind of stupid stuff. This is what your people that you hired, that's what they're doing, People don't even know what the hell. They're not even law enforcement. They don't know about like tactics and how to do stuff. You're hiring people like just because you like them. Because they're cute or whatever. Oh, she looks cute. I like her little outfit. All right, you be the border. You be head of ICE. What the fuck? Anyway, let's go.
social media platforms for information on people who.
Oh, let me go into this. Yeah. So now social media platforms will be getting DHS subpoenas, and I think I got something in the mail. I'm not gonna open it. I'm like, hey, listen, I didn't get it. I didn't open it. I didn't get it. I'm not fixing to open it. Unless somebody rush up to me and say, hey, here, read this. You've been served. I'm not fixing to open that mail. Hell no.
Late yesterday, I got a flurry of texts from people, and a bunch of my Signal chats were blowing up with this New York Times story about how DHS has been subpoenaing social media platforms for information on people who criticize ICE or maybe are tracking ICE's movement.
I mean, I didn't ever say no free no guys. I don't even know what the hell is going on in Gaza. Like, I'm like, not. I'm like, unless that shit is happening over here, what does it do? Like, how does what's happening in Gaza affect me right here in Texas, right here? I'm not over here focused on Gaza because I'm like, bro, I got like my own house, my own groceries, stores, prices going up, trying to maintain equilibrium in this situation. Y'all must be rich as fuck to like y'all not experiencing the impact of all this. Am I the only one feeling the impact of what's going on in this administration, or y'all just like feeling it, but y'all just don't want to admit that this shit is fucked up. Struggling to eat, struggling to pay bills, struggling to do everything. But then, pro-Trump. Yeah, go. Yeah, ICE. Honey, the ICE situation is the reason why I'm so obsessed with this ICE thing is because this is all this money getting into this, pushing into this, billions. They still listen. The best we get for medical stuff is shove this up your behind a chat bot. What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? And now they want to talk about social media and try to censor that. Let's go.
DHS has been subpoenaing social media platforms for information on people who criticize ICE or maybe are tracking ICE's movements. Here's the piece. Homeland Security wants social media sites to expose anti-ICE accounts. The department has sent Google, Meta, and other companies hundreds of subpoenas for information on accounts that track or comment on immigration and customs enforcement officials and tech workers said. The piece is by Shira Frankel and Mike Isaac. It's quite short. You can obviously go read the whole thing. Okay, so this is deeply concerning. The Department of Homeland Security is trying to identify American citizens who oppose immigration and customs enforcement. They're sending these legal requests. They're not subpoenas how you think of them, in that they're basically saying, pretty please, Meta and Google and Reddit and Discord and in whatever other social media, will you please turn over the email addresses, names, telephone numbers, identifying data behind accounts who criticize ICE. These are requests. All of these corporations could say, no, man, we're going to protect the privacy of our users. That's protected First Amendment speech. You're allowed to criticize the government. You're allowed to criticize the illegal actions of lawless, fail-son ICE chuddies. But no. Of course, we know that Google and Meta and Reddit immediately complied. They handed over all of that information. Again, these tech companies can choose whether or not to provide this information. They also can notify the people whose price.
We need to start creating our own platform because this is crazy. Why in the hell? Because someone is talking against ICE. So now we're part of a Homeland Security database of people that's saying that this what they're doing is like jacked up. They done asked Meta and YouTube and Google and whatever for our information. So I get, you know what? I'm on the list. I can already think. I'm on the list. Guys. I don't know what's gonna happen. If they're gonna beat my ass or what, but let me tell you, listen. I am not suicidal. I am not whatever. Whoop. I don't, my car is in good shape. Do I gotta do a disclaimer? You know what I'm saying? Because now they got my name. Because I'm definitely against this bullshit. Because I'm like, our dollars, like trillions of dollars, could be put towards way better stuff, like health benefits and like helping out the community, than ICE and this immigration thing. Why is the majority of this hyper focus on immigration and then neglect everything else? Well, shove this up your behind. Get this banana in the tailpipe, and then it'll make you feel better, and that's what your health benefits will be.
Private information they are turning over to the authoritarian government, but most of them are not. Google apparently is informing its users if their information has been subpoenaed, and then they can go to court and have 10 to 14 days to fight the subpoena. So obviously this is deeply concerning. Senator Alyssa Slotkin interviewed Todd Lyons under oath in front of the Senate the other day. And she said that Donald Trump and members of ICE are talking about putting together a domestic terrorist database, and that ICE agents are filming people, face scanning people, and then threatening them, saying, we're putting you in the database. You're in the database now for like criticizing us or following us or exercising your First Amendment rights or like making us feel uncomfortable feelings, right? And Senator Slotkin asked Todd Lyons, is that true? Do y'all have a database? And under oath, Todd Lyons said there's no database. ICE does not keep a database. Homeland Security does not keep a database, and we do not provide that information to other government agencies.
All right, so I guess bold as the line is new here. So what we're talking about is now Trump has, or ICE is now asking all social medias to give over a list of people that protest ICE or that talk against ICE. And then you have people say, well, you're not influential enough. Well, thank God. I hope I'm not on that list. You know what? I don't want to be in that number because you know what? I want to be able to speak freely. And so maybe I'm not. So hopefully what you say is right. I can't believe anyone would support this administration after what's been out about these people. Now, thank you. Exactly. If you threaten a member of Homeland Security, you deserve to be on the database. I never threaten anybody. I just think it's bullshit that they're getting all this money and it can be put towards better things than fucking immigration, and they're not even hitting their numbers. Like, why would I keep putting money into something that ain't even doing a damn job? You understand? They asked for more money, and they failed with the first billions of dollars we put. Like what, 200, like $125 billion, and only 4,000 arrests? Are you kidding me? Like, why would we put more? Oh God, we need more money to put into it. Just to get like 4,000 more people. So okay, if you do the numbers, all right, we what 125 billion for what 4,000 people in Minnesota. Now, of course, you know what? I don't even know if we probably do the numbers on how many people got actually like apprehended by ICE and the amount of money we put into it. Let's do the math. This is our tax dollars here, guys. Ding, ding, ding. Tax dollars. Wouldn't you rather that go towards healthcare and benefits than, you know, and all these different things shutting down Doge and this and that and whoop and Department of Education? Oh, they were just bull. They were not even doing their job. Well, honey, ICE ain't doing it. They just running out, just whooping people's behind like it's fun. So take all the money away from all these other government agencies and helping out the people, put it all into ICE, and then watch them like act like a bunch of clowns fumbling and bumping around and beating everybody up. Okay, you think that's a better served thing for our tax dollars than actual government programs? You know, what are we talking about here, bro?
For the purpose of keeping a database. And she's like, well, I hope so. I hope that you're telling the truth, motherfucker, because your ICE agents are threatening people. Now, we know that law enforcement at all levels can lie to people. So, you know, whether or not they actually are putting together that information, we do have evidence now that DHS is trying to gather information on who is posting on social media criticizing ICE. That is a First Amendment protected right. You are allowed to do that. And it's really fucking creepy and authoritarian that the government wants to subpoena data and keep a list of people who are doing nothing illegal, nothing wrong. Now, the purpose, I think, of this being leaked, the purpose of us finding out about all of this is the same purpose as DHS agents scanning people's faces, photographing you, wearing their little, whatever, I don't know if they're Meta or Google glasses and saying they're scanning you.
Ding, 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 ding. I think the ICE stuff isn't even about deportation. I think it's all about meant to get people used to a police state. Thank you. Because it sure as hell is not about deportation. Those numbers are not deportation numbers. They're more, how in the hell can you have all this riflery and all this military garb on, dressed up looking like a stormtrooper, and you're mad at people throwing dildos at you? That stopped you from doing your job? People blowing whistles, honking horns? That stops you from doing your freaking job? Are you kidding me? You're not trained enough then, sir. That's all I'm saying, is that you ain't trained enough. Where is our money going? All these billions of dollars, all of $250 billion. Y'all asking for $250 more billion go into y'all program, and the Democrats are stopping it because they're like, hold up, what are we doing here? Meanwhile, now the airport's got to shut down, all this stuff because you guys don't want to take your mask off. You want to rush up into people's houses without warrants. You want to do all this stuff and still run willy-nilly and not have any oversight. And ask for more money on top of it. What are we doing here? It's bullshit. And then our best bet for medical is RFK saying, oh yeah, shove this up your behind. There's a chat bot to tell you what to stick up your behind to feel better. Come on now.
That's to intimidate you. That's to make you afraid that you're going to be on a government list. And that's to chill dissent. Chilling dissent is a crucial part of an authoritarian's plan, right? They have to make you afraid. They have to make you give up, because if you keep organizing and resisting, they can never win. They require your compliance. They require your obedience. They require you to surrender, or they can't win. And so chilling dissent makes people really scared. And I had a lot of people texting me yesterday being like, this is really scary. Am I going to get in trouble for criticizing ICE on social media? Well, what does get in trouble mean? Under a would-be authoritarian, you have to exercise your First Amendment rights in order to defend them. I immediately made a social media post after I read this article, and I hope it sets an example for other people. I said, I'll criticize ICE in the broad daylight out in the open. Fuck those fascist ICE fail-son chuddies violating our rights and ruining this country. They're losers and criminals, and I look forward to their prosecutions. Suck on the First Amendment, a-holes. You have to exercise your rights to defend them. Two things. One, the minute you stop exercising your rights because you are afraid of what will happen if you do so, those rights functionally do not exist. The regime has successfully pocketed them and taken them from you. I'll say it again. The only way to defend your rights is to courageously express them, no matter how much they are threatening you and intimidating you.
See, here's the thing. A lot of people be talking, all these people that saw, I love Trump. We got these weird last names, Massaconi. Where are you from, sir? Dominique Massaconi. It'd be like people from other countries and all this other stuff, like just talking ish in the chat, bro. Y'all crazy as hell with this.
In fact, if they are threatening you, if they're trying to scare you out of exercising your rights, it is exponentially more important that you continue to do so. More Americans now support abolishing ICE than keeping it. What the fuck are they going to do? Put all of us on a list? We have strength together. We have courage together. If we all exercise our rights together, then they can't win. They can't take those rights from us. I know it's really scary. I know the people who are texting me are really freaked out. That's why I made my post. Right? It's scary. It's scary to think. It's not just scary, it's batshit fucking crazy. Can we talk about how crazy? Could you imagine Republicans, if Joe Biden had said he was keeping a list on whether or not you criticized some policy of his? Could you imagine?
It would be off the chains. They would be tripping about that. So what should we do with illegal immigrants? Listen, I'm not against getting rid of illegal immigrants. What I'm against is how they're doing it. And the fact that they're doing it without any training, that they're just running gridshot across the thing, messing up entire towns and not even accomplishing anything. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all, listen, don't be stupid all your life. If you could actually see the results of this and say, okay, well, damn, they did all this bullshit. They rickshaw the town, beat their ass, and they came out with 2 million immigrants. Okay, but 4,000? They did all that bullshit over all these months and only came out with 4,000 immigrants. So that means that their focus was not immigration. So everybody's talking about immigration, that's talking about all this stuff, and ICE baby are stupid.
And if during the Biden years you heard that the FBI was compiling a list of people who made social media posts criticizing his infrastructure bill, this is deeply un-American. This is deeply fucked up. It makes no sense. It serves one purpose: intimidation. It's not legal. It's not acceptable. You still have the right to criticize the government. You have a right to criticize ICE. You have a right to criticize the president. You have a right to tell Kristi Noem to go fuck off. Please understand, ICE agents, the regime, Donald Trump, they're all scared shitless that their day of justice is coming, that they are going to face prosecutions. So they are reaching for more and more desperate tactics to scare people. And we're not going to be scared. We're looking to Minnesotans and seeing how to be courageous and brave in this moment. They've got to accelerate their intimidation tactics in a desperate attempt to get you to surrender the Constitution, to surrender your rights, to surrender your neighborhoods, to surrender this country to the authoritarian regime of Donald Trump and the lawless, violent gang of criminals that are DHS agents in Customs and Border Patrol and ICE. We're not fucking doing it, right? So we have ICE fail son chuddies who are taking people's pictures and claiming that they are uploading them to a domestic terrorist database. Oh, we got your picture and your plates in the database now. We have DHS subpoenaing the information of people who post on social media criticizing ICE, opposing ICE. Again, 46% of the population, that's a real big file there you got, motherfuckers. And number three is that we have behavior like this from ICE agents, which is just straight up intimidation.
These absolute fucking nerds ran my plates when I was yelling at them at Walmart North. So now they drove all the way to Claremont, to my old address, to my parents, to try to fucking intimidate me like they know where the fuck I'm from or some shit. Look at this. Do you think I'm impressed? Stop! This isn't where I live. That's fine. This isn't where I live.
Parents still pay all your bills?
No.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
If my parents paid all my bills?
We just want to make sure you got home.
This isn't where I live.
It's okay, Olivia. We appreciate it.
You can go talk to them.
Well,
This isn't where I live.
So if this is not where your vehicle's registered, you might want to look that up with their state.
It is, buddy. My address is correct on my ID and where my car is registered. Okay. Good try, though.
All right. Thanks, Olivia.
Do you feel strong?
He's
or what?
threatening her using her name.
We're good.
That's a
Have
threat.
a great day, okay?
I'll keep following you, okay?
Oh, no, she doesn't care. It's right. No, come on. She doesn't care? She doesn't care. They never do.
How does it feel to be a race traitor?
He's so dysregulated.
You know, we were trying to get a child molester, right?
No, you weren't.
Yes, we were.
How would you know?
Because it was a woman you talked to.
His wife?
And then his plate came back as
Also,
murder.
I was going to say, calling someone a race traitor.
But you guys don't care.
I hope you realize that is the most racist thing you can say as a
it's
black
incredible.
woman.
Of course,
race
it
traitor.
is.
So you know,
Oh, it's not.
this isn't a good look for you.
You think I care about my look?
No, trust me.
When you guys
it
are-
is evident by how you look, you don't care. We get that. Trust me. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying this, trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
No, I don't care because you guys try.
I love how the comments were all look for that dude on Grindr. First of all, Wild is saying that the most racist thing you can do is call somebody a race traitor. Y'all are committing an ethnic cleansing. And no, the guy they were looking for was not a criminal. These agents lie through their teeth. They're not interested in legitimate law enforcement. They're intimidating American citizens. He went to her parents' house. Pure pathetic attempts at intimidation, but Livy showed us how we respond in that moment with courage. She knows her rights. She's not backing down, and neither are we.
They not backing down, y'all. They not backing down. Here we go. Look at this stupid.
Same day that federal officials announced the end of Operation Metro Surge, a nightmare began for a family in Brooklyn Center. Our Connor White gives us a closer look at ICE agents apparently faking car trouble before detaining a father of 6.
ICE agents surround and detain Jesus Flores in his driveway in Brooklyn Center early Thursday afternoon, after his son says the agents lured him out of the house.
It seems clear they tricked him.
Yeah. Tricked him into coming outside. So
Now isn't that rich? They pretend like they car jacked up so that the person come outside trying to help them, and then they try to get them. Well, this is a tactic, you guys. Hey, that's how you do it. If you're gonna do it slick. Hey, you didn't hear no people whistling. You didn't hear people like, oh, they just faked like they was whatever, and then boom. Hell, I remember when I was getting my car repossessed, somebody goes, oh, I want to do some graphic design, whatever. They came and pretend like they were gonna meet me somewhere, and then honey came to repossess my car. Hey, if you really want to do something, that's how you're gonna do it. Sounds like the way. You know what I'm saying? Now it might be kind of jacked up how they did it, but it seems like this might be a little bit more effective than rushing into a school and then got everybody up in arms.
I mean, he was just trying to get some money for the house, trying to pay off the house.
About 3 minutes before other agents arrive, a neighbor's security camera shows two people with apparent car trouble. Flores' son tells us they must have known his dad is a mechanic who takes odd jobs at his house, knowing he'd come out to help. It's moments after he takes a look at the vehicle that the others come swarming in. The original car then leaves at the same time as the other vehicles. His wife says Flores is a lifeline for their 6 children, including 2 with autism that need special care. His family says that DHS sent Flores to El Paso, Texas the very next day, possibly in violation of a federal judge's order. They expect ICE to deport him to Mexico anytime now, explaining he is undocumented and was deported once before about 16 years ago.
My dad's a hardworking individual. He has he came here to give us a better life, and he has done that.
I'm gonna say this. See how they were able to smoothly remove that guy without all that rigmarole? My car's broke down. Come fix it. Oh, all right. Bye. You know, sounds a lot better than just whistles and shit blowing, screaming, hollering, throwing cans of like mace. And no, that's how you do it. Boom, slick and quick. You know what I'm saying? That sounds more like a military operation to me. And it seemed like it only happened when this guy got back. What was his name? This dude that took over.
Metro surge is ending.
White House border czar Tom Homan made that announcement hours before ICE detained Flores, adding that immigration enforcement will continue.
Maybe the operation stops. Immigration does not stop.
It's a message that this federal officer echoed that same morning in Savage. Edward Lopez Mendez, going through the asylum process, says he believes ICE were racially profiling him when they pulled him over.
They said they were looking for criminals. We're not criminals.
He says they let him go after he says they realized they had the wrong person, but he says he's afraid, skeptical that any of this is over. In Brooklyn Center, with photojournalist Nick Boki, Connor White, WCCO News.
This week, a federal judge ordered DHS to wait at least 72 hours before transferring an immigrant out of state. We reached out to ICE on the case in Brooklyn Center. They have not responded.
You see how they slickly did that? See how they was able to get the guy out the house? You know what I'm saying? It was kind of like devious how they did it. But look how effective that was without all that bullshit going on. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to do it slick. You know what I'm saying? Slick and quick. Don't do it like all out in the open at the gas station, people at the Home Depot running and creating a whole scene. And now you have to like have a whole riot protest thing going on. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to do it, that's how Obama was able to remove the amount of people he removed. Even though it was protest, listen, by the time he got through, it was done. Like, boom, 1 million people gone. You know what I'm saying? But Trump, 4,000. Speaking of Obama, Trump is pissed off about his little thing. He got a standing ovation in his speech. Let's talk about that.
In Inglewood, Los Angeles, erupted in a standing ovation for former President Obama. Donald Trump has completely lost the culture. Everybody's supporting former President Obama. This is what Donald Trump dreams of. Obama got the standing ovation. Donald, do you think you are going to distract from the Epstein files and the fact that you appear over 38,000 times by posting photographs of former President Obama and Michelle Obama's faces on apes? And you thought we would be, just distracted by that? The Obamas are unfazed. They've called you a clown. They're getting a standing ovation at the NBA All-Star game. Just watch them on the Jumbotron here. And here they are getting a standing ovation. Here, play this clip. Now let's play that standing ovation for another angle right here. Yeah, and this is what former President Obama posted for Valentine's Day. Celebrated Valentine's Day with my forever dance partner. Love you, Michelle. And here's what former First Lady Michelle Obama posted. My former teammates on and off the court. Let's see, what did Donald Trump post on Valentine's Day? Oh, he posted this attack on Bill Maher. It looks like a lunatic wrote it. I want to read it. It's like, Bill Maher came to me and said that he was going to like me, and he looked really nervous. But then Bill Maher ended up trashing me on TV. And then I said, dude, shut up. And then Donald Trump's like, and I said to Canada, you're going to lose ice hockey because China's going to steal your ice hockey. And I was clearly joking about it. Donald, just get in life, man. You're weird, you're deranged, you're unhinged, you're a racist, you're a felon, you're a sexual abuser, you're a fraud, you are a phony. And even MAGA sees right now that you're covering up a child sex trafficking ring. Your name appears more in the Epstein files than the name Harry in Harry Potter, more than Jesus or God appears in the freaking Bible. What else are we learning as well? Oh, more references to Donald Trump are being uncovered in the Epstein files. Like, how about this email? Have you seen this one? Sent June 8th, 2018. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to a guy named Andres Serrano, an artist. Here's what Epstein writes. One Madonna on the way. Instead of torture photo, maybe portrait of me instead. Presentation of Trumpville. Torture photos, presentation of Trumpville. How about this? From William Riley, a private investigator, to Epstein, April 18th, 2011. Before I call Trump, with regard Virginia, are there any alternatives? How about this email right here? Jeffrey Epstein to Jess Staley's daughter, former top banker at JP Morgan. Then he became the CEO of Barclays. And Epstein is speaking to Jess, and Staley resigned in disgrace from Barclays as his connections with Epstein were uncovered. And then this is Epstein writing to Jess Staley's daughter. Could you ask if he would like to be considered for Treasury? He's saying, can you ask your dad if he would like to be considered as the next Treasury Secretary? Because Epstein was apparently involved with Bannon in picking Donald Trump's cabinet like Treasury Secretary. And then Staley's daughter says, just spoke with him. He said, not yet, but thanks. That's how Donald Trump's cabinet was picked, by the way, with Epstein. Could we go back to Obama for a second, getting standing ovations? Let me share this with you. This was an interview that was just released between former President Obama and my friend Brian Tyler Cohen. And Obama, it talks about Donald Trump doing the ape photo posting by Donald Trump. And here's what Obama says, that he still sees a lot of hope. Play this clip.
First of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But, as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness. And there's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. And what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people. And we just saw this in Minnesota, in Minneapolis.
And former President Obama posted this. Watching the NBA All-Star Game and Team USA at the Winter Olympics, it's clear that sports, just like music and art, still has the power to bring us together, build community, and remind us of our common humanity. Let's play this clip right here.
Sports can bring the world together, but right now we're in the middle of the Olympics. It's worth reminding us, we saw it in Paris, that when you watch the U.S. team and play in Paris, and the Serbian teams and the French teams, and you're reminded of what the Dream Team did to inspire all that, and you saw the French fans when Steph was hitting those threes, and they're mad, but they can't be too mad because it is such it's art, and it's joy, and it binds us together to see human excellence in that way. That's only sports and music and the arts can do that. To bind us together, to remind us of our common humanity. That's something we want to preserve and build on.
And there was this amazing moment where Anthony Edwards spoke candidly about what it means to play in front of President Obama. As this account says, can you imagine any athlete saying this about Trump from Democratic Wins Media? Here, play this clip right here.
I know you've met him before, but the President Obama was here.
Yeah.
The Obamas was here. Did that give you any extra motivation to play any harder tonight?
Yeah, for sure. You always got to put on the show for he my favorite person in the world. We was kicking it yesterday. Me and him, I had a great time yesterday. So I told him I was going to put on the show for him.
Well, Donald Trump was spending the weekend golfing. That's Donald Trump with Liz Truss, the former UK prime minister, who sent the UK markets into tanked the markets. I see two losers right there. And speaking of two losers, three losers, four losers. Dr. Oz, we learned, invited. I think it's worth to note on Valentine's Day that Dr. Oz invited Epstein to a Valentine's Day party. So we got Lutnick going to bring children to the island, Oz inviting Epstein to Valentine's Day parties. Again, Trump's White House is the center of this entire cabal right here. And then, as you now know, and I reported over the weekend, Donald Trump released a fake Epstein list, right? You know the story that the DOJ released what it said were the politically exposed persons list. And in order to muddy the waters, they put Trump's name and people who were involved actually in a bad way with Epstein. But then they include names like Janis Joplin and Elvis Presley and Marilyn Monroe and Dan Quayle. And they just put in a bunch of names like that in order to kind of obfuscate and just to make people not believe that the Epstein files and the lists are real. I mean, again, it's just such utterly despicable and horrible conduct by this regime. We also learned that Steve Bannon and Epstein were working behind the scenes with others in the Trump regime to bring down former Pope Francis. And they were finding ways to blackmail and go after former Pope Francis. I mean, you don't get much more despicable than this. What's Donald Trump's post this weekend? He goes, the Democrats refuse to vote for voter ID. The reason is simple. They want to continue to cheat in elections. There will be voter ID for the midterms, whether approved by Congress or not. And then over the weekend, too, you had Kristi Noem talking about, we're going after certain types of voters. We're going to go after these voters. Remember what Kristi Noem said? And here's how Tom Homan responded to it. Here, play this clip.
DHS Secretary Noem made some comments that Democratic leader Schumer just commented on earlier in the show. I want to play them for you.
It may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country.
So what does she mean when she says electing the right leaders? That's not really immigration enforcement or DHS responsibility.
I don't know. That'd be a question for the secretary. If I had to guess, probably that only those legally eligible to vote will vote. But I have not talked to the secretary about those statements. That'd be something she'd have to answer.
And just the more gaslighting from Trump's border czar Tom Homan this weekend. Here, let's play this clip.
When they say stop racial profiling, that's just not occurring. I mean, ICE will briefly detain and question somebody based on reasonable suspicion. It has nothing to do with racial profiling. As far as the mask, look, I don't like the masks either, but because threats against ICE officers, are up over 1,500%. Actual assaults and threats are up over 8,000%. These men and women have to protect themselves. As far as identifying themselves, they all have placards identifying themselves as ICE, ERO, HSI, DEA, FBI. So they all have placards on them. So I'll let the White House and members of Congress, fight that out. But I think some of the asks are just, I think they're unreasonable.
And I'll show you one more clip from this weekend. Let's play it.
It wasn't.
What's so wrong about obtaining a judicial warrant to enter private property?
That's not what the federal law requires.
What?
Congress themselves wrote the Immigration Nationality Act that gave power on administrative warrant to arrest somebody, and that's what's set up in federal statute.
To arrest someone, not go into their
Congress
house.
and legislate, but right now, ICE is acting within the framework of federal statutes enacted by Congress and signed by a president.
No, they're not.
Well, as I recall, you have previously said that you thought judicial warrants were necessary for searches. There's been this change in policy in that now ICE can go with these administrative warrants that are issued by ICE personnel. Why your change of heart? I mean, clearly there, at one point at least, you agreed that was necessary.
No, I don't have a change heart. What I understand, and I wasn't part of the discussion, is that DOJ interpret that law saying in certain circumstances, administrative warrant on somebody that has a final order removal already had a due process issued by a federal judge to enter premises. I'm not a part of that discussion, but that's the DOJ guidance.
Oh my God, this guy.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million.
Man,
Thanks,
really?
everybody,
You
for
don't even
watching.
feel like he
New
even knows
Midas
what's
merch.
going on?
Head to store.midastouch.com.
I don't even think he knows what's going on. He sounds like he. I don't know. What I think. And let me show you about Steve Bannon, bro. Man, all this stuff is coming out. I'm like tripping, bro. Look, Steve Bannon, supposed to be on Trump's side, come out with text about should be removed, saying that talking about removing Trump and stuff. Watch this.
Profoundly embarrassing for everybody involved, but most especially Donald Trump, in ways that will surprise you. And that is this: Steve Bannon, the MAGA mastermind, top Trump advisor, top Trump surrogate, a man who went to prison, he says, for Donald Trump, texted Jeffrey Epstein, yes, that Jeffrey Epstein, and told Epstein that Trump should be removed from power via the 25th Amendment.
What?
Talk about a plot twist. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please.
These people do not even like each other. Bro. He done got Steve Bannon involved, and Steve Bannon don't even like Trump.
Be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. Yep, leaked text messages confirm it. As Mediaite reports, Steve Bannon told Jeffrey Epstein Trump should be removed via the 25th Amendment during his first term. Steve Bannon, the MAGA media mogul who served as White House chief strategist at the outset of Donald Trump's first term, told Jeffrey Epstein, the late sex criminal whom he planned to make a friendly documentary about, that Trump should be removed from office via the 25th Amendment back in 2018. Bannon has come under fire from a wide variety of critics, including conservatives, in recent days over his relationship with Epstein. Documents released by the Justice Department revealed that on the very day Epstein was arrested on charges of sex trafficking in July 2019, he was texting with Bannon about the aforementioned documentary. A few months before that, Bannon advised Epstein, quote, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, yet another text exchange between the two men from December 31st, 2018 is attracting attention. It reads as follows: Epstein, hell of a year. Next will be biblical. A lot of spelling errors. Epstein, among many other things, apparently was not really good with spelling. Bannon, we either own 2019 or it surely will own us. Epstein, I'm back in the F&B biz only. Bannon, F&B director. Epstein, no, it does not stand for fuck and blow. Epstein, spoke to my Dems this weekend. Boy, are emotions running high. Bannon, going to blow him up right out of the box. White House has zero plan to punch back. Fort Apache with no cavalry en route. Epstein, and no soldiers in the fort. He really is borderline. Not sure what he may do. Bannon, I think it's beyond borderline. 25th Amendment. In other words, Steve Bannon told Jeffrey Epstein that Donald Trump is beyond borderline in terms of his competence and in terms of his mental health. He is eligible for removal and should be removed via the 25th Amendment. Wow. Bannon, who presents himself as a loyal supporter of Trump, has even gone so far to suggest Trump should and will run for a third term in 2028. Quote, Trump is going to be president in 28, and then people ought to just get accommodated with that, Bannon told The Economist last fall. Quote, at the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. Former Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a longtime Bannon ally, called her friend out over his relationship with Epstein on Monday. So that also was a big deal. I agree completely. Steve Bannon went to jail for Trump. I was there. But back on 1/1/19, after Dems took the House, he was texting with Epstein about the 25th Amendment. Also, there is no excuse for having such a friendly relationship with Epstein post-conviction, 2018, 2019. None. Oof. And these are excerpts from the leaked text messages right here. In this one, you might be able to zoom in a little bit. Yep, I think it's beyond borderline. 25th Amendment, Steve Bannon. Not good. And this is in response to General Mike Flynn, who is also an insane Trump supporter. The White House, or at least the DOJ, needs to come out and say what they plan on doing with this information.
I mean, Trump is sick, bro. He is not going to make it to, if he tries to run for 2028, he is barely going to be holding on. Y'all are crazy if y'all think that Trump has it in him to be president for another 4 years. Like he is holding on by a thread. He barely can like just shake hands without his whole veins busting in his hand. Y'all don't even know. This guy has dementia. He's pooping himself. Come on, bro.
I remember all the 25th Amendment talk back in the term. It was really ugly. If Bannon and Epstein were behind it, Bannon needs to be brought in for questioning, and he needs to address this and all the other shit he was doing on behalf of Epstein. Tag at real Donald Trump. Ooh, not good. Not good. Well, yeah, I was stunned when I saw this. I really was. I was like, holy shit. Like, of the Marjorie Taylor Greene and Steve Bannon always struck me as the probably last two people in the Trump. I feel like Ivanka would have been calling for the 25th Amendment to be invoked on Trump before Bannon or Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that is all over the place. It's gone viral too. Curious here if there's anything from MAGA instantly responding yet. It just goes to show how much of a mercenary. I mean, look, here's the reality. Steve Bannon is a hell of a lot smarter than Donald Trump. And so it was always kind of perplexed when he would speak of Trump with such reverence, because like, dude, you just think Trump is this easily manipulated, easily duped puppet that you can control, that you can use as a vehicle for political power. And this just shit confirms it, right? Bannon undermined Trump for years with Epstein, wanted to invoke the 25th Amendment, was excited about it. And nearly every right-wing influencer who got rich on riding POTUS's coattails are silent. He was threatened with jail, bankruptcy, and nearly killed multiple times that you are handling your loyalty to Epstein's BFF. Who needs Democrats when we have you? Disgusting. And it's like, well, Trump was Epstein's BFF for the longest time. What are you talking about, man? Bringing him into the administration was probably Trump's largest mistake in the first term. Bannon's recommendations, leaks, and power plays likely cost the Republicans in the midterms and fueled multiple of the hoaxes. So, damn, a lot of the big MAGA commentators are silent. The other mainstream MAGA are letting him have it. Bannon, this is from Roger Stone, another top Trump advisor, the Trump, by the way, pardon. Bannon wants to use the 25th Amendment to remove Trump in shocking email to Epstein. Looks like text messages, not an email. Damn. What about Jack Posobiec? Jack Posobiec is a big big Trump fan and big Bannon ally. Wonder if he has anything to say on this. We're not seeing anything so far. Oh, man. Yeah, again, it's trending, but yeah, a lot of the top MAGA commentators have been suspiciously silent. So here's what I'll tell you. I want you to remember January 6, 2021. There was discussion among Trump cabinet officials during the January 6th insurrection and after about invoking the 25th Amendment. Because remember, this happened on January 6th, the insurrection, and Trump didn't leave office until 12:01 p.m., January 20th, 2021, right? So there was 14 days, there was 2 weeks between the insurrection and President Biden's inauguration. We learned reportedly that multiple cabinet officials had conversations about getting with then Vice President Mike Pence and invoking the 25th Amendment to remove Trump from power for the remaining 2 weeks because nobody trusted him, right? And now you have Steve Bannon, 2 years before that. I mean, guys, this isn't good for Bannon. it's definitely embarrassing for Trump, right? I mean, because Steve Bannon was his guy, not just, again, White House chief strategist, but the MAGA mastermind, the rotting, the intellectual heart at the rot of the MAGA movement. And even Steve Bannon is telling Jeffrey Epstein that, yeah, Donald Trump should probably go via the 25th. That's what I'm saying. Like the two biggest twists in the MAGA narrative lately have been Trump's 180 on the Epstein files. That definitely rocked the MAGA movement. Trump excommunicating Marjorie Taylor Greene. Of course, ultimately, like any good cult, they've ultimately mostly sided with Trump over Marjorie Taylor Greene. But for Steve Bannon, now this is the third big one. Steve Bannon acknowledging that Trump should have been removed from power. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, you want to talk about tying these twists together, Marjorie Taylor Greene turning on Bannon in the sense like, yeah, what the hell, Bannon? You were friends with Epstein, which is incredibly gross, right? But also you wanted to invoke the 25th Amendment on Trump. So it's almost like a little flashes of Marjorie Taylor Greene's own Trump loyalism coming back to a head. So now Steve Bannon and Marjorie Taylor Greene are beefing. There's no time. The silence from major MAGA commentators is truly shocking. Because,
man, listen, what he says, MAGA, why does Trump say we should move on from the files if he's innocent? Why would he say that? Let me tell you why he would say that. Okay. 10 million files, 100, listen, 100.
Just got the news he feared most regarding his cover-up of the Epstein files. His cover-up, as well as the horrific performing American economy right now, is crushing his poll numbers. They are at new lows, and this is at the same time that it has now been uncovered that Donald Trump is likely hiding still 98% of the Epstein files, even with the production of the 3 million or so documents that were previously produced a week or two ago. And even with the unredacted copies that are still redacted that Congress got to see, there likely exists 98% more documents, perhaps 50, 100 million documents that are still being covered up. And that makes sense when you think about how widespread this Epstein class pedo sex trafficking ring is that Donald Trump is covering up. Here's what we're learning from Channel 4 News. A new investigation examining emails sent between federal investigators and prosecutors has raised fresh doubts over the Department of Justice's claim that it released a full cache of Epstein files, suggesting the material made public amounts to just 2% of the data gathered by agents. Channel 4 News from the UK goes on to say that federal investigators expected to process between 20 and 40 terabytes of data seized from Epstein's properties, including his Florida mansion, New York townhouse, and private island. Note that the feds did not even go to the area where some of the most despicable conduct was taking place, which was the New Mexico ranch, the Zorro Ranch. The broadcaster added that the emails between investigators discussing the data totaled up to 50 terabytes from the earliest stages of the investigation as of June 2020. To me, that means we're talking about 100 million documents, folks. So let's talk about Donald Trump's crashing approvals right now. Here's how it was just described moments ago by Harry Enton. Here, play this clip.
Through and through. Let's take a look at another president, though. President Donald John Trump. Look at this. I got 4 numbers across for you on this screen here. They are all second-term lows for the given pollster. What are we talking about? AP North, 26 points below water. NBC, 22 points below water. Yahoo YouGov, 20 points below water. Quinnipiac, 19 points below water. So we're ranging from negative 19 points all the way to negative 26 points. You know, Kate, there's this question that folks keep asking, you know, where is the floor for Donald Trump? And I'm not sure there is a floor, because if there is one, Donald Trump, at least in term number 2, has just fallen through it to another low level.
How does this compare with his first term, and how does this compare with Joe Biden?
Okay, so we look at these numbers right here. One of the things that Donald Trump had been arguing, his proponents have been arguing, oh, you know what, he's doing better than he was doing in term number 1. No longer is that the case. What are we talking about here? Okay, net approval rating at this point in the term. Look at this. 22 points below water on average when you average all the pollsters from the last slide. That is actually lower. That is lower than he was at this point in term number one, when he was 17 points below water. So he's doing 5 points worse, and he's doing way worse than Joe Biden was doing at this point in his term number one, when he was 13 points below water. So the bottom line is this: Donald Trump is setting new records for himself in term number two, setting new records for himself compared to where he was at this point in term number one. And he's doing worse than Joe Biden, which is, of course, the comparison that Donald Trump does not want to be, because we all know what happened to Joe Biden. His party lost the House in term number one, that midterm elections. And of course, Joe Biden was not reelected to another term. At this point, the numbers are no bueno for the president of the United States.
What's driving this that you're seeing right now?
Okay, Kate. You know what? This is the segment. We have done it over and over and over again because he keeps setting new lows for himself. What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about independence. We're talking about independence. When you lose the center of the electorate, you lose the American people. Trump's net approval rating among independents, you know, at this point, you go back term number one, he was 17 points below water. Now, according to Quinnipiac, he is 27 points below water. I don't understand how this works out well for the president of the United States. When you are 27 points below water, underwater, with the center of the electorate, with independents, you lose, your party loses. You know, I've made the comparisons before, you know, oh, he's more underwater than Greg Louganis. I've made the comparisons with all those different divers. And the bottom line is this: you can continue to make those, but over time, when you keep making those same comparisons, they run a little bit old. But at this point, I don't really know who to even compare Donald
Trump 2028, huh?
Trump to, because he's just so low, and he's so low with the center of the electorate.
Can only be compared to himself.
That's correct.
Harry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, what is Donald Trump doing today on President's Day as he's freaking out? Well, he's sending emails like this to try to grift and raise money. This is Dr. Donald J. Trump. I've come to save the day. Read the memo. You might have noticed your Trump sustaining membership is on life support. Please renew ASAP before it's too late. Even CPR won't bring it back. And I think this is important for you to know, in addition to the fact that he's pretending to be a doctor. A lot of the people who he tries to trick are elderly people. I've called his email schemes elder abuse before. So when he's saying you're on life support, and Dr. Donald J. Trump is saying you need to give me money, that's also the targeted audience as part of his scam as well. Also, just in this morning, as Josh Gerstein reports, Judge Cynthia Rufy, George W. Bush appointee, cites Orwell's 1984 as she orders Trump administration to restore slavery-focused panels at the site of Washington's Philly House. The feds are wiping away the history of the greatest founding fathers management. So here's what Judge Rufy says. Again, George W. Bush appointee. She starts with a George Orwell quote: "All history was a palimpsest, scraped clean and rescribed exactly as often as was necessary. In no case would it have been possible, once the deed was done, to prove that any falsification had taken place." George Orwell, 1984. As if the Ministry of Truth in George Orwell's 1984 now existed, with its motto, "Ignorance is strength," this court is now asked to determine whether the federal government, under Donald Trump, has the power it claims to dissemble and disassemble historical truths when it has some domain over historical facts. It does not. And the court ruled against the Trump regime. Donald Trump this morning is also ranting and raving, as we've now uncovered that 100 million documents, perhaps in the Epstein files, are still not produced. Here's what Donald Trump is posting. "I'm opposed to the future boondoggle known as Gateway in New York, New Jersey, because it will cost many billions of dollars, more than projected or anticipated, much like Gavin Newsom's railroad to nowhere, which is many times over budget. It's a disaster. Gateway will likewise be financially catastrophic for the region unless hard work and proper planning is done now to avoid insurmountable future cost overrun. Please let this statement represent the fact that under no circumstance will the federal government be responsible for any cost overruns, not $1. The federal government's willing to meet, however, to make sure that this does not happen. Also, the naming of Penn Station, I love Pennsylvania, but it is a direct competitor to New York, and eating New York's lunch to Trump Station was brought up by certain politicians and construction union heads, not me. It's just more fake news. Remember, Donald Trump has been withholding funding for the Gateway Project, which New Yorkers, New Jersey, and people from Connecticut are saying, we need this project. What the hell are you doing? And Trump's like, but you got to name it after me. You got to name it after me. You know, it's interesting with Donald Trump freaking out this morning and the big case out of Philadelphia where a George W. Bush judge just ruled against Donald Trump. And you see Donald Trump whining about Pennsylvania. Why don't on President's Day we bring in the governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro? This was the interview I recently did with Governor Shapiro, exclusively here on the Midas Touch Network. Let's bring in Governor Shapiro. Now I want to bring in Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. Gov, great to see you out with a new book, Where We Keep the Light, Stories from a Life of Service. Governor, author, former Attorney General, which is what I want to talk about because I was showing some clips right there of Attorney General Pam Bondi's testimony. And I just think objectively, setting aside political whatever, as a matter of leadership, what the role of an Attorney General is, which you talk about in the book, service, leadership. To me, I don't care what political party you're from, that was despicable and an utter failure of leadership.
You know, I write in the book about my time as Attorney General of Pennsylvania and standing up for victims and ensuring that we enforce the rule of law without fear or favor. I write extensively about the work I did holding predator priests and other pedophiles accountable, from local coaches and pediatricians and teachers to, of course, hundreds of predator priests that abused thousands of children. And in that experience, I got to know these victims, victims who, you know, for years, and there's a similar overlay with the Epstein case, for years went to the authorities and tried to get the authorities to believe them and listen to them, were turned away and thwarted by powerful people. And then it's up to the Attorney General, it's up to the Chief Prosecutor to listen to their stories, to stand for victims and to fight for them. And what I continue to see out of the Trump administration are a group of people that are there trying to protect the president, who's named thousands, although I think Congressman Raskin recently said up to 1 million times in these documents, and a whole bunch of other powerful people who were abusing young women and abusing the power that they had in life. And I think it is important that we have prosecutors that stand with victims, that hold the perpetrators accountable. And I'm not seeing that coming out of DC right now.
Right. Could you just imagine, though, you're sitting there, you're in Congress, survivors are behind you, and by the way, you had a similar situation as AG. You're waiting for a grand jury report. You know, you want to make sure it's public. The survivor community is leaning on you. You've got a very powerful, if not the most powerful interest, the church in the Commonwealth, and you're being called upon in this moment. What do you do? She starts saying, well, the Dow is 50,000, even though it was not that when you said that, you know, and she had a burn book. Like it was, if your book is a testament to leadership, service, empathy, her performance was the exact opposite.
I think if you're in these roles, you've got to stand with victims. You've got to stand up for the rule of law. You've got to stand against the powerful who so oftentimes take advantage of the people. And there was a clear opportunity to do that yesterday, and that did not happen. It was a failure in leadership. But to me, it's in many ways, notwithstanding the importance of those hearings, in many ways, that was performative. It's the hard work that prosecutors do behind the scenes to stand up for victims. It's the hard work prosecutors do behind the scenes to hold the powerful accountable. And that is what I am not seeing coming out of the Trump administration.
Right. And in the book, you talk about other prosecutors. Lots of people knew you standing up to Trump during the elections of 2020, and Trump tries to overthrow the results, which we could even talk a little bit about, knowing what you know, what you saw in Fulton County, where he recycled the same types of bogus declarations that he tried to push past. Let's do that. Then I'll go out of order. You know, so you saw what he did, but in the system, where he had to go to court. There was adversarial in nature. So you, as the AG, were able to say, this declaration is bullshit. This affidavit is, and then the judge goes, tell me about it, counsel. And you go, I could easily show you. And then not only do these affidavits get rejected, but the lawyers on the other side get sanctioned and lose their license. Now, Trump's reached this whole other point where they're submitting the affidavits just with the same stuff, and they're giving them to magistrates as though this stuff is fact in situations where it's not an adversarial process.
You sound like Professor Ben right now.
I try.
No, but let me give you a real life example of how this played out in Pennsylvania and juxtapose that with what we're seeing in Fulton County. Back in 2020, I'll just remind you, you and I talked about it a lot at the time. Donald Trump and his enablers sued me in Pennsylvania 43 different times to try and throw out the votes of legal eligible voters here in Pennsylvania. He went 0-43, I went 43-0, and we had a free and fair, safe and secure election. In one of those cases, there were these bogus affidavits, these bogus statements that the Trump folks were relying on that were introduced in court when they were asking the judge to try and throw out these votes. Guess who the lawyer was at that time? It was Rudy Giuliani. And Giuliani went into court and lied. He lied with his own mouth. He lied with the introduction of these, these affidavits and other statements. And in the end, not only did they lose the case, and I won, and we protected the voters here in Pennsylvania, but then we pursued Giuliani's law degree and we stripped him of his law license.
Man, that's great. They stripped him his law. Listen, watch the rest on Midas Touch Network, because like he gets into it with this the governor of Pennsylvania, and they get into it. They talk about a lot, but I want to move on to the next thing. So Trump that you guys love so much has a $38 billion plan to turn warehouses across the U.S. into ICE detention centers, guys. Where is this money coming from? Our tax dollars. Why hasn't it been funneled to Medicaid and different things like this, like medical health benefits? Why everything is stalled on the health benefits? Stuff something to be behind to get like some health benefits. Chatbot. That's what we're getting. When it comes to health, chatbot, AI, right?
Now, Washington Post reporter Jonathan O'Connell and co-founder and CEO of the Seneca Project, Tara Setmeyer. She is a former GOP communications director. Welcome, both of you. Tara, for these Republicans, how do you balance the scales here? Is it more important to be in line with the president or support constituents and push back like those two that we heard there?
Well, when you have a president who's polling around 36% in a midterm election year, it's more important that you respond to your constituents' needs, because they're the ones who actually have to cast a vote for you. This is the challenge that a lot of Republicans are facing right now, because Donald Trump's agenda is no longer popular. And in the piece written about what's happening here in this town, in this small town in Georgia, the constituents who voted for Donald Trump questioned their vote. They said, wait a minute, we didn't sign up for this. And I think there are a lot of Republicans across the country who are starting to realize that downstream, what Donald Trump is doing is impacting them. It was all good when it was, it's okay if you go after those people or you do it somewhere else. But when it comes into their backyards, the byproduct of these policies, then people are starting to say, hold on a second, we don't like it. So this is something that's a challenge for Republicans, because Republicans used to be the party that didn't like the overreach of the federal government coming into states and localities and telling them what to do. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Republicans were very upset about the Kelo case, when that came down back in 2005 about eminent domain and seizing private property. This is at a whole nother level when you have the government spending taxpayer money to create these detention centers, which are questionable in their humanity and their cruelty and even their constitutional efficacy here, coming into people's backyards using taxpayer money to do it. and inflicting this on state and local governments without even their input. It's a problem for them.
Yeah, for sure. Not in my backyard seems to be a resounding phrase on that one. So, Jonathan, you have new reporting on the DHS's $38.3 billion warehouse plan that is based off of documents provided to and posted.
Welcome to the chat, Cat for Life. What do you have to say about the subject?
Hey, Mama. Nah, I got in the car and I just started watching a little bit of this. But I was going to ask you, are you watching the debate or whatever in Munich right now with Hillary and everybody else over there as far as what they're talking about?
Oh, no, I didn't know that was going on. There's a debate.
Bro, yeah, man. we were asking AOC, like, what would you do if you were the president and you would have to protect Taiwan? And AOC couldn't answer if her life depended on it. They got Hillary right there right now. And Hillary's talking about, let's forget about everything, but let's give Ukraine missiles to go after Russia. So my thing is, Hillary's still caught up with the Russia nonsense, and AOC doesn't know what to do if she was asked to defend Taiwan. Are those women the women that you want representing the face of the Democratic Party in 2028?
Hey, I'm not Democrat or Republican. I didn't even know that she was even having a debate. To be quiet, no, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I mean, look, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm like you. I'm more independent on that edge because both sides have problems. So I think I think we're fair to say that both sides of the spectrum have problems. So I mean, to claim the independent part, I think it's rightfully just because at the end of the day, we need to see who's truthful. We both are pretty much suspect on both parties, correct?
I think it's. I don't agree with either side. I think it's the same bird.
Okay, that's great. So we agree on that. My thing to you is, if there's going to be a witch hunt towards Donald Trump, who just opened up all the files to the Epstein list and then some, and pretty much got ridiculed in the process by his cabinet, and he still did it anyway to pretty much like clear his name. My thing is that justified as enough proof to say, yo, I mean, the Epstein list stuff is pretty much 90% of Democrats on that list, but is that justified enough to say, hey, enough is enough? Who's the Democrats going to have to represent their face in 2028, which is 2 years from now, as opposed to bitching and complaining about what's going on now?
I would say this: everybody's coming on like that they want Trump to like run another election. Trump can barely hold on in the current situation as a president. I mean,
look, the midterms and the primaries, I get it. The midterm and the primaries, look, right now the Democrats are making a push. That's great. Finally, they're doing something. But who's their face that's going to run against Trump in 2028? Because right now, if you name
I'm not a Democrat, I don't know. Listen, hold on, I'm not a Democrat. I don't know.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's questions we should ask, because if the left is so caught up on trying to make somebody look bad, who are they going to have represent their party in 2028? Because right now, Nancy Pelosi.
Listen, if the left.
I get that, but I mean, as of right now.
Wait. Listen. If a president on the left was acting about, I have his ass up here too. If it was a president doing stupid shit up here, I'd be like, hey, look at this bullshit. If it was a president on the right, I'd be like, look at this bullshit. If it was an independent, I'd be like, look at this bullshit. I think all this politics is a bunch of crazy ass bullshit to me. I think it's like, bro, what the fuck is going on? So anybody that's up here doing crazy shit is going to get put on the front stage.
No, yeah, rightfully so. Rightfully so. I agree with you. Right now,
whether it's Trump, whether it's ICE, whether it's whoever. If there's something crazy going on politically, I'm gonna say, listen, look at this bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
We have the right to say that. We have the platform. We have every right to say that. We have the platform to call those out that are doing injustice. You're absolutely correct. But my thing is, who out of Nancy Pelosi's crew do you trust representing the Democratic Party? I'm asking the Democrats that.
Well, ask them that, because I don't really know. Listen.
Yeah, that's something they need to ask themselves, as opposed to looking for the Epstein list that's been released, but people are picking and choosing what they want to see on that list.
Right, but I will say this, is that, let me just tell you this, because everybody's always in my chat talking about some Trump 2028. Okay.
Gavin can't even control California.
Hold on real quick. So what do you think about the thing that ICE plans to spend $38.5 billion turning warehouses into detention centers? And don't you think that there could be a better place after they close down all this government stuff? I mean, hell, even getting your taxes are like
How many billions? How many billions did you just say?
$38.3 billion turning warehouses into detention centers.
Okay, let me ask you this. We just lost 19 billion in Minnesota that nobody can trace. The Pentagon lost almost the same amount. And then California lost almost the same amount. That quadruples almost the amount of 48 that you're talking about. That's lost and nobody can find. So you're telling me out of the three pretty much examples I just gave you about money that's missing that surpassed the 48 that you're talking about that will be allocated into detention centers. I mean, what happened to that money? What happened to that money in California and Minnesota?
So, hold on. Those are states. I'm talking about the federal government, though.
So federal, it can be federal, judicial, or criminal. Money is.
Listen, stop. All right, because whatever money that they are fucking up or whatever, that's about California figuring out who that is. I'm talking about the federal whole government wanting to spend $38.3 billion of our tax money, and that is countrywide. Now,
the federal government didn't have problems when Biden wanted to go against Russia with Ukraine.
Stop. California, and everybody want to go back to the past. I'm talking about right now. I don't listen. Russia, Ukraine, all that shit happened. I'm talking right at this very moment.
Yeah, we spent more money than that in surplus. We spent way more money than that.
We can't get that money back though.
I get that, but nobody wants to have that selective amnesia.
You can't cry over spilled milk. You want to cry over spilled milk. I'm talking right now. 38.53 billion.
Then don't cry about the Epstein list. That's spilled milk too.
No, it's not spilled milk because we already know that Peter Thiel is keeping the whole thing going. Bottom line is that, listen, Epstein, the whole thing with Epstein is the problem is that it is one of those things where you cut one head off, someone else pops up. So you can't just ignore that.
No, I agree with that. I'm not saying ignore it, but at the same time, you're trying to pinpoint the president towards.
Hold on. You're saying we should ignore the Epstein list?
I'm saying ignore the part where you're trying to dogpile on the president when he just cleared his name on the Epstein list.
I'm not trying to dogpile on the president. I'm just talking about. Listen, anybody on the Epstein list need to be brought.
I agree with you. Everybody, not just him.
And hold on.
Everybody.
Listen, I never said it was only Donald Trump that needed to be brought. I said that everybody. Listen, bottom line is that. But if his name is being brought up 100 million times in the situation, and he trying to lie and say his name ain't in there.
Well, bro, I mean, look, Jay-Z's name is being mentioned 100 million times, but nobody wants to mention Jay-Z's name.
Okay, can you fact check that? Can you show me where Jay-Z's name was mentioned 100 million times?
No, I'm saying I'm playing pretty much the hypothetical card because it's almost the same amount of times.
I'm saying that it's not really I'm saying that literally they're saying that there was 100 million more files released. I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's crazy. 100 million. I don't know if that's true.
And who you think gave the AOK to release all those files?
I don't know. The whole thing.
You saw last night. You know who. You just don't want to say it.
Who gave the okay to release the files? It would be the DOJ.
Well, the DOJ. Look, you saw the Alex Jones clip that you were playing yesterday. Pretty much told that Donald Trump was like, release. He didn't care his cabinet was covering up the files or not. He said, release everything or else everybody's fired. How much more proof do you want?
Has it been released?
It's 1.5 out of 6 billion. I think he said it was 6 million files, and you guys got like 3.5 million right now.
2%. That's only 2%. But see, here's the thing: is that listen, all that shit is a distraction. I'm focused on.
No, I get that. Look, and I agree with you. We can't ignore it's there. You can't ignore it, but don't pinpoint one person when there's more than 50,000 people probably on that list.
The problem is that they're not the president, though. They're not the president.
I get that, but there's a lot of high-ranking representatives on there that are Democrats.
But this is the president of our United States that's on these files. Like, we can't just ignore that.
No, I get that. I'm not saying ignore it, but at the same time, we're talking about him, but we're not talking about.
Hold on, stop it. When you have the president of the United States mentioned in a situation where a person is the Mossad. He is a CIA agent for Israel and Russia and all this stuff. That means that our national security is compromised, sir.
And I agree with you. I agree with you.
So it's not just a matter of us just bringing up the whole thing that Trump is in there because we just don't like Trump. is the fact that if he could be even slightly manipulated by people around him, his friends, his friend group, right? That is a danger to national security, period.
No, look, I agree with you. What
Correct.
you're saying
It's
is absolutely correct. But this wouldn't be.
It's not. Listen, people want to focus on the child trafficking aspect of it, but the fact that he's able to be manipulated by a person who said to Tita Thiel that he wanted to like bring on tribalism and bring down the government, right? And then you have J.D. Vance who's connected to Peter Thiel. All right, here's the issue, right? And then he becomes the vice president later on. That's a threat to national security. So bottom line is that, like, even though this guy might be dead 3 times over, or maybe he's not dead, it's crazy to me that whatever his plan he put in place, because, even China plans 13, 15 years ahead, that whatever his plan is in action, and we don't know exactly how far it's planned. And the thing is that even when I brought up what's his name, David Icke, it talks about like that these things go deeper and they're really orchestrated on a level that we could never know. So the bottom line is that maybe President Trump is very unaware of what's even going on. But if he is a person that's being manipulated, there's an issue with that. It's not just only about the pedophilia, it's about the threat to national security, the fact that he's in bed with people that were actually agents and spies for other countries. This is a big deal. It's not just about the pedophilia is terrible.
Okay, so that sounds like pretty serious accusations. Why isn't he in jail? Thank you. Thank you.
No, hold on. Stop. Why isn't President Trump in jail? Because the person that did it isn't jail. He's dead now.
Okay, so why are we bringing up him then if it's not even regardless to who you're talking about?
No, sir, you're missing what I'm saying. Okay. That if at that level of corruption, there's all type of different things that happen. So if you are around people, right, that are doing all this old crazy, they have to sort all that out. And I guess they did sort it out. But if you have a person that's even in the actual thing that's even investigating that's corrupt, then how would you go to jail? If everybody's bought and paid for, how do you go to jail for it? Just like you say with ICE. Okay, the guy shot a person. You saw everybody saw him shoot this guy 10 times, but he didn't go to jail. What the fuck are you talking about? If you can shoot a person and murder him in front of everybody with the news watching, video cameras watching, what the fuck do you mean? Why didn't Trump go to jail? You see
Well, I mean, look, I could do the same thing about Charlie Kirk.
No. What I'm trying to explain to you, you're asking why that.
No, you're talking about getting shot, right? That's what you said, right?
No, I'm talking about if you have a certain level of ways that you can get around going to jail. You have like control of the agencies that put people in jail. How do you go to jail?
Yeah, but you have to pinpoint that. I get what you're saying, but you have to pinpoint. You have to pinpoint that it's fact.
Trump didn't get tried in all the felonies he got until after he was president. So how do you come on now? We have to be realistic. Everybody they want to call me Trump derangement system. I'm talking about like whenever.
No, you're bringing facts. You're bringing facts. It's an equilibrium. Like we're asking to know. That's how we learn. I'm asking and you're educating.
If it was Obama that had the same level of corruption, I would be talking about Obama. This is not just only because it's Trump.
Okay, so then the Russian collusion hoax was not Obama and Hillary?
That's not what the conversation is about right now.
I'm just saying you're talking about collusion, and I'm just saying you don't want me to go in the past. You don't want me to go in the past, but a lot of that past has to do with what's going on now.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that with this DHS shutdown, right? The Department of Human Services shut down. Homeland Security shut down. ICE plans to spend $38.3 billion on a fucking turning warehouses. They don't want to take their mask off. They want to be able to bust into.
No, they're recruiting. They're recruiting more people than that. From what I heard, they're recruiting more of the military.
Here's the thing: like, who gives a fuck? Whatever happened with that is over with. We're talking about right now. What's happening with our tax dollars at this very moment?
No, I agree with you, but when
you don't agree with me because you keep saying but. But means no. So if I say something, you say but. That means that you negate whatever you said. Yeah, I agree with you, but that means you don't agree with me.
Look, but I'm not saying I don't agree with you, but I mean,
you don't understand how sentences are constructed. When I say I agree with you, hold on. If I say I agree with you, but that means you don't agree with me.
Both
That's
things
how
can be
it is.
true. Both things can be true, but when I say mention tax
Okay,
money,
so what you would say, however, okay, I would say, however, because you say, but that means that you don't agree with me. And I
okay,
would
you're
say,
talking about worried about.
hey, hold on, stop. Let me finish my sentence. Like you want to bring up so and so because that is the throw off, the overplay for the underplay. The throw off is, oh, what about so and so and Biden? This, that, the other. And that shit's we're talking about. Where is 2026? February 26th, 3:39 p.m. Central Time. And at 3:39 Central Time, ICE plans on spending $38.3 billion turning warehouses into detention centers. On top of that, the DHS is shut down. Now you want to go into the past and say, well, but what about all this? Well, what about all this right now? So talk about the subject at hand. Let's talk about this $38.3 billion. What do you feel about that? Now let's have a conversation. What do you feel about this? What is your thoughts on $38.3 billion turning warehouses into
look, if that money's allocated to that sole purpose and we know where it's going, I'm all for it. If you're telling me all that other money that we lost in Minnesota and California can be accounted for, that's a problem.
For the other states, it's not the federal government.
Tomato, potato, it's money.
No, it's not. Like, listen, California sorts out with whatever they're spending. This is the federal government wanting to spend all this money.
So why don't you ask how California's getting water now? Because it's not coming from them; it's coming from us.
See how you're changing the subject from the federal?
No,
government?
I mean, no. You want to talk about California right now? Where are they getting the water from?
Federal versus state government.
I get that, but where are they getting the water from? It's not from the state.
You're changing the subject.
No. Where are they getting the water from?
You're changing the subject.
No, I'm not, because they didn't have water when those forest fires were going on. Where are they getting the water now from? The same state? Nope.
Changing the subject.
No, I'm not. I want you to answer the question. Where are they getting the water from now in California? Because it sure hell ain't in California when they were dry. That's what I'm saying, man. I get what you're saying, but you have to meet me halfway too in the conversation.
Yeah, you're not talking about the subject. You're talking about California.
Okay, but you said state. It's not the state because they're getting water from another state. Look it up. I don't know if I'm talking out of my butt, but somebody look it up. Are they getting water from California, even though California didn't have water to fight the forest fires?
No, they can't. All right. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. You're focused on California. And what that is like a diversion from the conversation about the federal government. And that's the logical fallacy. It has nothing to do with anything I'm talking about right now. So if you would like to talk about the subject, we could have that conversation, but you're not talking about the subject, sir. Welcome to the panel,
let's stick on the subject. Let's stick on the subject.
WL Nation. Welcome to the panel, WL Nation.
I'm listening.
Hey, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm good. How's everything?
Living slow motion, my G.
All right, what we're talking about here? Because I'm hearing two total different conversations.
Thank you. I'm discussing the fact right here. ICE plans to spend $38.3 billion turning warehouses into detention centers. He's talking about California water. California money.
No, I'm talking about. No, you said federal. You said federal.
No, what I'm talking about is state.
No, now it's state. You said federal earlier.
No, excuse me. I'm saying that what you're talking about when you talk about like the California and all this stuff, that is state.
No, you're talking about money, right? You said money right now, currently, right? That's what you said. 48 billion in surplus, right? That's what you said, right?
Whoa, okay. Are we talking about ICE or are we talking about money? What are we talking about?
I'm talking about ICE and money. I'm talking about
she brought up 48 billion, talking about detention centers being funded. When the last 2 years you couldn't even find the money that was in Minnesota and California, all those tax monies equaled more than 48 billion.
Last year. See, here's the thing. He wants to focus on the past. He wants to talk about $38 million. Whatever was in California. I'm saying right now, today,
that money's been, you know where that money's going. He's telling you it's going to that. The other money that's missing, you guys didn't know where it was because who
That has
lost
nothing
it?
to do with the federal government, though. This is
All right,
California.
okay. If you think it's not the same, then I don't know what to tell you.
What do you mean?
What is not the same? I'm not equating.
Okay. She's talking about federal money. She's talking about federal money.
What he said is that several states' money went missing. California, this state, that state. What about that? I said, well, the $38.3 billion that they want to turn into.
Who gives a rip? We all know where it's going. Next.
But I've been talking.
We all know where the money is going.
Where did it go? No, you tell me.
It's going to the elitists. So next.
Oh, okay.
It's going to your builder. It's going to your fucking Bilderbergs and everybody. Bilderbergs. Next.
Okay. All right.
So what are we currently talking about? We're talking about ICE getting 38 million, 13 billion, not million, billion with a B. Next, what project? What other project are we talking about?
Okay, are you looking at the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
ICE plans to spend $38.3 billion turning warehouse into detention center. Now, here's the thing: the government is shutting down. Okay, it's shut down, right? Okay.
Hey, look at Paul's comment.
I thought
it's 10,000 per head.
Hold on, they have shut down FEMA. They have shut down the aviation, whatever the hell it's called, the aviation thing.
Which shuts down your food stamps and everything else. Yeah.
NFA.
Yeah, 10,000 per head crossing the border. Where'd that money come from?
Bruh. Practice some impulse control, bruh. Practice some impulse control, bruh. We had this conversation the last time, and look where it got you. Absolutely nowhere. What the fuck are you doing about that situation? Not a goddamn thing. Go ahead, sis.
You're crashing right now, bro.
So hold on. What I'm trying to say is that while people want to go into the past, well, Biden spent $15 million on. I'm like, but
10 grand per head.
Listen, goddamn. Can't control yourself, sir. What I'm saying is that people want to go into the past about what's happening in the past. I'm saying at this current moment, the government is shut down. The man in the High Castle said that this was going to happen, right? He was talking about it for a long time. So I want to give his shout out for what he said about what would happen with the government shutting down. He did say that. What I'm saying is that now there is this whole debate about all they're saying is ICE do about 10 different things to do, which seems very simple. On top of that, they want to pass a budget of over $240 billion more dollars. And where is this money coming from? It's coming from us, right? But meanwhile, they haven't passed shit about you know what they said about anything around medical anything? Oh, well, I'm gonna create a chat bot, and then you could show what to shove up your behind your rectum, and that's gonna heal stuff. What the RFK Jr. comes out with a chat bot. That's the best you got on Medicaid, but you're spending all this $1 billion into this military force. That's what I was saying, is that this whole thing, they are trying to push this whole military police force more than they're pushing healthcare. Listen, they're just trying to get rid of our asses.
And Hakeem Jeffries ain't doing a damn thing about it. He's
a puppet,
biggest
bro.
coward I've ever met.
Yeah, bro, he's a puppet. He's Nancy's puppet, bro. And Gavin Newsom's her nephew. That's even a bigger puppet.
They're all puppets.
I agree with that. I agree
All
with
of them
that.
are bought by Israel. All of them have APAC.
The problem I have is people have selective amnesia when you bring up where the money went the past 2 years. When we saw firsthand in New York, they were giving $10,000 credit cards to these people. And we're still waiting for other people that have papers being documented. And they're still waiting to get in line. So you're telling me getting $10,000 credit cards off the rip for crossing the border, you think that's right? That money adds up. That goes your answer right there.
See, you're talking
You're
about
in a third world country.
I'm saying you guys have selective amnesia, bro. You want to ask where that money was. I'm telling you where that money was.
You're stuck in the fucking past. You're stuck
now,
in.
Now it's the past.
Well, sis, it does state. It does.
So
state
if I say, get off the.
Bruh.
Sorry, go ahead.
It does state, sis, that if you don't viewed your past, you're going to end up repeating the future. So
Thank you. Now, at least we agree on that. Thank you.
But I hear what you're saying in that moment, but we all know this is Nazi Germany all over again.
No, this is not Nazi Germany. That's an extreme take, dude. Come on, relax.
Yeah, bro. So you're walking to the store. You're watching sports. Yeah, this is Germany. Yeah.
Dude, relax. There's no group of people. There's no group of people that are being, starved to death.
So
dude, that's like a big stretch.
So all those people that are being
that's a
bought
big
up
stretch, dude. There's protests. There's protests in
are
Washington.
not
Wait.
You are in a delusional land.
Wait. Let me respond.
I love having open panels.
Sorry, hey, I apologize for that.
Stop. I love having open panels. I love
this show.
I want to allow people to speak, but y'all gotta as men, it's mostly men that watch my show, mostly men that join my panel. And I apologize. I'm in county with so many dudes that feel comfortable to express themselves. But as men, y'all need to control y'all outbursts. Let's talk. I shouldn't have as a woman tell y'all how to be men. And
that's why the world is going to be run by women, bro, because we don't know how to act.
No,
I agree with him.
Let's have a reasonable conversation, guys.
Can I respond to his claim, though, that we're Nazi Germany, supposedly? Dude, we have protests in Washington, D.C. There's no group of people that is being starved. That's a big stretch to compare us to. Wait, I'm not done. I'm just saying it's a big stretch to compare us to 1939 Germany. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. This is a Holocaust, is what you're saying? That's what you're trying to say?
No one studied it, so I don't know why people are going around talking about what's a Holocaust. I mean, no one's ever experienced Holocaust.
I'm saying it sounded pretty bad. I don't think we're experiencing that here, but that sounded pretty bad back in the day. I don't think we're turning into soap down here.
Then go research that. Go research that because before we could come and start speculating, because you got your white offsprings, KKK offsprings, all is starting to convince black people, and this is not even our fight. Okay, them the ones, they're angry, and it's a big reason why they're very angry. And what they're doing is you got these Antifas and all these Soros people who are paying these protesters to go out and protest and tear shit up around here.
Thank you. Finally, common sense. Thank you.
Because and they were paying them. That's why some of them are getting arrested right now. They're being called in. But the reason why they're doing this, the reason why they're not just a guy, there's a bunch of because we're just finding out now. There's a how much invested are you guys in this? I'm gonna tell you right now. There's a bunch of there's some a bunch
very
of non
invested. Very invested in making money off of it.
Okay. There's a bunch of nonprofits that are being exposed right now. And there's some whistleblowers in some of those nonprofits. And yes, they were paying. And I have a clip that I saved of another protester that's talking about how much he got paid to protest and how much you can get paid. And if you want to put yourself on the line to become an agitator and run up on ICE, you get paid more money. Now, those are facts. And this is a person from his horse's mouth for saying that. But I'm saying all of that to say all of this is the distraction part is where, and y'all gonna have to leave that president alone and these ICE agents because they're doing the job they're supposed to do, and nobody did nothing when Barack Obama had done it. And I'm gonna tell you another thing that's I'm gonna tell y'all a whole bunch of things that's gonna put everybody on note.
She's 1,000% right.
Hey, listen.
Let me give my love and thank your sister for bringing me on the platform because she's always open-minded, even though she don't care about neither one right now because she don't trust nothing right now, and it looked like she Democratic leaning towards because she's always been a Democrat.
It's just
she's still good people. She's still good people. I don't care about that. She's still good people.
You can learn something because I was
making sense. If Republicans started making sense to me, I'd be Republican on the Republican side. If Democrats make sense, I'm on Republican.
They both suck.
No, brother, stop with the they both because I'm gonna.
What do you mean they both suck? What are you talking about?
Hold on, let me tell you. Number one, and I'm going somewhere with this. Please take it in and let it sink in. You ever heard of the word rhinos? Yes or no?
Of course. Republican in name
So
only.
rhinos
Football team from Key and Peele.
rhinos are actually people who are leeching on the title Republican, but they are Democrat supporters. Everything is Democrat. So they're technically a Democrat that's leeching off of Republicans just to get a seat because they don't trust and nor do they like Republicans. This is how come stuff doesn't work out, because when you say, well, this person is backstabbing Trump, no, he was just always a rhino. He's always been a Democrat. And it's always been a racist. They're racist and they're
Playing both
Democrats
sides, yeah.
KKK. So I just want y'all to know that. All right. Democrats are owned by the KKK. They've never been about us. You got folks talking about that we've been replaced by the undocumented immigrants, but then Trump is in the way. And he did say he was in the way. But here's the problem. We know now rhinos are really Democrats and they're fuck ups. They don't give a hell. And you got your Republicans.
Can you give me an example of a rhino?
Excuse
give
me?
me an example. Can you give me 3 examples of rhinos right now?
Mike Pence.
Anything a Democrat.
How is Mike Pence a rhino?
That's a
Anything
rhino.
What?
Do you want another one? Number 2.
He was defending the certificate of the certification of the 2020 election. How is he a rhino? That does not make sense.
If
How
you
is he a
look up
rhino?
rhino in the thesaurus, you should see a picture of Mike Pence.
So how is he a rhino if he was defending the certificate of the election? How is he a rhino?
One at a time. One at a time.
So that's a patriot right there. That's an American
if I could
patriot.
add on for a hot second.
Yeah, can we explain what? Okay, let me explain. A rhino is a Democrat that leeches on to the party of pretending like he's a Republican. He has to leech on that title so he can get votes to get into those seats. Just like the white woman that I don't know who this which name is, but look her up. She's saying that she's going to register as a Republican to get in, and if she gets voted in, because that's what's hot right now, being a Republican. Well, her dumb ass doesn't know that it was about our policies that fits our needs. And she's going to become that. So when she gets a seat, she becomes a rhino, meaning she goes back into Democratic values. And that's going to fuck everything else up. That's going to mess us up. Because who wants to be against?
Ain't that what Donald Trump is right now? As a rhino?
No, Donald Trump is basically an independent, but because he said when this is what happened. There's a reporter who asked Donald Trump on his first term, before he became the first term, before he even became the president. She asked him, she says, now, you left the Democratic Party. Now, when he left the Democratic Party, he wasn't called a pedophile. He was called a traitor. Okay? He was called a traitor of the Democratic Party. He all of a sudden, he's been hating all the stuff. She asked him, why Republican and not independent? He says, because, out of his own mouth, he says, because he would love to become independent, but society recognizes 2 parties. Therefore, he becomes a Republican. Now, we're looking at this. The riots, let's fast forward. Those riots has been paid. It's the fact that a lot of those goddamn nonprofit agencies and George Soros and them, they was in that Epstein Island and they got videos of what they're doing to little girls and boys and babies, unborn babies. And they don't want Trump to be successful at this shit because he's the whistleblower out of it, right? He's the one naming names in those goddamn files. Okay, that's why those in it, they the one that hate Trump the most, but them the ones that was rocking with him before that shit. When he found out what was going on, all of a sudden they ain't rocking with him, and they ain't letting everybody know Trump is this mean person. He's the orange bad guy. Well, he's only bad because he about to put all y'all asses in prison. All y'all gotta go. All y'all gotta go.
Wait, what? He's pardoning the most people in prison. What are you talking about? Trump is pardoning so many people. She is not cooking. No, it's called misinformation. No. I don't know if she's a Trump supporter or not. Wait, miss, are you a Trump supporter?
This guy that's cut me off. I want you to hear this guy that's cut me off. He's in denial. He's been propagandized. Okay, he's already done.
No, you're spreading misinformation. Like
he ain't researched nothing. He ain't saw
Trump, shit. I have done. You haven't. You've been listening to Fox News. Fox News. Too much Fox News for this lady. We need to help her.
Conspiracy theorists and no talk about the babies.
They
both send money to Israel. They're all the same.
No
you need
talk
to get
about
that in your
the babies.
brain.
No talk about the survivors.
But if you look at them videos, they're all guilty. And they all hate Trump. And that's why they try to get rid of him. They try to get him deleted. They try to get him toe tagged because he sat there.
Trump's people hate him. There's a bunch of people in his administration that left during his first term.
Sir, I don't want to argue. I don't want to raise
ma'am.
channel. I don't want to, because I'm talking and I'm on this
Stop
sister channel.
spreading conspiracy theories. Use factual evidence. Stop spreading conspiracy theories.
Okay, don't get hurt. Don't get hurt. I'm with
not
the ones
getting hurt.
I'm with the ones who
Ma'am.
I heard.
Just in case you do, ma'am. Just in case you do, do you have a video or any files of this?
I got all the resources. I got them all, baby.
Okay, can you tell us some sources instead of just spreading conspiracy theories?
Excuse me. If I give you my email, can you send them to me? If I give you my email, will you send them to me?
Listen, whoever got emails, just put your emails in the back chat. I'll put her email in the back chat. I'll send y'all all the shit. This is the reason why Jay-Z and them left the building, all that shit. I'm telling you.
That's how you build a community. They're building a community right now. That's how you do it.
Yeah. You do that. I'll
I
send you all
don't know
of
if
them.
she's defending Trump, but wait, are you defending Trump, ma'am, as a good president?
Hold on, listen. If she sends me the emails about Trump and I can say, okay, well, because I will change my whole position and say, okay, well, maybe I was wrong. But what I'm seeing right here, I'm looking at what I'm like actually seeing. And what I'm seeing, and no one's talking about it, everybody talking about everything else, is ICE plans to spend $38.3 billion turning warehouses into detention centers. That right there is like, what?
At least you know where the money's going.
It's coming from tariffs.
Okay, I'm glad she said that. I love the fact she can ask me any type of question and I got answers for her, and she wants some videos I'll send her. So the reason why it looks like ICE is just breaking up in the warehouses and messing with people, it's not about that. What it's about is the fact that there was election stolen. Therefore, Trump won that third term. This was his third term, to be honest with you. So
the election was not stolen. There was no evidence. Wait, I'm not gonna allow disinformation. Wait. What evidence do you have that the election was stolen?
So how do you know it wasn't stolen?
Wait, dude. Okay, I'll tell you how it wasn't stolen. I'll tell you. Trump appointed Republican judges to find. I'll tell you. Oh, wait. Let me respond. No, let me respond. He appointed Republican judges. Republican, by the way, that are by his side, and they couldn't find one amount of evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. So to say the election was stolen is bullcrap.
But you can't talk about the past, though.
There's judges that
She was talking about the past. She was talking about the election was stolen. That's bullshit.
Sir, stop trying to cut me off so I won't tell the truth. All right, please.
You're not telling the truth. You're spreading misinformation. You're like poo-poo for brains.
Don't cut me off and say you know goddamn information. I'm gonna talk.
Don't spread misinformation.
Wait, hold on. Stop.
You mean like Hillary, right?
Chill.
All right.
Listen.
Okay, so
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say you got like about 1 more minute to speak, then Man in the High Castle, then Greg, then Cap for Life, because Cap for Life been talking.
Yeah, we need a timer. Yeah, you're right. We need a timer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, put on the timer, sis. Okay, so it turns out there is some whistleblowers that came out, and then there's one guy, Benny Johnson, went out there first to LA, and then then another guy went out there to Atlanta. A brother, he went out. He's another whistleblower, and he already told Alex Jones and them this is what happened. It's a building where people were voting, and it shows out that people were voting like 4 or 5 times. And people who couldn't speak English was voting. So right now they weren't using voter ID, and all those things that came into fruition. And then all of a sudden 45 missing boxes. So you have these judges that are Obama appointees. Now, some of them got arrested. They've already understood they done fucked up. They got caught. Now they're arrested. They went like a champ. They went to go get a ring like a champ. So you got a bunch of judges that they had to go, and all this stuff. These people were not ready. They didn't know how smart Trump was. That man know how to play for DHS. And every time he call out something that ain't right, the people like, wait a minute, you can't just do that. Well, first of all, the judges work for Trump. You're supposed to follow the law of the commander-in-chief. You ain't the law of the commander-in-chief. That's the whole point of him keeping law and order, is to work with you guys. And now you got police officers that says, I'm sick of this shit. I'm going to work alongside of Trump. I'm standing with ICE now. I'm working with ICE. And I'm kind of glad that that's happening. You got folks that's a lot of Latinos, more Latinos are signing up to become ICE agents. and everything. So these are just things where the bullshit,
military as well.
The bullshit got to stop. And
all right, you got about 15 more seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. The bullshit got to stop. I'll send some videos for the sister, and just send me your email, and I'll send something to you because this is your channel. And
Genesis, can I respond?
I already sent my email. My email's already in the back.
There's an order. So it was a Tangent, the Man in the High Castle, Greg, Cat for Life, and then WL. So let's go. So you got you got like about 10 more seconds to go.
And I said, I'll yield. And if you want me to put some video, send you some stuff, I'll send you stuff. You tell me which ones you want me to send, okay? See what makes sense to you.
All right, Man in the High Castle, you got 1 minute. Here we go.
All right. Thank you, DJ Genesis, for tonight's program. And you've exceeded the Man in the High Castle's expectations, and you're doing great at it. Rise and shine, Americans, proud Americans, and irritated Americans. It's the Man in the High Castle. I'm not a psychic. It was just predictable seeing the behavior, what was going on. It's right in front of your eyes that there was going to be a government shutdown. That's why I spoke about this January 4th. And I continued. I see. There's been some oversights. However, we are here. The one thing the Man in the High Castle has always suggested, do not be underprepared. Number 2, do not allow the media to blow smoke up your asses. And finally, are you ready to capitalize off of adversity? See, what I think is going on and what I've seen in the videotape footages, they're going to kill me. But I'm going to say this. We're getting ready for a financial lockdown. The financial lockdown will then precede an energy crisis. The energy crisis will be worse than a World War III, everybody. Right now, if you can look at your Walmart.coms and things like that, you might want to get dried powdered milk. There's going to be a shortage in the incoming days. What does that mean? Commodities. Get your silver, your gold, your oils.
I thought it was 1 minute.
Yeah, you're past the minute. So, okay. You got to learn how to speak faster, Man in the High Castle. So,
I've said enough. Okay. I've said enough.
All right, Greg, there you go. Time to go, Greg. There you go.
My turn. Okay, for the lady, I don't know if she's here, who was yapping about conspiracy theories and all that stuff. First of all, judges are not required to follow the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief is in charge of the executive branch, not the judicial branch. So that was concerning for you to say that. And yeah, that's all I gotta say. Honestly, you gotta learn the 3 branches of government. And Trump's a horrible president. I used to support him, but Trump has failed on all his policies. He said he was gonna have mass. Wait, I'm not done. He said he was gonna have mass deportations. He hasn't done that. He was going to put America first. He hasn't done that. He was going to end all new wars. He hasn't done that. So Trump's a failure, and he's been bankrupt 6 times. So to call him smart is like, not really accurate, But
so
that's all I got to say.
You're saying to forfeit the last 2 years then? Is that what you're saying? He got 2 more years. You know that, right?
Go again.
So you're saying pretty much to forfeit the next 2 years of him being president? Because he does have 2 years left. You know that, right?
Well, 3 years, right? Yeah.
Well, if you want to do that, yeah. But I mean, okay. So what?
Okay, so are you spending your time right now? Are you on your time?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
no. He has a question. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm curious to know who would you want having to represent the United States if you don't want him? You want Hillary? You want Nancy? You want AOC?
Heck no, I hate both sides. I hate both. I hate both sides.
You
They
want
both
Epstein?
suck. I want Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey. That's who I want. He represents American values, and he wants to put America first. That's my vote.
Go ahead.
Then you better protect him at all costs. Then
You want Jasmine Crockett representing the party? That's what you want?
Fuck no, I want Thomas Massey. I just said, bro, Thomas Massey.
You know he represents the KKK, though, right?
What's up?
Uh-oh.
What a dumbass. He picked a KKK
What you say?
supporter.
You're a dumbass. You don't even know the three branches of government. You said judges are required to follow the commander in chief. That's not true. They're in the judicial branch. They are in the judicial branch.
So it's what? Federal, judicial, and criminal, right?
They're in the judicial branch. They're not supposed to be biased. They follow the judicial branch. Simple
Well, they were
8th grade
biased.
stuff.
Every-
8th grade.
What are the three branches? So people can know.
Executive, judicial, and legislation.
Okay, there you go.
Simple. Executive is the commander in chief. Judicial is the Supreme Court and all the courts. And legislation is Congress, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. It's that simple, guys. 8th grade stuff.
Yeah, and they're all corrupted. Your point.
I was just about to
No, I'm
say.
just saying you should. Of course, they're all corrupted. But do you guys not know how the government works? The country you live in? Yeah, exactly. You guys don't.
I don't know. I was told the country I live in, I can't get out. I can't buy groceries. I can't watch a movie. I can't do anything because we're living in Germany. That's what I was told.
I don't think we live in Germany.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you don't believe that, you're an idiot.
the reason why people are talking like that on the left is because they're speaking in dystopian dialect, just like in 1984.
Yeah.
All right, Beyond Rock Nation, go ahead and make your point.
I'm just gonna say, go ahead and vote Jasmine Crockett for U.S. and the United States of America. God bless y'all.
She
And
ain't
I
gonna
use my
run.
time.
Country but run her mouth. She don't even know.
Hey, I bet you. Hey, I bet you she's gonna wear the. Hey, I bet you she's gonna wear the same yellow sweater she always wears.
She a baddie.
What?
She's not even.
Hey, how about you guys? How about you guys vote for America First, an American First candidate, instead of these guys who are bought and paid for by corporations and
what the fuck is
APAC
America?
money.
What the fuck is
APAC
America?
money.
Explain to me what America
The Trump administration. That's prompting concern from elected officials in the affected states. So talk about the disconnect here.
Yeah, this is the most complete understanding we have of this mass deportation network that the administration is setting up by buying warehouses. They're looking at 24 warehouses. They've already closed on 8. Again, they're spending about $100 million in each one, more or less. And, you know, to that point before, it is really a political issue locally in a lot of places where we're seeing even residents who are supportive of the president's agenda to deport thousands of people or millions of people don't necessarily want to have a processing center in their neighborhood or don't want to have a mass detention center in their neighborhood. So where there's a lot of discussion about not only whether it's sort of appropriate to be in some of these communities, but what the pressures would be on the sewer systems, the electrical systems, the traffic that would come to and from these facilities. And, you know, and some of these districts are very politically sensitive for the midterms in particular because, you know, they're in swing
I bet you
districts.
California don't want homeless people either.
Here's the question. Would you want a detention facility in your neighborhood? Down the street.
Not in my neighborhood, but in my state at least. I think it's a good idea.
If that detention center is empty at the time, and you can transform it into a hurricane bunker and use it for some other needs,
That's
why
not
not?
what's going to happen. Let's not.
Yes, I would.
Does Miami, Florida have a detention center?
Do you know how much revenue that's going to generate? Yes, I would.
Yeah, we got alligator Alcatraz that everybody was hyping up, and all of a sudden now no hype. What happened? What happened to the hype?
They sat there and they saw all those ones that's getting deported living in nice room
Give me the
looking
name. Like I told you last week, give me the name so we can have sympathy for them because it is a real serious issue. But give me the names first.
Yeah, they
Rest in
playing
peace, Robert
basketball.
Duvall.
They live in large, but when Obama had them then deported, and they was in cages like animals.
Exactly. He was the main one that deported the most, not Trump.
Yeah, he's deported the most. I think. Well, actually,
like the Japanese insurrections in 1942. Yeah, there were victims too. What about
He did
this?
do a nice report too.
You know why Obama got away with it? Because he's black and people are soft to black people, you
I don't
know?
know about that. I don't know about that, but he got
No,
away with
it's
it.
true. Think about it. Why is Trump getting all the
I'm
heat?
saying
It's
I
because
don't
he's
know
a
about
white
all
man.
that, but he got away with it. I
Well,
agree
think
with that.
about it. Think about it. There's protests about Trump, but no Obama.
And he's a biracial.
What about Barry Soweto? What about him?
Cut out all this Obama talk. Obama been out of office for how many years? Y'all keep talking about Obama.
I'm saying you don't want to talk about the
8
stuff
years.
that's causing the issue now, though. That's the problem. You don't want to talk about the issues that are being caused now because of that.
No. What we're trying to talk about is Obama deported a lot.
Years ago. What about the things that's affecting
Nobody
us today?
deported.
An entire new generation.
Nobody protested under Obama.
Yes, they did.
It's funny when you bring up facts.
Not
It's
compared
funny when
today.
you bring
Not
up
compared
facts.
today.
All of a sudden, they say don't bring up the
Wall
facts.
Street was during Obama's administration.
Y'all want proof of that?
Occupy Wall Street was, and also there was another thing. No,
Occupy Wall Street had nothing to do. Obama said he wasn't giving black people reparations.
It was something about no cage kids or something like that. It was a no cage kids thing that they did during Obama because it was
Nobody did nothing. There was no Antifa protesting, no nonprofit organizations.
Yeah, she's making a good point right now.
And ICE was doing their job under Obama, and Tom Homan was the best of the best under Obama, and Trump was following the same thing. Now, don't talk about this.
If I could add on, Biden-Harris administration was his third term. Biden-Harris administration was his third term.
Oh, it was not his third term. Stop it.
That would have been his second term. This is his third term now.
That was his third term. Biden was not the president. Biden was. Obama, Biden, Harris.
Show me proof that that's what was going on. That's just speculation.
I'm going to send you a bunch of stuff.
He was running that administration on the low.
Show me where was there like?
Hey, look, I agree with her. We need fact checks on everything we're saying because
you can't just say that. That's crazy. Like,
no, I get what you're saying is right. We need fact checks. It's like I don't want to say disclosure, like everybody on this panel has their own opinion type of.
Oh, I don't have no opinion because if I don't know shit, I don't know nothing. But if I see what I heard and I'm seeing and I'm watching people get exposed, I'm saving all that shit just in case somebody need it. And I got them, and I'm gonna send it to her right now.
Yeah, that's all you need. That's all you need to do. Because everybody's like, "Oh, you're talking out of your ass." Okay, well, if somebody else said it, that's a high-ranking official, then when is the water gonna hold weight?
Right. Hold on 1 second.
So, do you want a detention? Would you want?
But to hold more criminals? Yeah, why not? If there's criminals going in there.
Would you want
You got more strip clubs than schools. Why not more jails?
Yeah, I do.
I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying.
Wait, Genesis, what's your question? Genesis, what's your question?
I'm about to create a poll. Would you want an ICE detention center in your neighborhood?
Yeah.
No, you have to put options. Would you want an ICE detention center, a strip club, or more schools?
Well, no.
Okay. I want
what the heck? What kind of question is that, bro?
Multiple choice, bro.
Yeah, but that's okay. All I know is we should deport all illegal immigrants. We should just do that.
I want them tariff checks.
A new goal. 5 super chats. Give me like $5 or more, and I will play the money making mantra. Shouts out to, or I'll even go longer. I might go like 1 more hour.
Yeah, man. If you guys like the content, man, show love, man. People are good people, man. Regardless of our differences, we're all here talking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And so here's the thing. So let me just show this. Okay, so we're talking about this whole thing. Do people want this detention center in their neighborhood? Let's go.
Swing states, and you're starting to see ICE and local politicians really kind of fight over whether these are the right sort of locations or not.
So how are they fighting? What are the concerns that you're hearing, Jonathan, from people in these towns where the DHS wants to put these and even build detention centers?
Yeah, I mean, every community has, politics are very local on these issues, and it is a very NIMBY sort of a conversation in a lot of places. There's the partisan divide over the whole like ICE's procedure and deportation practices. But more specifically, in some places, how close would these centers be to a local school? How close would it be to a local church? What is the current water pressure in a town? We've heard. And also the question about how humane will the conditions be? A lot of people raise that. You know, like lots of communities benefit from having prisons or jails in their communities because of the economic benefits of them. But will these be humane detention facilities where the people that are going there into buildings that are presently constructed to store goods, dry goods, services, machinery sometimes, and are designed to have trucks coming in and out of them all day long, will those places really be retrofit quickly in a way that provides humane and legal treatment for the people who will be staying there? That's a question in a lot of these communities right now.
Yeah, I can imagine. So Tara, in Social Circle, Georgia, there is a 10,000 bed ICE facility. It's expected to open in the city of 5,000 people. Ready that? I mean, it's doubling. So the Atlanta Journal-Constitution points out, quote, along with its size, it is equally shocking for its location across the street from local businesses and right up the hill from the new Social Circle Elementary School, with its red-roofed playset and front door clearly visible from the street. You know, people vote on what they see, on how they feel, and are Republicans prepared for the impact this could have in November?
They're preparing for it now. That's why you're seeing a lot of reports about Republicans nervous about the potential onslaught in November of Democratic votes, and the fact that their gerrymandering scheme isn't working in places like Texas, where their Latino vote is collapsing because of immigration policies like this. A lot of Americans are looking at these reprehensible images coming out of places like Minneapolis, Chicago, LA, and frankly, it's across the country, but those places have gotten the most attention because of the bravery of citizens going out there and actually documenting what's going on. And people don't like this. And I'm glad to see that, because they shouldn't like this. You can be for stronger border security. You can be for a reformed immigration system, but militarizing our cities and terrorizing communities, I don't think is what the American people signed up for. And the polling is showing that. So when you have a small town like Social Circle, Georgia, which is pretty much 90% Republican, the constituents there said you couldn't find a Democrat for 100 miles or one that would admit to it. When they are actually saying, we don't want this. This is not what we signed up for. How come no one asked us? There's no transparency. And to the point of whether it will benefit the community, normally situations like this where you have these big warehouses or something, it brings in tax revenue. But because this is being purchased by the federal government, it's tax exempt. And who owns this building? Who's going to manage it? Is it going to be the GEO Group, which is a Trump-supported major private prison industry company that's getting billions of dollars in contracts for these detention facilities? Is
Invest now, GEO.
I mean, the American people need to know. There needs to be full transparency here. And I think the idea of having a 10,000 person warehouse, or some people look at them as internment camps, next to a school on top of that. I mean, there's so many layers of wrong here with this that Republican local officials and congressmen are going to have to answer for, and they should.
All right.
Okay, that's pretty. Wait. Somebody said in the comments, ICE is Gestapo. That's a big stretch. I'm just saying.
So can I say, okay, so do
That's a
me
crazy
a favor.
comparison.
Sister Genesis, I sent you something. I think it's your email, or is it Monica's email? Or
yeah, that's my email. That's my email.
Okay, so I sent you something, but you know what you do? Do me a favor, because I know you're listening to everything on the left, and we've listened to them too, but we also listen to the people who actually showed what really is going on. And you know, all of it is, I'm gonna tell you what it all is about. So I'm gonna send you something that's real damning, and it's about Alex Jones coming out, explaining to everybody. See, to me, and this is just my opinion, only thing I'm upset with Donald Trump about is he took too goddamn long to duke the filibuster and just go and deal with Alex Jones and them, because they were the only ones that want to see America flourish. And Trump talking about he want fairness because he don't want to look like he's anti-Democrat when he used to be a Democrat supporter and all that stuff. He's done everything for the HBCUs and everything. So he's being credible until he left the Democratic Party. And that's the reason why he's being hated. He's been hated also because he knows who's on those files and what they've done to little girls and boys and babies and those things. And he That's why he
Yeah,
told Hillary
Trump as
Clinton.
well. He's done those things too with little children.
No, he's done none of those things, and I
Yeah,
know
he
that
has.
for a
There's a
fact.
video. What are you talking about? There's a video that he would marry a 10-year-old. What are you talking about?
Stop. He's been
Are
labeled
you
the
so
snitch.
uneducated? Oh my gosh, there's literally a video of Trump saying, "I'm going to marry you one day." What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Let me
Where's that
because
accent coming from, sir? You're not
because
from this
you
country.
I am from this country. What are you talking about?
First of all, I'm not one of these Gen Zs. I came up from a family where we say watch and see what we saw, what we heard, and who comes out the horse's mouth, baby. I don't do conspiracy theories. So won't you pump
Yeah,
your
you
brakes?
do conspiracy theories. What are you talking about?
Right now. So let me say what I gotta say. If you don't agree, then you go and do that research. It's gonna be up there. All right.
Yeah, I already did research.
I'm gonna play this video first, and then I'm gonna play your video. I just want to get y'all on this thing.
Michael Jackson is Michael Jackson was one of the victims. I'm letting you know that right now. He was in the Epstein files, but he was one of those victims. And all that stuff. And then the older men that's coming out now that was hanging with Michael when he was younger. And I'm gonna tell you something. There's gonna be one where you see the guy who played Home Alone when he was younger, and he played Home Alone. He's gonna tell. He's been trying to talk. I don't know why.
Corey Feldman and Macaulay, they both try to tell everybody. They wouldn't listen to Corey for years.
All people, he went to go talk to Howard Stern. You know, Howard Stern is a creepy, and I think he's in them files too, but he's hiding out. I don't give a fuck who hears it because he came in my face and he told me in so many words. He said the loud part. He said the quiet part really loud. He said Donald Trump is a hater. He's not a friend. He backstabbed Epstein. It's like he never liked Epstein. Number one, Epstein came to his fucking party back in 1998. Okay, and Epstein wasn't interested in those old ass women. These 24-year-olds is too old for Epstein. He wasn't even paying attention. There's a whole damn news where they was bragging about rich people
Yeah, he
back
was
in those.
interested in the young girls that even Donald Trump produced.
Older women. That Trump was trying to show that Trump was a bachelor at the time. You know, he had a black girlfriend, and they broke it off. You know, he dated him a black woman. That broke it off. Then he started, you know.
She was half black. She was half black. If we're being accurate, be accurate, please. She was half black.
Shut up. I'm sorry. My ADHD kicked in.
No, be accurate. Be accurate, because you obviously haven't done your research.
Yeah, I did do my research. He's called the
She
news.
was half black, and she also said he said racist things to her.
You weren't born yet, dumbass. When I was, in 1989,
I don't
when I
give
was
a
a
fuck.
little
I do
girl,
research. You retard. Shut the fuck up.
and 19
Everybody calm down.
Stop.
That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
We talked
That's
about
pretty
how
funny.
They are currently building a bunch of former warehouses that they're retrofitting to become ICE concentration camps. Okay. I believe the number we came across in the articles we read, it was 23 different former warehouses that are becoming concentration camps. NPR even reported on one of these places where it's like the town's storage facility and the federal government is just taking it. They're just stealing it. And they're going, this is ours now. And they're going to turn that into a concentration camp. And the town is like, wait, excuse me? What? What are you talking about? What are you going to do? That's insane. That's insane. Well, apparently Migrant Insider has this new article out, and Pablo Reports, the Twitter account, he does phenomenal work on this. It's his reporting. And there's this other mechanism that they're using by which they're basically increasing the funding massively. So they have this colossal budget to build out these like ghost concentration camps around the country. Now, this should scare everybody to fucking death, okay? We already know this regime sent people to CCOT in El Salvador. Well, guess what? There's detailed reporting. People were raped and tortured there. They were raped and tortured. They were so desperate, they cut their hands, were bleeding, and would write messages into their on their sheets with the blood from their hand. This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare, what we're talking about. Not only that, they also had Alligator Alcatraz, which many people, I think, were correctly calling Alligator Auschwitz. Now, I believe that was eventually shut down by the courts, but it was, this big, long legal battle, and about 4,000 immigrants are missing after being sent to Alligator Auschwitz. 4,000. 4,000. And nobody even talks about that. Nobody even talks about that. I mean, I'm sorry. That is disgusting in the sense that our media is not doing their job and our Democratic politicians are not doing their job. If you're not, 4,000 people went missing at a place where they bragged about the brutality and the sadism of it. The whole point of Alligator Alcatraz was to be sadistic. Every time it rained, the place would flood. Okay? Just the same as all these other places. Moldy bread, fucking food with worms in it. You don't get taken to get your medicine if you have healthcare needs. They don't take you to the hospital when you're sick. Okay? People getting all sorts of diseases in there because it's unsanitary conditions. And nobody even talks about this, okay? But this gets even darker. I know you're going, hold on, Kyle. How can it get darker than literal concentration camps? Oh, it can. Oh, it can. And it's going to. I hope you're ready. Here we go. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators. Incinerators. So in the reporting on this from Migrant Insider, again, I'll read this for you one more time. In fact, here, I'll click it and make it bigger. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators and certified inventory of evidence reports for full service laundry operations. In other words, in Trump's network of concentration camps, they're building incinerators. 4,000 people are missing from ICE custody. Lawyers can't find them. Family members can't find them.
This guy's gaslighting y'all like crazy, bro.
There's been at least 40 people who've died in ICE Gestapo custody.
That's what the regular left up does, the far left.
To me, it's more, yeah, he's too
So
far
you're telling
left.
me this guy's know more than the Democrats know about 4,000 people missing? Come on, man.
Yeah. Just like the first term,
2,000 American children go missing every day.
yeah, they said that shit on Trump's first term, right? Oh, it's going to be conservation camps over in Walmart. Why everybody still shopping at Walmart?
Incinerators, yeah. Hey, bro, I hope everybody the next month when they get their tax return or whatever type of return we're getting, if we do get one, I hope I want to know how they spent that money, if they do spend that money. And if we don't get it, then we don't get it. That means we were lied to.
Well, Gavin Newsom got caught stealing everybody's taxpayer dollars. Him and his wife over and we just.
No,
I think
know, but you can't say that. You can't say that because it's in the past, from what I was told.
No, I don't care what you talking about. It's in the past. I'm telling you what's happened now that they just found out. That's why he wanted. This is why he's over here trying to do scared tactics. See, I want him to get and be in that orange yellow suit jumpsuit too. Get nasty Pelosi. She got to go to prison too. She got to go. Okay, her nephew got to go too with his
water too. Throw her ass up in there too.
Yeah, gotta go. Baby, please take that wig. That wig is. You know why they still here? Is because they taking money. They still taking money, and they're still feeding off of people's fears. And I think it's so wrong and disingenuous of these folks. Like, you're supposed to retire when you're supposed to retire, not be here when you're 81, still taking money because that's the only way you can get rich off people. Like, they get rich off the poor. That's what I'm saying. Like the Democratic Party, the Demo KKK rats, they're the only ones that they're billionaires. But guess why they're billionaires? Because you, because me.
Yeah, we spent our money in the war in Ukraine, and now we got nothing. And they want to blame the president that's president now, as opposed to Biden, who can't be found.
You remember every week Zelensky was coming over here during the Biden administration.
Bro, Zelensky, I found out was from what I heard, Zelensky was doing yayo.
Hell yeah, he was. He was down there in Miami.
Zelensky was doing what again?
Coca.
He was doing an interview on a Zoom and had some white stuff come out of his nose.
Yeah, I don't like Ukraine. I'm not gonna lie. I think they're bad. But
you saw it? Did you see when they was in Ukraine upside of their little office, that big old office, and then the dude tried to clean up that little mess on this table, and he tried to play the role, and he was like one of those rhinos. He was like, I was like, trying to cover his nose. I said, yeah, y'all was on that shit.
You can't bring that up. You can't bring that up because it's in the past.
Oh no, we're gonna bring it up because they want to bring up Trump being a snitch and those victims that sat there and sided with Trump and voted for Trump, honey. Those victims asked Trump. Trump said, "I'm gonna make them files be open," but that judge kept on saying, "We're not gonna open up these files because it's gonna put them in danger." And she's been ignoring the victims, and now that she's arrested, she no longer a judge because she was texting Epstein to plant the plant things on Donald Trump. Because Epstein, they became enemies. They was enemies. They've been enemies since 2005. So
under Trump's second regime, one
Trump,
of them,
and so
there was evidence, was literally lynched, found hanging with his hands
Wait,
tied.
let's
and his
hear the
feet tied.
video. Let's hear the video.
Epstein's still alive.
That's just one
bro.
person. There's horror
Yeah, he's in
stories that are
Israel right
beyond
now.
imagination. Even other
Staged
ISIS
his death.
have come out. Some of them have retired and resigned from ICE, and they're telling their stories. And they're saying stuff like, look, I'm against undocumented immigration, but this is treating people in a way that is just not, like, you're immoral. You're unethical if you do this thing. This is torture. This is torture. This is taking away their human rights. These are
let's hear him. Let's hear him.
people
Stop interrupting.
who are retiring and going, I've seen this in the history books, if you know what I'm saying. Incinerators in the concentration camps.
Here we go.
You know what's so crazy to me?
It's hot in the winter, bro.
It really is true. There's this old saying, I'm going to butcher it here, but to paraphrase it, one person dying is a tragedy. 1 million people dying is a statistic. And I think we're sort of seeing a bit of that in this second Trump regime. It's like one scandal can hold everybody's attention, and it can become a big deal, and things can change as a result of all the pressure that gets put on them over a single scandal. But what is it when you have, I don't know, 35 scandals a week? What is that? Well, then no one scandal can get the same public backlash and outrage and ire, and then nothing changes, right? Is that, I forget what they called it. I want to say it was like rolling thunder or something like that, but Steve Bannon had this strategy of like, flood the zone. Just flood the zone, do 20 things per day that they want to scream about and rip their hair out about, and they're only going to be able to talk about 1 or 2, maybe 4 of them at most, okay? And that means you get away with double digits. Double-digit scandals you get away with. The corruption. Think about the corruption. How corrupt can one regime be? Well, like every day you get a new story of, some crypto bullshit where they're robbing their own supporters. Some, foreign billionaires buying his token. Again, money laundering scheme effectively. Trump pardoning the guy CZ from Binance who laundered money for Al-Qaeda because CZ is now in business with him and propping Trump up. Okay, never mind the resort in Vietnam, the fucking resort in Qatar, like all these different things. All totally illegal. Never mind his watches, never mind the NFTs, all that, like all totally illegal. But there's so much of it that people just throw their hands up and they go, I'm out. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to fucking follow all this? How am I supposed to, my outrage meter is broken. It broke. How, now it's like nothing can get me outraged because I've seen so many things that are outrageous that what am I supposed to do? Nothing seems to change, right? And that's what they're exploiting in us. They're exploiting that there's so much shit, gonna throw my hands up and go, fuck it, what am I supposed to do? But I don't know, man. Call me old-fashioned. When you start talking about building 23 concentration camps and having incinerators in them, this seems, a level above and beyond almost everything else we've ever talked about. Especially because, don't forget that they're not even, originally people thought, oh, it's okay. They're just talking about going after undocumented immigrant violent criminals, or as they call them, illegal alien violent criminals. Well, it turns out that's bullshit, as all the evidence shows. 86% of the people that ICE has taken are not undocumented immigrant violent criminals. And of the 14% that potentially are, a lot of them are just accused violent criminals. Only a tiny percentage, maybe 5% or less, are actually convicted violent criminals. So that means all these people are being arrested, being detained, some of them being held for literally months, and they no evidence they did anything wrong whatsoever. In fact, according to the courts, at least 4,400 people, it's way more than that, but according to the courts with ongoing lawsuits, at least 4,400 people are totally innocent of any wrongdoing and being held by ICE. So if you think, oh no, this is their problem, this is somebody else's problem, is it? Have you ever said anything anti-Trump?
I think
that's propaganda.
I don't like this guy. No. I think he's talking about the people who are being detained. I don't like this guy, but I think that's what he's trying to say.
And then they want to. And here's the thing: he's another white supremacist. Okay, he's a white supremacist white offspring.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that.
They want these illegals to replace us, and they're going to call them they call them immigrants 1 minute, then they call them Americans. They're not talking about us. They're not talking about real American people being held at detention centers. He's talking about those illegals. He's talking about the undocumented aliens. Number one. So let's do some dissecting on that, because you don't want to listen to another offspring, KKK offsprings. I mean, these are ones that want to keep.
How is he a KKK?
Party.
And they just smile up in your face because they're not wearing a
Yeah,
mask.
but is there any evidence that he believes he's superior? Because that's what a KKK is. They believe they're superior.
Hey, real quick, the only thing I want to say, is when the infrastructure bill,
Big stretch.
the infrastructure,
That's okay.
hey, check it. Look, when the infrastructure bill was passed by Biden, all of a sudden we get a lot of construction and the borders get open. What she's saying is not far-fetched. If they want to replace us, the only way they can replace us is by what? It's protecting us, probably, right? So if anybody wants to think about the jab being an issue, at the end of the day, that conspiracy theory still holds weight too, because all of a sudden the infrastructure bill gets open, the borders get open, and then we get jabs. Think about that.
Exactly.
Jabs? You said jabs or jobs?
And not to mention before when that fake voting was happening, when I went to go vote, I seen undocumented aliens who couldn't speak no damn English. When I went to go pull out my ID, them white chicks told me, "Oh, we don't need your ID." I says, "You don't need." Oh, well, how y'all gonna know it's me that voted? She said, "Oh, we have ways to find out." Them bitches was working under government. Okay,
Hey, you know what they're calling the SAVE Act now? The Voter ID Act. They calling the SAVE Act Slave Act. See, you see how they're using this crazy ass dystopian dialect?
You ain't from my country, go home. If you don't have an ID, born in this country, go home. I don't care. We're not going to keep on demonizing black people, and our ancestors that built this country died and came here in chains. See, they didn't come here in chains. They came
You
here for
guys have not
welfare.
built this country, but it's okay. To each his own.
That has dropped.
Freedom.
Years we've had.
Blacks did not build this country. It was Europeans.
Well,
That's
yeah,
another
they built
discussion.
President Trump's name.
They did not build this country. All you guys did was pick crops. All you guys did was pick crops. Sorry.
Go back to Mexico, dude.
You guys did not build. I'm not from America.
No, you're not, man.
Yeah,
No wonder.
I know my accents, man. You're trying to hide it.
I'm not trying to hide it. What do you mean?
You're saying that black people thing we did was pick crops. We didn't like.
No, I'm just saying you guys didn't build this country. You know, the Europeans did for the most part. So yeah.
We built this.
Stupid. First
They
of
built the
all,
Constitution. They built the infrastructure. You know. So yeah.
The industry, the wealth of the industry that came to build all that is from slavery. Shut your Mexican ass up,
the
False.
entire auto industry was based out of Detroit, 100% mostly black city. That's where all your Fords come from.
No, it was white back then. What are you talking about?
It was not
Nope,
white.
you don't
All of
know
them
what
came
you're
up,
black.
like out and moved in.
It
there.
was not
Get
black.
this gringo off the panel.
Do some research and learn about like.
Okay, let's do fact check it.
No, listen. What happened is Henry Ford asked when slavery ended, he opened up the factories, and all the people came up from the South to work for the factories, mostly black people. So all of your whole factory system was being run. All of your cars that actually made Henry Ford a billionaire was actually being ran by black people. On top of that, your traffic light, all these different things that ran the auto industry.
I just searched it up. It's false. You're spreading lies. It's false.
What
Most
do
of
they call the
workers were
auto
white.
plant? What do they
Most
call
of
the
the
auto
workers were
factory?
right,
A plant
retards. You
that
guys gotta
came
do some
from
research.
George Washington
Most of the
Carver.
manufacturing engineering jobs were white. You guys are retarded.
Who don't know shit. He don't even know who invented the navigator system. A black
I just
man.
searched it up. It was white
Latino
workers.
accent.
There's no black workers. They made up like 4% of the jobs. The rest of it were white European Americans.
According to you, black folks were just lazy.
No, not according to me. No, I just searched it up. According to historians. According to black historians, white historians, all the historians.
Cam
Guess what? Donald Trump said
you're gonna see what he look like.
And the 14th Amendment belongs to us, and the 15th Amendment. And our black history is going to start back in June, July,
You
and
guys have
August.
no history. What black history? What black history? There's no history.
Now, Now, that's why I
You
respect
guys
Donald
didn't create
Trump.
philosophy. You guys didn't create infrastructure. No engineering. There's no
That's
history.
why he supports the left right here. You can see
I don't
he's a
support the left.
left-wing
I hate the
radical.
left. I hate the left. I hate the
No,
left
you a
and the right,
left-wing
dude.
radical. Get off here.
Oh, I hate left. No, you're
No,
just
you
retarded, dude.
left-wing.
You don't even know the three branches of government, dude. You're retarded.
You left-wing. You're from Mexico.
I'm
I
not
can
even
hear
left
it.
wing, dude.
You sound like Mario Barrios.
Even if I
Get
was,
out
wait,
of
let's
here.
say I was. It's impressive that you don't even know things about your own country. Let's use your logic. Let's
Well,
say I
but you
am
don't
from
know
Mexico.
about
It's
the country.
Why
embarrassing.
can't you just
It's
be proud to be
embarrassing that
Mexican?
pause.
Why can't you just be proud to be
Little
Mexican?
boy. It's embarrassing. I know
I
more
know.
of
Just
this
be
country
proud to
than
be
you.
Mexican. Get out
That's
of my country.
embarrassing. That
Get out my
I'm from this
country.
country. No,
Get out
go
my
back to
country.
Africa,
You're
dude.
not a proud
You don't even
American.
know
Get out
anything
this
about
country.
America. That's embarrassing.
Get out this
Hey, go back
country.
to Africa. Hey, go back to
Mexican
Africa. Is there anything
only.
in Africa?
I'm gonna tell you something.
Is there anything in Africa?
Go back to your country.
Was there anything in
Go
Africa?
back to your mud hut.
Go back to Africa. Go back to
Go
the
back to
continent
your
where there's
mud hut,
nothing.
Hesse.
Go back to Africa.
Go
You
back
have that
to your mud
Statue of
hut, Hesse.
Liberty. I bet you don't know where that came from. Hey, where did the Statue of Liberty
Tell me
come
where
from?
you hid. Tell
Wait,
me where
let me
you
ask you
took
something.
Nancy.
Wait. Let me ask you a
Tell me
simple.
where you took Nancy Gorthy at.
Where did the Statue?
You took her to Matamoros, didn't you?
During the Ford auto industry boom, okay?
I was taught it came from France. That's what I was taught.
Particularly from the 1910s through the 1920s, significant number of black factory workers in Detroit were employed at the Ford Motor Company. Ford was the industry leader in hiring black workers, with thousands working in jobs that were often segregated to the most hazardous, low-paying positions, such as the foundry. Okay, all right. Key employment hub. By 1920, around 1,675 black workers were at Ford. By the 1923, this number grew to 5,000. By 1922, black men represented nearly 26% of the workforce at the Ford River Rouge plant. The $5 day. Ford offered $5 a day. That's not, you don't think this is slavery, $5 to black workers, which was significantly higher than the $1.50 workday others offered in Southern manufacturing, acted as a major pull. So people left the South and moved up north. Segregation and conditions. Although Ford hired in large black numbers, black workers were largely confined to the most dangerous and hot jobs in the foundries industry context. While other manufacturers had few black employees, by 1945, black workers made up roughly 15% of the total Detroit automobile industry workforce. So your cars, you have like 15% of them being built by black people.
Could you source up that picture of Henry Ford and George Washington Carver together? Could you source up that picture of George Washington Carver with Henry Ford?
By 1920, 80% of Detroit black male workers were employed in the auto manufacturing and mechanical jobs inside Detroit. So here we go.
Sister, if you want to hear this, go back to 1854. Go all the way back when they were inventors. Go back to the 1800s where black folks invented shit. White folks saw like, this was nice, and took that shit. Y'all, I'm telling you.
Vato, what you doing now, Vato?
Oh, just get them, and then get the fuck out of our country. You don't respect us.
All right.
I want to put him on a GPS monitor.
Security system.
Track him.
The 3-light traffic signal. The modern microphone. Refrigerated trucks. Okay. Along with other ones. Okay. Ironing board. Mop. Doorknob. Dough kneader. Folding cabinet bed. Okay. Electric personal computer. Color monitor.
Things you're using today.
Light bulb filaments. Remote controller. All right. Refrigeration equipment. I already said traffic signal. Elevator doors.
Hey, those ladies that worked at NASA, no?
Gas
space program.
mask.
And
Vato, you got quiet. What happened, Vato?
The space program, right? That movie.
The space program.
26 black inventions that currently run the world. Hold on, let's that guy was like, y'all ain't did nothing. And I love these white, and it don't even be white, it be Mexican people come up here talking shit. And it's like, that's what white people. That's jealous bullshit, bro. All right, William Purvis, The fountain pen, okay? Self-filling ink tube system, making writing cleaner, more reliable, okay?
I'm using a pen right now.
GPS technology, Dr. Gladys West.
To this very day.
Dr. West's mathematical modeling of the Earth shape became the foundation of modern GPS system. Black woman. Refrigerator approved icebox design. Standard patent an improved icebox design that allowed food to be preserved longer, making an early refrigerator more practical.
Your air conditioner, AC, all that.
His groundbreaking.
This is stuff that's not obsolete. It's used to this very day.
That transformed southern farming. Okay, air conditioning and refrigerated transport. That means all your trucks on the road, all those semi trucks that got have stuff that need to be cooled off. Boom, black guy. All right, fire escape ladder. Okay, these motherfuckers didn't even. Honey, a fire would go.
Pants with pockets, bro. All that shit.
A fire happened, they just jump out the goddamn window. They didn't even have fucking
freezer. They invented a freezer for ice
system, okay? Known as the Black Edison Woods, developed electrical and communication systems that made trains safer and more efficient, okay? Bottle caps. Honey, just leaving the shit open. You know what I'm saying? Just food rotten and everything. Don't even have a thing to close the goddamn bottle, okay? What was this one? Improved toilet, the commode, all right? Just hygiene. You know, people just shitting on the side of the street somewhere. Ironing board, okay? Ironing clothes, just walking around wrinkled, looking crazy. Lawn mower, goddamn. Grass growing everywhere and probably cutting it with scissors. Pencil sharpener, pressure cooker, fire extinguisher. So shit, just house get on fire, good luck, bitch.
Bro, that's your house. That's your house and the appliances in the house and the car. That's
elevator door system. So hell, you make an elevator.
That's everything.
If they didn't even have a fucking door, honey, you just have to just step out and hope you don't fucking get maimed in the process. Okay, they made it a door to close the elevator. Lawn sprinkler, programmable remote control, helicopter innovations, whatever the hell he did with the helicopter. You know what I'm saying? Design in the helicopter, right? Mop, folding kitchen table, guitar, mailbox. They just throw your fucking mail on the side of the house. Doorknob, shoe lacing machine. All right, and that's just a few. So we're not gonna sit here and pretend like we wasn't doing some shit up in here. We just was just picking cotton with this bitch. Just calm all that bullshit down. Calm all that bullshit down. Talk this shit about the black people. We ain't did nothing. Stop it. Okay.
Yeah,
cut all that bullshit out. Stop it. All right, let's go.
Publicly, have you? Because if you have, I kind of think it's your problem. Because remember, they now are implementing what's called NSPM 7, which is this entire government that Trump put into place, where now instead of the intelligence agencies focusing on ISIS or Al Qaeda or, neo-Nazi groups, right-wing terrorism, whatever, fill in the blank with actual threats. Instead of doing that, they're now considering anti-Americanism is terrorism, or at least terrorist adjacent. Anti-capitalism, Christianity, extremist on migration or race or gender. You go on a list. If you're protesting ICE or you're an observer of ICE, you go on a list. I don't think you build out 23 concentration
for 15 years at least.
Warehousing
minimum.
A hell of a lot of people.
Yeah, but he didn't say that type of stuff because that was the whole point.
People who are a thorn in your side. People who annoy the shit out
of you.
Not
for nothing, right? The poll is on fire. The poll is on fire right now.
Oh, the poll.
Go to the brother.
Hold on. Let me look at the poll. I haven't even seen the poll. The poll been going crazy. Let me look at the poll real quick. What is the poll saying? Hold on. Man, y'all crazy, bro. Like, listen, y'all gonna come. Y'all be so pro.
And this is where we are. This is where we are in this country. So it's time to wake up. It is time to wake up. 23 concentration camps, and now they're talking about incinerators, building incinerators and again, Migrant Insider talked about it, and we're talking about it. Good luck finding others who actually bring this up, because I do feel like there's still this thing in some people's minds where they go, that actually can't happen here, right? The fucking can't. How many things would you would have said
incinerators can
12
be used
years
for
ago?
what?
You would have said, there's no
Besides
way that could happen here. How many of
What
those
can we
things
use incinerators
did it
for?
already happened? Think about January 6th. Think about the fake liquor slate, right? Like, just take that. There was a time, of course, people, there's no way you're going to try to steal an American election. What are you, insane? No one's going to try to steal an American election.
We can't hear you when the video's playing. And as long as you talk, listen, we can't hear you. It sounds like, you know, like that. Blah, 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 blah. That's what it sounds like. But let me just say what the post
I said what happened to the brother because you know he ain't doing nothing but spreading depression and hate and false information. And if you play this brother though, you're gonna see the whole different opposite of what this fool is talking about, because all he doing is lying. But with that, he gets paid to confuse people. That's his job. He gets paid to do that. So I want everybody to know that.
He don't get paid. Let's stop that. He actually does not even, he's not monetized. Well, let me tell you what happened is that he actually is demonetized on YouTube, and people, you know, he gets his money through donations. But let me just say this.
No, do you see that YouTube? You see that YouTube platform behind this thing? He got awarded through YouTube himself. He's been monetized.
At one point, no, he's not monetized no more. He actually got demonetized. He does not.
You can get monetized, but they can take it away from you.
Yeah,
So
and he gets paid. He's getting paid by nonprofits. He's getting paid by the offices though. He's getting paid by certain crooked ass governors and stuff. Don't ever think that they're not. If you're spreading propaganda that hard like
if he's bringing in views, yeah, somebody's paying him. Yeah, if he's getting the views, somebody's hooking him up.
Well, I think his audience does, just like Fresh and Fit. No one's paying them, but you know his audience pays them like Cash App.
But pretty much, yeah.
That's how he's getting paid, from his audience that enjoy his content. So let's go. Would you want an ICE detention center in your neighborhood down the street from where you live? No, 63%. Yes, 29%. Maybe 28%. That's 200 out of 234 votes. So there we go. So majority said no, they would not want that to happen. All right. So I would.
Here we are. The guy did it and fucking got away with it. We have a 91-time criminal. He was charged with 91 crimes, Trump was. 34-time convicted felon. Okay? Pedophile, rapist, war criminal is now leading us. He's leading us. Who would have thought, if I told you that in fucking 2012, that's what's gonna, you would have been like, what are you, no way, we're not gonna arrest him fucking 34 times.
Clinton was leading us. What was Bill
Here we
Clinton
are.
doing, buddy?
Here we fucking are. Here we are. So it's time to wake up. It's time to realize what's going on here. It's time to fight back against this stuff, because holy cow, we can't.
Bill Clinton just got his dick sucked. He did not fucking kill nobody or do anything fucked up. No.
By a child, though. That's
Where did he get the child from? Where did he get the child from? Where did he get the
Trump was in the Epstein file, okay?
Bro,
yeah, he's
Hillary and him were at the Epstein Island.
You don't think Clinton was on that list?
Epstein.
Trump was in that. So he was.
You don't think Clinton was on that list? Really?
Why do you think he getting? Why do you think they're going to court right now? Them two.
That's why they were quiet. See, this is what I don't understand.
It's that left wing radical stuff.
People were quiet. Everybody was quiet, and nobody wanted Trump to be the president. Not because he was with Epstein, because he hated Epstein. But guess what? He knew everybody that was there. He was gonna tell it. And he in them files because he's in the files as the snitch. He working with officers. You're gonna see he was dropping names in them goddamn files. He was not there, but Bill Clinton was there. Bill Clinton was always there. Bill Clinton was doing stuff with little girls. Bill Clinton was wearing dresses. Bill Clinton was wearing heels. Hillary Clinton was helping. So
Donald Trump was the worst of them because he actually.
But we can't talk about that because it's in the past.
He wasn't.
We can't.
He went and told her. He went and told her.
All I know is there's a lot of stuff in the past we can't talk about.
Donald Trump is a snitch that make him the worst. He ain't touched no little girls. All those victims. Did you hear what I said? Those victims.
Yeah, he never touched nobody.
For Donald Trump. Those victims couldn't say shit if Trump was in office. Those victims were not allowed to speak if Trump was not in office.
And I'm gonna say that these survivors, they not real victims.
These survivors are survivors. They were victims. And
No. You're gonna find out very quickly what's really going on.
Well, I heard some of the survivors were the ones recruiting.
Yeah, they were with that shit. They were recruiting and everything. That's called survivor's guilt.
God.
That's called survivor's guilt. Sis, you're missing a big point on that one. You're gonna find out though. I'll stay quiet.
Recruited them because you can't say a 13, 14-year-old just go and just get recruited. You got parents, you got sick ass parents. Yes, they did tell their parents too. So there's a bunch of like some of the victims that told on R. Kelly also told on their parents. Their parents sold their asses to R. Kelly. So I don't want to hear that. To me, you're either with the pedophile shit and then you're gonna blame the one that snitched on them because that's what it sounds like. I don't like Trump because he told on people just like Howard Stern told me. Trump turned on Epstein. He never liked Epstein. He jealous of Epstein. But the motherfucker never told me to my face he touched little girls because Howard Stern is a creep too. Okay, allegedly there was young girls coming after trying to sue Howard Stern. They made some money and an offer that them women cannot refuse, and they took the money. Just shut up. So I don't want to hear all this shit about Trump is a bad person, yet Trump did shit for black folks. I don't understand why people like he put police officers in prison and lost their badges for killing unarmed black folks. And that's
allegedly. This is okay. Allegedly.
So we're willing to overgo everything that he might have done because he did shit for black folks. So we're gonna ignore that he's in the.
What did he do? I'm still trying to figure out. Hey, look, I'm still trying to figure out why he's racist. No. I'm still trying to figure. No, I'm still trying to figure out why Trump is racist. Give me an example how Trump is racist.
Shit for black
folks. No. Give me an example how Trump is racist. I want to know. The first blow was that Trump was racist.
He freed the one guy and the black guy, and so he freed motherfucking Nicki Minaj and gave her citizenship. So he
give me proof that he's racist. Everybody keeps saying he's racist. Give me proof that he's racist.
What about by the pussy like he said that he did? Because
that's what's supposed to happen eventually.
They're out with children like 17-year-olds. Y'all crazy.
What about his first time?
Y'all crazy.
What about his first time? What he did not? What about his first term? Why did black people vote for Trump overwhelmingly? Because what he did in his first term.
70%, 75% approval rating at that time. 75%.
And that's why Democrats brought the illegals.
It was and said we want that motherfucker back. So why?
I'm gonna tell you, just like my band teacher told me, you're only good as your last performance. It doesn't matter.
All I know is if I'm told I'm racist, I wouldn't be voted back as a president. I know that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. The first blow is racist. The second blow is pedo, and then what's the third blow? Trying to put you in jail. All three haven't worked yet.
Because they all lied. They knew Trump wasn't.
What about that big scare? He locking up them. ICE is taking Americans off the street. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and feeding them. And then when they find out they're not illegal, they let them go. Yeah, that's a hell of a concentration camp.
It should be killing me.
Unless they were spitting in ICE face and throwing bricks at ICE. Yeah, you getting your ass. I watched all that shit. I watched all that shit.
Tagged and you're going to enter the computer for in their computer digit for the rest of your life. That's about it.
Black people are not the one running up on ICE doing shit to ICE and trying to run ICE over, throwing stuff at ICE, bringing guns to ICE. The black people ain't doing it. It's a bunch.
Want us outside so bad. This is our second year in a row. We ain't going outside like that.
Yeah. So, but the KKK offsprings are doing it. Those entitled white people, entitled Caucasians. They're doing it. They get run up on ICE. They get paid to run up on ICE and punch them in the face and stuff. And then when they get their asses hit, then they show the part where they getting their asses beat up by ICE.
Now they're the victim. They antagonize all month, and then all of a sudden, when they get dealt with, they victims. Make that make sense.
Yeah, they victims. And then everybody want to feel sorry for fake ass victims. Now those are fake ass victims. Those are participants who are getting paid to be a victim, so they can fuck up our freedom.
She didn't hit him with the vehicle. See that all that bullshit they were doing? She hit him with that damn vehicle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we do. We knew that
on his website, and he is getting more and more Nazi, more and more depraved. Trump's biggest donor, Elon Musk, since January of this year, has been on an absolute white nationalist terror on his website, and he is getting more and more Nazi, more and more depraved. We all know he's an untreated ketamine addict, and this is per the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, and our own eyes when we saw him at the inauguration in the Oval Office, showing up high on drugs. Here he is. This is just a Sunday for Elon on X. For a country to survive, there has to be a common culture. Nobody dies to defend a multicultural economic zone. American culture, with its English, Scots, Irish origin, is great and worth fighting for. Some may not realize it, but it's why people come here. Okay. A ton of people died for a multicultural country. A ton of people died in World War I and World War II for other cultures.
Including Black
and this type of xenophobia, racism, Nazism is so pervasive in the MAGA movement that now they're starting to nominate full-blown white nationalists for key positions. And when these white nationalists are on X and when they're in their silo in the comment section, they've got big balls and they're like, yeah, we're white people and, you know, screw the Muslims, screw the Jews, screw the blacks, screw the immigrants. We want our white culture. When they get outside of that bubble and they have to explain it with their own words, you know, like you say to toddlers, use your words. Here's what happens when a white nationalist gets grilled by Senator Chris Murphy, asking him to use his words. Watch how embarrassed even he is, trying to explain and reaching for his to rationally explain his Nazi racist ideology. Play the clip.
You define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo derived culture that comes from our history.
There's, like what?
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more.
But you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Foodways could often be different.
Yeah, and those
music could be different.
And those are being erased.
Music could be different. Well, if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to act as white
say with his chest.
Churches or white food or white music is being erased.
I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized. And I think that weakens us. And again, I'm not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for it.
Well, I'm way over my time. I think you're struggling to answer this question, right? Because underlying your beliefs is a sentiment that white culture is just simply better.
So this is something that in black circles, they always say, white Americans have no culture. And it's widely kind of discussed. And we borrow a lot of culture in the United States from our multicultural habitat that we've made. And this guy couldn't name. He can be a big white nationalist on X and he can post and he can be a badass Nazi. But when he's asked, what kind of food are you talking about? What kind of food are you trying to preserve? What kind of food is getting erased? Like, what is that? Meatloaf and mashed potatoes? Like, is that why this guy wants to be such a dick for that?
I think what Senator Murphy said at the end, this man believes he is superior because his skin is white.
He's out of shape. He's out of shape. Why he's supposed to be superior?
Have you seen her before? She's a white nationalist. And so she's talking about shit she knows that she does. So I just think, and then you're gonna put someone we barely know on the stage.
In the United States from our multicultural habitat that we've made. And this guy couldn't name. He can be a big white nationalist on X and he can post and he can be a badass Nazi. But when he's asked, what kind of food are you talking about? What kind of food are you trying to preserve? What kind of food is getting erased? Like, what is that? Meatloaf and mashed potatoes? Like, is that why this guy wants to be such a dick for that?
I think what Senator Murphy said at the end, this man believes he is superior because his skin is white, full stop. And that sounds like a crazy idea. I live around it. I have family members like that's real. They believe it. They believe that because they are white, they are somehow entitled and or better than other people. And this guy, you know, what I want to ask is, where are all the minorities and illegal immigrants in the Epstein files? Because from what I see, it's a bunch of white, rich men. That's the problem. This is so offensive. And here's the deal. Trump doubled down on it, the guy. He's like, oh yeah, he's my guy. Like, they're not scared of it. They like it. That's who they want in their tribe.
Yeah, and I think that what's interesting there is that he couldn't identify the culture that he's so fearful of it being erased. He couldn't even remotely, he said white churches are different than black churches. And I would say, yes, they are. The white churches I've been to in Oklahoma City, not, you know, these Christian light churches where people have a real sense of spirituality. The white churches in Oklahoma City in the Bible Belt that this guy's probably familiar with, it is a hellfire, brimstone, you know, everybody's coming to get us and we need to preserve our white culture. Black churches, on the other hand, there's a social justice arc to a lot of them. And there is a real sense of community in them. And I think it's just fascinating. All of these people that are so concerned about white culture, when they have a stage 5 meltdown over Bad Bunny. But all of these people have no problem vacationing in foreign countries. They have no problem going to a Chinese restaurant. They have no problem going to a Mexican restaurant. They have no problem watching sporting events that are dominated by African-American athletes. And the cognitive dissonance, I don't know if that even labels it properly, because I think there's an intent. I think there's a willful intent by these people.
Let me tell you. First of all,
that was pretty strong. That was strong.
Yeah. First of all, the NFL, politics don't belong. This is what's the problem. Politics don't even belong in sports. Number one, it should be abolished immediately. No one should be talking about politics in sports because sports belong to people to enjoy themselves. Now, other countries got their rugbies. You don't see us going down there trying to make them learn English if they speak in Samoan in their country. Everybody got their rugbies, they got their these foosballs, whatever they do in their countries. Let American sports have their own goddamn sports without it making it a race thing. She is a race baiter, and I don't appreciate that. If you're going to perform at a halftime show, perform that shit in English and make it look nice. I don't want to see no goddamn man rubbing on other men and kissing and lip lapping on other men. I don't want to see none of that shit. I don't want to see porn. There's kids out there, parents pay a lot of money to go see the Super Bowl. And that's too much where everybody's going to stop watching the Super Bowl because of Roger Goodell. Because that was dumb. First of all, you keep that shit American. Bring back Roger Zapp or somebody so we can have some real goddamn music. So we can dance to it. Because as of late, people are not caring about this damn halftime show. It's getting more and more demonic and nasty. So that bring in somebody who which it flopped. That halftime show flopped big time.
The young kids is watching UFC now, man. They ain't watching that bullshit.
Y'all lying. They got 150 million views. Stop.
No, baby. They know it. I think they prefer it. And I think cognitive dissonance gives them a permission structure to not take responsibility for their racism. And I think it is willful racism. And I think it is willful hatred. I think these are broken, emotionally stunted, traumatized people that want to exact their anger across the population, which brings me to this interesting phenomenon that I talk about a lot. So you have Elon Musk, who is clearly a Nazi, clearly anti-Semitic, the two sick Heils. You have
Okay, let me say this. You know what?
You want to Elon
I'm
Musk?
gonna say this because a lot we all like Blackpink. You never know if she love a black man on the side, so that's why she's speaking up. So we can't just be. She might be backing it up on the Blackpink.
Hey,
No,
real quick.
like
Real quick. My phone's about to crap out. I got no battery left, man. I'll be back, man. Hey, you guys keep it going, man. Left, right. I don't care, man. At the end of the day, we're trying to make something better for our country and for our kids and for our families. And what you're doing right here is a great, great, great outlet and a great panel. This dialogue needs to keep going, man. I'll be back later. You guys are the best, man. Love you guys.
All right,
I'm gonna thank you. I'm gonna do this. I want to tell you thank you very much for putting me on the platform so I can do my little rant. And you know, my ADHD kick in, you be putting me on mute and shit. But I appreciate you. It's fun. It's fun for real. I do want you to watch those videos so you can get a better, and if you don't believe that that halftime show flopped, I'll bring you that too. I'm gonna get off, get my son ready.
153 million views is not a flop. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to debate about that.
Wait a minute, girl. Did you see? I'm gonna send you this video. Did you see how many Latinos and Mexicans like, bitch? I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about. This is embarrassing. And you see a bunch of
150? Nah, that's cap.
They turned up
million views on the Bad Bunny show, guys.
No, that was rigged. That was made up, sister. I'm gonna send you some real truth. He know he flopped and he's pissed off, and because it flopped, Roger Goodell charged him a lot of money. He had to pay. He got a fine.
No,
he got to pay $180,000 or something like that. 87,000. I'll send you that too because people were pissed. Nobody sat there danced. If you looked at that Super Bowl, people just looked on like, what the fuck? But I don't understand shit he said. Nobody could see.
I'm gonna say that I didn't like because I did see a little flash of two dudes punching each other. That was wild. I was like, ain't
Nobody watched no 150
I watched Kid Rock talking about.
When they panned to the car, those two dudes was like grinding on each other. I said, oh shit. So I'm trying to tell you, I am not a Democrat because when I saw that, I said, what the fuck? Like, hell no. So I understand, like, you know, both sides, but if I'm able to see, for some reason, the majority of the news that I get, maybe it's because I'm looking at the news that I'm seeing.
I sent you something that make you happy, sis, for real. I sent you some videos of some real.
My timeline was saying something different. Maybe like what I'm watching, but I just know that I'm like kind of like and actually it's pretty. It makes the things they're saying make sense though.
Yeah, no, let me show you. I sent you some stuff
even though I see two white women, but I still see them talking about black issues. So it makes me think,
because they're racist pale.
No. Because white women have black babies. So just because
I don't mean nothing.
Terms of ideology, and they don't have black babies. I take offense. They have black babies. They want biracial babies. I take offense. I'm never going to put a white man a birth in a black baby. A man don't carry the seed, the woman does. The man don't have menstrual cycles. He fertilizes.
A black man have a bad baby with a white woman is a black baby. So I think that white women at some point have to have some level of understanding because when they have a child. So I don't know what her situation. She might be married to a black man, or she might have dated black men.
She's married to a white man.
Look at Don Lemonade. He talking about white supremacy all goddamn day. He's sleeping with white supremacists. So you know, you don't want that confusion, girl. Let them have that shit. A white woman give birth to a black man's a child to a child came from a black man or Asian man. That's a white biracial. It doesn't matter. If a black woman give birth to a baby that's by a white man or Asian man, it's a black biracial. Black first because it's from the mama, the blood of the mama. It's been created from the mama. Everything from
by them having black children would make them more like concerned about black issues.
Here we go with that one drop bullshit.
Ain't no run job. That's fake as fuck too. If you come over to the Bay Area, you see them mixed black, the mixed biracial babies, honey, and then be like the Mexican women who got the baby by the black man. You got the Polynesian who got the baby by the black man. You got the white, and guess what? Them babies look more like their mamas. They got the curly hair. They got no baby, but I know 2 women who got a baby by Mexican, and even though one of them look more yellow, you can tell she's every bit of her mama. She runs, she talk like her mama. Everything's by her mama. So don't air this kind of
hold on, stop this. Let me just say this. I don't disagree. I don't think that all white people are just racist. And to just
of course not.
No, because you're saying,
of course not. That's what I just said.
I agree with that.
They're automatically racist. They're just a bunch of two. No, if they're talking about black issues, I'm glad that you have like 2 white people with their privilege that takes the time out to actually discuss black issues, because they don't.
Sis, you can't sleep with black men just to get some motherfucking benefits, to get some black cars, to get in our business, and then think you know, and you an expert about black people. I think that's real disrespectful. I think you should stay in your goddamn place. Go sleep with your husband.
One thing I like to point out is that I would love for Southern folks to wake the fuck up and understand the Yankee up north is way more racist than the Southern one. Y'all don't even get that through your damn head to this day. That's what's crazy.
No. I've lived in the Midwest, and I've lived in the South, and I know there's a difference in all 3. But the racism is more like subversive, versus up in the Midwest is in your face. Up north, I didn't experience racism when I was in. But I lived in Washington D.C. And then when I moved to Detroit, when I was in D.C.
You were a child though.
No. I was not a child. I was out in the military.
Up north? Were you a child?
Washington D.C. Is that up north?
No.
That's Washington D.C. is not up north.
Hell no. That's not Yankee. That's not Yankee at all. You know what Yankee is.
I did not experience racism in D.C. in the military. I experienced more racism when I was in Ohio, and even when I was in Ohio, just here, Midwest. Midwest is like one of the racist places I would have ever experienced racism at. And I will say that in like Detroit specifically, racism is almost segregated. Like the white people don't fuck with the black people, black people don't fuck with white. But then you might have some people that might be cool or whatever. But for the most place, people in Detroit, like it's like don't come across 8 Mile. The black people was running that city, and it was like no, fuck these white people. But when I moved down south into Texas, I didn't experience like it was weird coming from a very racist blackity black. You know, I'm black y'all, and I'm black y'all, and I'm bliggity into like Texas, where it's like you don't know whether it's like, but you would think it might be, but it's interesting because here's the thing: these white people have black kids, and they've been screwing these black people. It's mixed. It's a weird thing going on. So you never know if you might be the white person that might have like black in them. So down south it's weird because you might think this person is always white, and might be just black too, and they have a whole black family and this. So and then the white people are more ghetto than the black people. So it's like so when you talk to them, they be like talking worse than you. Like God damn, they rolling their head more harder than you are. So I'm like,
they're not considered ghetto. They're called.
It's a different level of like it's like hood. It's like the white people are hood in down south. Down south,
that's not hood. They something else, baby. We're hood. There's something else. It's something else. They call it a trailer. They call them trailer.
Whatever it is.
They call themselves trailer. They don't want to be associated with the word hood. So
they talk more like crazier and ghetto and I'm like, bro, like I'm at the gas
station. The YCs down there, the YCs is wilding out.
But you know, if you come to the Bay Area, like you come to California, say like in California, and all part of the West area, they're quiet about their damn races. They sneaky as fuck. Okay. And I remember because I went to I remember going to Menlo College, and here I am in a political science class, and I wasn't expecting that because I wasn't coming to get too deep into no goddamn politics. Okay, I just didn't want to. I wasn't ready for that shit. You got a white woman gonna tell us what we gotta take and what we gotta accept. And when I told her we not gonna do it, she said, "Well, you have to leave my classroom." Then you go and you drive all around Silicon Valley. These wealthy ass people live in these mansions and these quiet ass areas. They got a banner that says Kamala Harris. Nobody said I wanted Trump.
So hold on, wait. Someone said black hood people actually derive from white and red. You know what? It makes sense because, like I swear, when you talk to these white people down here, their mannerisms is more ghetto.
Another thing I
was talking to a person at the gas station. I'm like, what is she like? But no, it'd be a regular white person, but they be ghetto. Like, I'm like the way they talk, the way they roll their neck, and I'm like, is she like a?
They thought that
would be 100% purebred white. Probably got a Confederate flag somewhere, but honey, they will roll their neck and talk shit just like anybody else. And I'm like, what is this? So it took me getting used to of understanding, like, just because a person's white and they talking like this. Because in up north, when they talk like that, they might have had a little black thing going on, and now they're trying to be black. But down here, this is just how white people are. They will roll their neck and cut you off. That's why I was like, can identify because this girl, how she talking shit on this channel. Like how she be like, well, what you want, some meatloaf or whatever? You know,
she's way more sophisticated. She's way more dangerous. Yeah.
But imagine take her attitude times 10 down south, like it is even, and then put the southern twang on it, and now you have the white people down south. They got like this.
Why do you think Yankees is coming down south so much and about to tear it up? Why you think all these New Yorkers coming down here?
I don't know. What do you mean by that?
We see things far more differently than to the average country bumpkin and redneck. It's just the way it is.
Hey, listen, first
we have the upper hand when we see things.
Quick, hold on, listen, because I've been waiting on this little like, thank you so much. We on Lock Nation, honey. He have been here this whole time, and I hate that you left because I really love your opinion on things. Because you listen, you be leaving me up here with these Trump supporters. Leaving me by my lone self.
I am blessed to make money, making money, making money, making money, making money, manifest, making money, making money.
Thank y'all so much. That is so sweet. Wait till I get rich. I'm gonna
stop abandoning me.
I'm a donate you to shoot. So you make
the Deep South has so much culture. My actual phobia is that these Yankees up here, like myself, I'm not going down there to move, but they're gonna tear it up. And I'm telling y'all gotta watch out for that and overcharge them when you see them. Overcharge them. Don't give them that Southern hospitality deal. Overcharge their ass.
Exactly. They gotta afford it to come here.
But I'm gonna tell you what. Like, listen, what I'm figuring out, I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Let me be quiet.
Have some gay people in the administration. You have Kash Patel in the administration. You have this guy, the guy that we just heard from. He has said a lot of anti-Semitic things, very horrible things about Jewish people in his posts. But also in this administration, because it's so heavily funded by AIPAC, you get the leader of the FBI on Fox News saying the following. Play the clip.
America to wake up and prioritize Israel, bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
You ain't got to talk shit about Detroit. Who said this about Detroit? Detroit looks like shit, so he need to bring the water, clean water out. No, Detroit is got the cleanest water. It's just that the outskirts cities try to take it over. Actually, Detroit is right next to the Great Lakes, and they actually had the cleanest water source. It's Flint that got the fucked up ass water. And then the outskirt like cities, they tried to pressure Detroit into taking out their water and funnel it into the outskirts cities. But all the white people left Detroit and moved to the suburbs, and they water sucks. So they be like trying to push the black city and get their water. So, and stop talking about Detroit. Detroit look like shit because the people that own properties abandoned their properties, and they did this whole white flight thing, and that's why you have blight there. It's not because Detroiters are fucked up. It's because you have a bunch of people that own property and just abandon the shit and just let it become like
Well, in Detroit's defense, and I gotta defend Detroit. I'm sorry, sis. They didn't just abandon their property; they were being overtaxed because of the fraud that's shit going on over in Detroit, just like California. People are leaving and abandoning their homes and their businesses too over here because of Gavin Newsom. See, you know, start all that goddamn money, want to keep the sanctuary. Yeah, to me, if you want charges and over taxes and shit, you make the sanctuary motherfuckers pay or deport their asses. Because
Also, don't forget about East Palestine. Right there was that Michigan, right?
Yeah, see, all that shit, all them governors, that shit just to take up for these, but they over here doing illegal shit with money, and that's what I'm saying, and they're being exposed for it. So this is nothing about this. Got nothing to do. Oh, Donald Trump is doing this and that. What is
Why don't you come up, Tima? Why don't you come up, girl? I want to hear what you got to say. You got like a piggy. She be talking. She be in the thing talking all kind of stuff. Come up here, Tima. But as long as you don't say shit about Detroit, as long as you don't say nothing about Detroit, because I love Detroit.
Yeah,
listen, I've lived in all different types of cities in America: Orange, New Jersey, Steubenville, Ohio, Washington D.C., Dallas, Texas. You can talk about all that shit, but don't you dare talk about Detroit. Detroit is like my heart. I love Detroit, so don't talk about Detroit. You can talk about everybody else. Not Detroit.
Gavin Newsom is a thief, and what's happening to Detroit is happening to California, baby. Gavin Newsom is a thief.
Right. Let me tell you something. The reason why Detroit is such a thing in my heart is it's the underdog. Because it's in the middle of nowhere and people have to struggle so hard to even make it in Detroit. And there's so much talent, so many beautiful people there, and people are real there. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't gonna get this bull. I've lived in Dallas for like 10 years, and it's so much bullshit, fake ass bullshit down here. This down south fake ass hospitality, whatever. But in Detroit, when you get in with people, you in with them for life. You know what I'm saying? They are real, true people, man, friends, everything. Like every friend I got that I met in Detroit, I still got them as friends. But down here, they backstab you. It's like dog eat dog. And you know what someone told me? They're the ones that stayed. The people down here, the black people down here are the ones that stayed when they said, hey, it's time to slavery's over. You know what I'm saying? You go ahead.
I ain't lie about that part. I heard that too.
Fuck all, and everybody, the people, the Detroiters were the ones saying, no, fuck that, I'm gone, I'm out of here, and moved, migrated up to there. And so it's a different type of mentality up there. Even Chicago got like a certain like level of like, I love Chicago. Same thing. Ohio is a whole nother ball game. That is like, in integration city. It's a bunch of mixed up people, white. You don't even know what people. That's what I'm saying. These people, if they are from the Midwest, they could be black. You'd be like, oh shit, they look white. In Ohio, you'll be surprised. They'd be black as hell, and you wouldn't even know it. That's the part about Ohio, because that's why I said you never know. Maybe they had a black baby or married to a black man. That's why they advocating. I don't know. Let's go.
So I think it's just fascinating that there is this underbelly in the MAGA movement that is inherently anti-Semitic. And then this military provocation where they want to fund the country of Israel, because I think killing Black and brown Palestinians is just enough for them. Plus the idea that they can develop it, that they can colonize it. Right.
Oh, you're from Cleveland, so you know it's some bullshit up there in Cleveland, all the mixed up races and stuff like that. People like all these like mixed couples and weird stuff going on. But Cleveland's more blacker than all of Ohio. But I'm from Steubenville, and we used to whoop y'all ass in football back in the day. But let's move on to this. We used to Cleveland's ass in football.
They can make it into these big resorts. And so I just think it's a really interesting bigoted tent where you have AIPAC, who wants to make Israel a very safe place for Jews, in the heart of this anti-Semitic political party that they prefer that they win. Because here's the thing, if you allow to cherry pick human rights, like, okay, this group I like, this group I don't, fuck this group.
You didn't love how we was whooping y'all ass in football, because we used to whoop you. Steubenville High School, best band in Buckeye Land, Steubenville Big Red used to whoop Cleveland's ass. Cleveland West and Cleveland this and honey, we used to be whooping y'all ass in football every winter.
Shout out to Sinbad, the comedian.
Shouts out to Ohio, Steubenville.
Then you're willing to allow the genocide of a group altogether. And this
Steubenville's where Wu-Tang Clan went to make their record. That's all your Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Got made in Steubenville, Ohio. Shouts out to Steubenville, Ohio.
This is where I have problems with Cory Booker or with Hakeem Jeffries, because they can speak so eloquently and so compassionately about the racism that we have in the United States. And I think they're really incredible messengers on that. But they cannot apply that same bit of human rights and that same bit of social justice and that same bit of humanity to the Palestinians. And in fact, they will gladly and gleefully go vote and send American money to Israel to genocide Palestine, instead of using taxpayer monies, instead of over-policing African-American communities, and instead of killing Palestinians with our taxpayer money, how about we invest in these communities? And so this is where I really evolved politically, because I have a real fundamental problem with people that do not have a sense of universal human rights. And when they start cherry picking them, they've lost all credibility with me.
It's so interesting to me. All I've heard coming out of, prominent Republicans, Kash Patel, Lindsey Graham, it's Israel. And I'm like, aren't we trying to figure out how to fund SNAP? Aren't we trying to figure out how to make life cheaper for Americans? That's what you think the government's doing, but they're not. They're not trying to do anything for Americans. They are so worried about segregating societies and making sure that white people feel superior and discarding everybody else that they don't even talk. I mean, I saw Lindsey Graham like 5 times in the last few weeks. He's not said a word about anything but how we need to be loyal to Israel. And it's so stunning that more Americans aren't up in arms about this, particularly when you're exactly right. All of the Nazis that I know are MAGA diehards. Totally. They just are.
Totally. And I think that, to be fair, a lot of Americans are up in arms about this. The current policy of the administration, I think, has single digits of Democratic and independent voter support. Like, this is very unpopular policy, yet they still cram it down our throats all of the time. But this isn't new. Listen to this clip from Jimmy Carter. Play the clip.
AIPAC is not dedicated to peace. They're dedicated to inducing the maximum support in America, in the White House, in the Congress, and in the public media for whatever policies the Israeli government had.
AIPAC is not for promoting peace. It is for getting the White House on board with whatever their policy is. This is not a peaceful organization. And so it makes sense. If their objective is not peace, then you would collude, regardless if the party's full of vile, anti-Semitic, horrific people like the person we had in that video.
Listen, I'm going to play one more video and I'm going to wrap this whole thing up. Man, we had a whole day. I've been here all day long with you guys. We've had ups and downs. We've cried, we laughed. But let me just do this last thing. And I know you guys love this guy, but I like him. I enjoy his channel because he is funny to me. I'm sorry. But he's gonna talk about Marco Rubio speech.
So Marco Rubio gave a speech at Munich, the Munich conference the other day. And it was, to put it simply, an absolute horror show. They're now saying things out loud that used to be like the left would criticize them and say, you believe X, Y, and Z? And they go, no, we don't. Now they're just saying, yes, we do believe those things, actually. And we're going to argue for them openly. And so let me give you a little bit of a breakdown here, as Ben Norton points out. This is insane. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio just gave one of the most explicitly pro-colonialist speeches I have seen in the 21st century. The U.S. empire wants Europe to help it recolonize the global South. Rubio praised Western colonialists settling new continents, building vast empires, and extending out across the globe. Then Rubio complained about the global South's decolonization, portraying it as a sinister communist plot. Rubio lamented, quote, the great Western empire.
Yeah, was Rubio in the Epstein file? It sounds like he might have been at the Epstein part. They just sound like what Epstein was talking about.
Empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. So he is literally lamenting anti-colonial uprisings. I thought everybody agreed imperialism is bad, colonialism is bad. Like, this is not, it's not good. Nope, all of a sudden, it comes roaring back. And he's actively making an argument for Western empire. Rubio delivered this speech at the Munich Security Conference, surrounded by European leaders who gave him a standing ovation. More on that in a minute. I'll show it to you guys. They loved the pro-colonialist diatribe. The U.S. Secretary of State insisted that North American and European imperialists should unite in order to reverse the West's managed decline, to revive the West's age of dominance, to renew the greatest civilization in human history. So a few things about this. First of all, Marco Rubio saying, Europe, will you come along with us in being imperialist and colonialist? It's literally just playing them for fools, because I don't know if you saw this. It was only about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago that Donald Trump couldn't get through a fucking sentence without saying, we're going to take Greenland. That's what we're going to steal Greenland. We're going to own Greenland. We're going to take all of their natural resources. We're going to invade them. We're going to take it. We're going to steal it. That's what we're going to do. And so that Europe then was like, okay, what the fuck? No, we're not supposed to be the target of this. It's the brown people. Do it to the brown people. Don't do it to us. This is what Europe was saying. Well, now Rubio goes there and gives him a little pat on the head and says, okay, buddy, you want to do evil stuff with us? Yes, Papa, I'd like to do evil stuff with us. So already playing them for fools right off the jump, right? But the other thing is, it's so ironic for Rubio to say that the West was in a managed decline, but we're not interested in doing a managed decline anymore. We're going to return to the days of dominance. No, you fucking idiot. Exactly the shit that you and Trump do is what's leading to the decline. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. The decline has been sped up colossally. Why? Because you decided, fuck the international law and the rules-based order, whatever goofy terminology they use for it. We're throwing that out. Now we get to do what we want, and you get to shut the fuck up and take it. It's law of the jungle in this bitch. It is might makes right in this bitch. And so when you do that, and then you bomb Nigeria, and you bomb Somalia, and you bomb Iran, and you let the genocide happen in Gaza, and you are threatening to steal Greenland, and you're threatening to bomb Mexico, and you're threatening to steal Panama, and you just did regime change in Venezuela, and like clearly you're completely and utterly fucking unhinged. The world goes, okay, this is not stable. This is not a stable situation. We can't trust these people. They go back on their word all the time. When you do the trade war and fucking slap tariffs on all your allies sort of start to go, hey, fuck you too. And now we're going to look to China to be a more stable trading partner. Okay? So they are the ones who are leading to the downfall of the country, leading to our alienation and isolation from the rest of the world, leading to massive spikes in hatred against this country, as he ironically says that, no, we're not going to do a managed decline. We're going to bring back dominance. No, you're not. You're just speeding up the decline, and you're too fucking stupid to realize it. And of course, the funniest part of it all is like, hey, bitch boy, your last name is Rubio. You're Cuban, motherfucker. This is like Nick Fuentes thinking he's on the team. Your last name is fucking Fuentes. You're not on the team. These like, it's that meme that you see on Twitter of like a Hispanic guy wearing a MAGA hat and talking to a Hispanic guy who looks exactly the same, not wearing a MAGA hat. And the one with the MAGA hat goes, we don't want your kind in this country. Like you're not on the team. You're not on the team. Rubio's Cuban. Fucking Fuentes is Mexican. And there's this like pro-white supremacy, pro-imperialist, pro-colonialist ideology that comes from that.
Bro, how many Hispanics come up on this thing talking like this? How many Hispanics come up here and with their accents and stuff? No, let me tell you something. They sound American, but they have a little slight tinge of accent, and they come up here sounding just like that.
Message.
Like, what the fuck is going on? Shouts out. Listen.
It is the most embarrassing pick-me bullshit I've ever seen in my life. So Norton says, this is a blatant call by the U.S. empire to resuscitate Western colonialism and recognize the global South, which represents, and recolonize the global South, which represents the global majority. What the U.S. empire did to Gaza, Venezuela, and currently Cuba is what it wants to do to the entire global South. So that's another important point to make, is that when it comes to Cuba, what they're doing right now is just completely and utterly starving Cuba. Like, what they're doing now is just cutting off Cuba from getting any oil whatsoever, which is trying to...
And that's fucked up, because you know what? I got initiated in Cuba. It's mostly black people down there. It's mostly black people down there. It's not white Hispanics. It's black Hispanics. They know what they're doing. Just like they say they want to cut off things from Haiti. That's bullshit. Like, it's mostly dark-skinned black people in Cuba. They know what they're fucking doing. It's bullshit. And those people are the sweetest people you ever meet in your life. And let me also say this, because this, like I said, he's hitting it on the head. That's why, y'all want to say, you listen to the leftist websites and YouTube. But I'm going to tell you what. They hit it on the head, though. They talk their shit, though. Like, when it really comes down to it, they talk their shit, though. They be right. And I'm gonna say this is that I had a person on my channel yesterday that was talking mad shit, and I said, so I can hear the accent in his voice. I can hear the way he said, like, this is English is not your only language, sir. Oh, I'm from Portugal and Spain, and like, what you talking all this shit, bro? You could get picked up too, sir. Like, you can get picked up too. Like, what do you mean? Listen, somebody say something, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You think that you separate. So what happened is, like, a lot of these Latinos have bought into the white supremacists. They think that they are white, and they're not. Because when it comes down, they listen. Don't Nick Fuentes get picked up too. I think listen. You see how he flip flopped on the whole Bad Bunny situation. Now all of a sudden he don't want white supremacy. He's not a white nationalist no more, because he knew, like, he realized these crackers don't give a fuck about. Yeah, you speak Spanish or whatever. You one of them, bro. You ain't part of us. You thought you was part of us, honey. No. So all y'all Hispanics to get up here talking shit on my panel, getting up here real quick to be loud as fuck and wrong. Just like today, it was, I think, the one dude, whatever his name was, Greg or whatever, like, loud as hell and booty clapping for, and I hate to say that word. Y'all done got me saying booty clapping for white supremacy. You think that you white, honey, and just wait, okay? Let somebody call ICE and you about to be just thrown in the truck just like anybody else. Shut the fuck up. Bullshit.
Collapse the Cuban economy. It is starving innocent people to death. It is destroying their ability to live. And then they're going to use that to try to collapse the government and put a U.S. puppet in there to serve the parasite, pedophile, rapist, billionaire class. That's what it is. They want to steal the natural resources from there as well. They want Cuba to become the playground of the billionaire elites again, as it was in the past before the revolution. That's what they want to do. And so it's hilarious because they talk about, like, we're going to bring them freedom. Bring them freedom how? Starving them to death? Killing them all? Like, it is literally the opposite of freedom. Spare me your fucking bullshit, sanctimonious, high values, highfalutin speech, when obviously this is just a raw power grab. That's what it is. Norton says, some people are surprised that Marco Rubio gave such an explicitly pro-colonialist speech, given his family is technically of Cuban descent. However, Rubio made it clear he does not identify as Cuban. He identifies as a U.S. American of European descent. In the same speech, he praised the European colonialists who ethnically cleansed the Native Americans and founded the U.S., and he stressed, we will always be a child of Europe. Rubio then proudly traced his ancestry back to Italy, Piedmont, and Sardinia in Spain. Rubio does not identify with Cuba, Latin America, and the Caribbean. He identifies with Western colonialists. And Rubio emphasized that he, in his capacity as the chief of the U.S. The U.S. empire's foreign policy, wants to revive Western colonialism. Okay, The Department of State posted this. This is from Marco Rubio's speech, okay? Quote, "We do not want allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it." So understand something, guys. I would say this is a dog whistle, but it's not a dog whistle. It's a fucking foghorn. This shit is straight out of the white nationalist, white supremacist playbook. Oh, our culture. We need to defend our culture and our noble civilization. Okay? We don't want their culture and their heritage, their icky culture and icky heritage. So as this person points out here, not the best quote to highlight. It comes from far-right German AfD party and is called for Germany to forget its guilt and shame about Nazism. But guess what, guys? That is like exactly what Marco Rubio connects to. Is it really that much different to say, hey, I don't want you to have guilt and shame over the Native American genocide. I don't want you to have guilt and shame over slavery. I don't want you to have guilt and shame over Jim Crow and over redlining. I don't want you to have guilt and shame over the U.S. literally creating banana republics by overthrowing South American governments so that we can steal bananas for our banana corporation.
What the fuck? Is that true? Is that true that they overthrew government for banana republic? I used to wear their clothes. Oh my God. But listen.
Oh, that place in the mall, that store in the mall. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that store was awesome.
Go there.
I don't know if it has anything to do with the store, but
I hope not.
No.
I used to, oh my God. What the hell?
Nah. But that store was
Chiquita, I believe
that store was good.
Like, no, it's the same thing. And in fact, it's the ideology being
Banana republic used to be that deal back in the day. What? But I'm gonna play the rest of this, and then we're gonna do our final word. So just stick around, man, in High Castle. So you do your final word.
implemented today. It's the same ideology that says we're going to steal all of Venezuela's oil. They stole Venezuelan oil and put it in a private bank account for Trump in like Qatar, Dubai, or some shit. And it's just sitting there like $200, $300 million in oil that he fucking stole.
Oh, you stroking it. Honey, you ain't stroking it. You are one finger in it and jiggling it back and forth. You ain't stroking nothing. You to stroke, you have to have something to stroke with. Stop talking stupid. Let's go.
I mean, this is like, that is so much of a caricature that like, if I told you even 3 years ago that would happen, you'd be like, come on, that's a little ridiculous. That's what they're doing. It's mask off, y'all. It's mask off. As I said, it's not a dog whistle. It's a foghorn. And then there's also this, ready? So at the end of this speech, and you can go watch the whole speech. You know, I watched the whole thing and it was very disturbing. But at the end of it all, where the through line is what? I'm pro-imperialism. I'm pro.
Sorry, I just had to put this stupid ass person up. Oh, sheezy, my wheezy. I'm stroking it. Honey, you're pinching it with a tweezer, bro. There ain't no stroke. It's just tweezer.
Colonialism. We're not playing nice anymore. Fuck international law. It's might makes right. We have the biggest guns. We're the most powerful. They will submit to us. And that's the end of the conversation. So none of the rules-based international order talk, none of the talk of international law, none of the talk of cooperation or even democracy. No, it's just like, we're the best. They suck. We're superior. They're inferior. Western civilization is glorious. And so we have basically the right to manifest destiny and westward expansion, except this time it's like southward expansion. That's what they're reviving the old school brutal imperialist colonialist mindset. That's what they're doing. There's no more.
Do you think this is really about the Confederate Wars? Do you think this whole thing is really about the fact that they lost the Confederate War? Like, is this like a thing like they lost and now they like we gotta come back and try to reclaim our rights and all that?
No. No.
Couching it. There's no more tweaks around the edges. There's no more softening it. There's no talk of like, you know, everybody's equal here. It is just dominance. It's dominance. It's power, it's control, it's fascism. And here's the reaction in the room. Remember, Europe, the same place that was just cucked by Trump as he was yelling about how I'm going to steal Greenland and take all their natural resources because the billionaires want it. It's going to become our playground. These people were just being threatened not that long ago. And here's their reaction to the pro-fascist, pro-colonialist, pro-imperialist speech. Look at this.
It's muted. I know JD Vance is throwing a fit right now. How Rubio's upgraded.
Okay, now I need to be clear.
Hold on. Is Rubio trying to maybe be the next thing to come up?
He's definitely trending above Vance. Hell yeah.
Oh man, the plot thickens. This is really about him trying to make a thing on the international stage, bro. Oh no, I'm not.
This is how MAGA would implode. Who wants the Lord of the Ring? Who wants the ring more?
This is what it is. Okay, is Rubio Republican too?
Yep. He's number 3 underneath JD.
They're slowly listen. So what they're priming him because they know that JD Vance ain't gonna get it.
Nobody wants Usha and Vance in the office like that.
They know JD Vance ain't gonna get it, so they're getting him ready for international affairs. Have him talking stupid ass shit. Okay, wow, so pretty.
About something here. You cannot defeat this with limp dick liberal interventionism. Okay, you cannot defeat this with the idea that the U.S. has the right to be the global policeman, but we just need to do it nicer. No. The only way to defeat this is with a robust and clear argument of we need to actually give a shit about international law and mutual cooperation and the United Nations and the thoughts of all the various countries around the world. We need to reassert that these principles and these values and these laws that laid out actually fucking matter, that we're actually going to enforce the Geneva Convention and the Nuremberg Tribunal, that we actually give a shit, that we'll hold Netanyahu accountable. That motherfucker should be in prison. Okay? Donald Trump needs to be in prison also, by the way. But the only way to defeat this is with an actual full-throated defense of non-interventionism. A full-throated defense of, you know what? There is no room in 2026 for barbarian, Neanderthal, primitive tactics of might makes right and law of the jungle. Because guess what, y'all? There will come a time where we're not the biggest, baddest dude on the block, and we don't.
What do you mean by all law opinion? What does that mean? All law opinion. What does that mean? Do you know what that means?
Nope.
All law opinion. All law is opinion. It has always been that nothing different. All law is opinion. Interesting. Well, they're priming Rubio next. So listen, I'm willing to bet. I need to start having a betting thing. Listen, let's have a bet that freaking Rubio. It's going to be a battle between Rubio and JD Vance as the Republican nominee.
Have the most powerful military, and we don't have the biggest guns. And when that day comes, then people will realize that, hey, maybe the international law actually mattered. Maybe we actually should have abided by it. And unfortunately, these guys are such idiot cowboys. They literally can't even foresee a world where we're not the most powerful, even though, empires throughout history always rise and fall. But they can't foresee it. In the same way that they can't foresee that the world is now going to dump the dollar and, leave us with a fucking hyperinflation crisis because we have $38 trillion in debt. That doesn't matter now, but as soon as the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency, then it certainly fucking matters. Okay?
That's going to be the next live I do, because there's a thing going on right now where I think coming up soon, the banks are about to switch over to a coin-based situation. So the next, I'm gathering the research for that, but I think it's coming up pretty soon where they're about to have a switch off from money based and dollar based. I'm not sure when it's supposed to happen. I think it's coming up very, very soon though.
So
the Clarity Act.
They don't realize this.
The what?
The Clarity Act. They keep on postponing it because there's another company. I'm not going to speak on it right now. that's going through reorganization. But right now it's the Clarity Act for all the crypto and banking. The bankers, they have the leverage, but right now it's the Clarity Act will be the defining bill when it passes through the House.
Okay, that's what
But
it's
they've been
talking.
postponing it a lot.
Yeah, but I think that when they pass that, honey, you need to. I don't know what I don't know what to say. Like either put all your money in crypto or what to tell people to do. But please, when I do that show, when you see that one, I'm gonna put a big crypto coin on the picture of it so that you guys know it's gonna have fire around it. Okay. And that's when you're
Right.
gonna watch that, and I'm gonna be able to tell y'all what to do. But I don't know what to do right now. I'm still doing research on what to do, but I think that you're gonna have to like switch your money over. And
Yeah, it's the haves want control. The haves, those who have, want Bitcoin. Is right now it's for the haves. They are trying to shake people out who have not, but they're in it. They're trying to shake people out by it's going down. But the haves, people who have, they have money to invest, they're not going to sell easily at all.
And anybody that's smart enough knows that whenever a stock is going down, you buy more.
Right.
If you see that's the stochastic go down, you buy. But some people do not have enough money to like keep buying on the way down. And then
Exactly.
when it spikes up, that's where you hit your thing. But you have to have a lot of money and you have to be really close to the fucking the server, because then it'll do some weird shit and jiggle it like it'll I have friends. That's why I don't really get into stock trading, because I've seen day traders, and because of the lag, if they're like too far away from, like, okay, we're in Dallas, right? So the server is in New York, right? But they're about to move one here in Dallas. So if you're here, you have a better chance at being able to like really hit that whatever the hell it is and be able to like really cash in. But imagine if the server's in New York, you know that Goldman Sachs is the one that's really kind of controlling the stock market really hard. Goldman and BlackRock. Do is they'll shake you out and then you'll lose all your goddamn money. So you have to be very careful because of like the way, if you have to be almost next to in Wall Street with your computer right next to where that server is hidden so that you don't get shooken out. So I think the same thing happened with crypto.
Exactly.
But the thing is that crypto is decentralized, so I don't know if it's the same thing where they can really shake you out as hard as they could with the stock market, because it's not centralized. See, the stock market is centralized, New York, whatever, where those servers are, right? Crypto is a generalized server, so I don't know. I don't really know everything. I'm still like, listen, I just know about day trading. I don't know about like crypto. That's why I'm like hesitant to get into it, because I'm like, I don't know exactly what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is the right time to have these internalized conversations, and you're in the right situation. You're waiting to see. You have one foot in, maybe one pinky toe in. You see the future, that the paper money, more people are fucking with, with digital shit.
To me,
cash is king. Cash is still king. It's just how is it hit? Is $100 hitting the way $100 should?
The people I'm dealing with, like, bro, crypto is all the way. Like, it's about, there's not gonna be any money. Like, pretty much. Like, I mean, there's not gonna be, all y'all dollars ain't gonna be worth shit. That's why Venezuela, they were throwing their dollars and burning them in the street. And then Maduro and all those other things. Like, it's so just put at least $100 in the crypto. I can't tell you what crypto. That's what I'm saying. It's confusing. It's too many goddamn things to buy, coins to buy. So it's hard.
Not all crypto is good crypto.
So it's hard
the truth.
Mm-hmm. I have little $20 or something. I don't even know what the hell's going on, and don't even know how to remove it to take it out the damn wallet. You know, that's the part. Like, what do you do? And then don't fuck around and forget what the key is. You're through. You know how many people I know that have millions of dollars in crypto can't get access to it because they lost the key or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's another weird thing that happens because like I don't know about the key or some shit about some key that you're supposed to get to like move it around or whatever. Honey, if you lose that key, you lose all that money and you're through. So that's the part that makes me hesitant about crypto is because like shoot, you could put $1,000 in, make 100,000, can't get the money out because you lost the key. You don't even know what some weird ass shit goes on with the key.
Correct.
So yeah. Anyways, so just know that we're gonna be doing a show on crypto pretty soon. When I like actually can pull people together that can like really direct people the right way because I don't want to like tell people the wrong thing. We're gonna do a show on that. I'm putting it together right now. So, but anyway, let's go.
They don't have any long-term thinking. They don't have any actual strategic thinking. And so here we are still dealing with like a 1700s and 1800s style childish mindset. And now you have Europe on board supporting it, no problem whatsoever. I mean, this is really low and really bad and really, really fucking disturbing. So my advice to any Democrat out there who wants to run in 2028 for president, you can't meet this halfway, right? In the same way you can't split the difference with MAGA and do bipartisanship and compromise and negotiate with MAGA. Like these people are gone. They're fascists, they're imperialists, they're colonialists, they're psychopaths. It's literally a death cult. This is death cult foreign policy is what this is. And so you need a full fucking break with it. A full fucking break. You need an anti-imperialist foreign policy. It needs to be loud and proud and anti-imperialist. And as far as they've shifted the Overton window to the right, you got to shift that bitch way back to the fucking left. Okay? So do not negotiate with this. Do not compromise with this. Don't give me any liberal interventionist bullshit. This has to be like the number one thing you should be talking about is justice in the sense that Marco Rubio should be in prison. Donald Trump should be in prison. Netanyahu should be in prison. Anybody
Marco
who
too? Damn.
I don't know.
One boy wilding out here. He's saying jail time for everybody. Oh man.
I don't know if that's gonna work.
Casually, Pete Hegseth should be in prison. You know, and by the way, here's what happens with this mindset. So as he's given that speech, this same shit was happening. The United States murdered 3 more people in the Caribbean, bringing the total number of murders to 133. This should not go unnoticed because it's become so common for the U.S. to murder people at sea. So, and this is the problem, right? Is like people have gotten used to it. They have gotten accustomed to it. Now it's just like another day that ends in Y that, oh, we murdered more innocent fishermen on the seas. And by the way, even if they weren't innocent fishermen, which they usually are, but even if they're not, then you can't just blow up somebody who's drug smuggling. That's like a low-level crime where you fucking seize the drugs and then you give them a day in court. But no, they're literally just murdering people casually. This is against U.S. law. This is against international law. This is against the U.S. Constitution. This is completely and utterly fucking unhinged. And that's what Marco Rubio's mindset leads to. Marco Rubio's mindset leads to, we're right, you're wrong. We're good, you're bad. We do what we want. You can fucking deal with it and take it. And that, okay, I know it sounds hyperbolic, but it's true. That is just a Nazi mindset. That's all that is. That is just a Nazi mindset. We don't care about rules. We don't care about laws. We don't care about reciprocity. We don't care about equality. We don't care about justice. It's just, we do what we want. You deal with the fallout, and you can shut the fuck up and take it. And what an amazing time to make an argument for that when we have the literal mad king is running the world right now. And they go, yeah, let's give that guy total impunity to do whatever the fuck he wants. Trump literally said, the only thing that's reeling me in is my own morality, he said. In other words, no law applies to me. No law applies to me is what he said. And the fucking idiot Europeans, the vassal states, are sitting there, oh yeah, isn't that great? Imperialism good, colonialism good. This revival of these barbarian values, this will go down in the history books as one of the most evil eras in modern history. There's no doubt about that. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like.
Can I okay, let me just do this before I end the show and we do our final words. Because I like this word Nazi is being thrown around, and I really want to really clear up this whole thing because just saying Nazi for everything is not cool to me either, you know? So Nazi, formerly named National Socialism, is the far right totalitarian. Okay, totalitarian.
Totalitarian.
Totalitarian
Total.
ideology
Yep.
associated with the Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. All right, so first of all, that sentence right there, boom, full stop. In Germany, we got to be careful about how we're just framing things and calling everything Nazi. You know, that's not cool either, right? It was frequently called Hitlerism. Nazism is a form of fascism with an emphasis on pseudo-scientific theories of racial hierarchy of ethnic Germans as part of an alleged Nordic Aryan master race. So I don't think that Marco Rubio, you can't call him like Nazi because he's like from, where's he from? Like Spain, you know? So we got to be very careful because this is not, just because a person is, okay, it might have like hints of Nazism, but it's not Nazism. It's not, they're not all one group of Germans that are all coming together and saying that our German, we're like the master race, and that's not the same thing. So we have to like kind of get away from that too. We can't just be saying that type of shit, you know? You can't call like Nick Fuentes, keyword Fuentes, a Nazi because he's not German. He's Spaniard. He might be a white supremacist. Nazi, nah, you're kind of like pushing it, you know? Let's call a spade, a Nazi, white supremacist. Let's not just slam labels on people that's not what it is. Nazism is specific to people, ethnic Germans that feel like they are supreme. Now, I would say maybe Donald Trump could be a Nazi because he's a German. He could feel that the Germans are superior and he might be on this whole Nazi thing. But Nick Fuentes and Marco, we can't just make this blanket statement that everybody's Nazi. That's not right. So I just want to say that before we get into that. Because you know what? I keep hearing this word being thrown around, and Nazi, and this. We're not going to do that. We're going to let's know what the real meaning of it is, and not like just label people stuff. So all right, now we are going to give our final thoughts to the show because I've been here for 4 hours and 39 minutes. Go ahead, the men in High Castle. What's your final thought?
Thank you, DJ Genesis. This was an excellent program. You did it. You're almost at that number that I discussed with you, though. Very close. However, proud Americans, are you ready? Are you ready to eat? Are you ready to climb and earn more money? It's the time. Did you know February 17th, 2026, so I've been told, the man in the high castle, that there's going to be a solar eclipse over Antarctica? It's called the Ring of Fire. Yes, a solar eclipse over the Antarctica. However, during these times, when the stock market opens on Tuesday, tomorrow, on the 17th, it has also been reported that there could be a crash window. There's this guy who's a mathematician named Steve Fuetz with a P, P-U-E-T-Z, Stephen Fuetz. And he wrote about this, about solar eclipses during market days on stock markets and the effect. But lo and behold, Americans, it's time to eat. You have to get yourself positioned. Don't be fearful about what the media is saying. You got to decipher what's right and what's wrong, what's up and what's down. They're going to tell you left is really right and right is really left. It's going to be very confusing. Also, there's a great film to watch, THX 1138, starring Robert Duvall. He just passed away, but that is one of George Lucas's best films, and it describes a totalitarian society. That is all. Hit the like button, subscribe. And also, note, VIX is your friend. VIX is your friend. Volatility, the fear index. VXX, UVIX, gold, silver, and also oil. Oil that's based in fracking. Take care, Americans.
Sorry about that, guys. I couldn't get calls and everything, but listen. I appreciate everybody for staying with me for these 4 hours. I mean, you know what? Over this time, I think I've grown a really cool audience. You know, some of them cuss me out the whole time, but I have the best at heart. I mean, the best at heart. People might not agree with my politics. I really don't have any politics. My politics is who's right, what's wrong. I'm not left or right. I'm right and wrong. You know, if it don't sound right, I'm gonna say something about it. If it seems right, I'm gonna say something about it. You know, and so it's all about Iwapale, balance, and good character. Listen, next coming up on the channel, I'm gonna go into Ifa. You know, being a priest of Oya. You know, I sometimes have to go into my spirituality and discuss certain things. Natural Tahuti, if you guys get a chance, please watch his thing. He talked about Elijah Muhammad. I mean, I know some people are like, what is that? You know, but you know, this channel is not just a politics channel, it's also a spiritual channel. I'm a very spiritual person. I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Jew or Islamist or anything, but I do practice just African spirituality. And so the way I look at things and the way I frame things is really based on my spirituality. It's really to be balanced. And the more that you begin to come into my fold and watch me, you're going to find out that the only thing that I'm about is creating homeostasis and equilibrium. Now, if you have any videos that you want to send to me, okay, send them to, hold on. Send them to this email or send them to my IG at DJ Genesis Detroit. Because everybody's all like, you're only putting up the left stuff. If you can show me something on the right that makes sense, okay. You know, somehow my algorithm promotes mostly left stuff. I don't know, because I'm just watching left stuff. If you can show me something on the right that makes sense, I play that too. I'm not partial. If it makes dollars, it makes sense. If it makes sense, it makes dollars. Bottom line. But I just want to let y'all know I really appreciate y'all. And let me tell you something. I'm gonna play the money making mentor for my one super chat. And y'all need to start supporting this channel, y'all. I appreciate the support. It helps me to keep the channel up, helps me to pay my StreamYard thing so I can keep going. People, get a job. Honey, how do you know I ain't got a job? I'm just saying, but I got kids. I'm a mother. I'm a single mom. You know what I'm saying? I got kids. So, but keeping this going, you know, it takes money. So if you can, please subscribe to the channel. Please support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Hit the super chats or hit me up on my Cash App and keep the channel going, because it's not too many places you come and listen to the news and also comment on the news and have discussions about the news. You know, everybody's talking about everything else. You might be able to watch someone talk about the news, but can you really get on the panel and really state your opinion and really get your voice out? And that's what this whole platform of forum is about. I do a lot of open panels. I might rub my mouth for a second, but for the most part, I open up the panel and let you guys speak your mind. So with all that being said, much love, everybody. I'm going to play the money-making mantra because I think that people just need more money in life and the influx. So as I play this mantra, please, you know, just think about money, you know, think about abundance. Here we go.
Money making money, money making money, money making money, money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
All right, guys. Peace. Thank you for your time. Much love to everybody. Out.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.